Rosanthe Publishing presents Ruined by Rhapsody, Feretti Syndicate Series, Book 3, written by Sherry Blake, all rights reserved. Subscribe to our channel to not miss any new audiobooks. Enjoy.
The most dangerous melody is the one that makes a monster feel. Emotion is not an option in my world. Feeling anything at all could mean death. Control is how I've survived. How I've become the Mafia enforcer other men fear. I don't ask, I take. I don't request, I command. But the moment I heard Evelyn play, my restraint morphed into obsession. One perfect woman, one haunting melody, one reckless decision. I snatched her from a world of spotlights and locked her deep in my shadows. Told her myself, my capo, that it was for her protection. A necessary evil. The lie tastes bitter even as I repeat it, because the truth is more vicious, more consuming. All the while, I can't keep my blood-stained hands off her soft skin. Can't keep my ravenous eyes from her lush curves. I recognize in her the same captive soul yearning to soar beyond its confines. I want to be the one to set her free, the one who owns that freedom. Will she ever see beyond the darkness in my soul? Or will she fight tooth and nail to escape?
Chapter 1. Evelyn. The bow glides across my violin strings as I play a delicate lullaby, one I composed especially for this occasion. My fingers know exactly where to press, muscle memory taking over while my eyes scan the opulent Feretti estate garden. Damiano Feretti stands tall beside his wife Zoe, his hand protectively resting on her lower back as they accept congratulations for their newborn daughter. Even from here, I notice how his eyes constantly sweep the perimeter, a predator assessing threats. I've played for these people before. Their wedding last year was my first real introduction to this world. I remember how my hands trembled then, knowing exactly what kind of men filled the room. Today, they shake for different reasons. A server passes with champagne, and I catch Ivan's eye across the garden. He raises his glass slightly, a private toast that sends ice through my veins despite the summer heat. His presence here is a reminder of my own precarious position, the allegedly beautiful violinist with connections to both Italian and Russian crime families. I transition into another piece, something sweeter. The baby, wrapped in what must be custom-made silk, sleeps peacefully in Zoe's arms. It's strange how normal they look in this moment, just proud parents showing off their firstborn, not a mafia boss and his wife who likely has blood on her hands too. Beautiful playing, a voice says as I finish the piece. I lower my violin and look up to find Damiano's consigliere standing nearby. His name escapes me, but he's watching me with an intensity that makes me nervous. "Thank you," I reply, keeping my voice professional. "I hope it's appropriate for the celebration." "More than appropriate. Damiano specifically requested you." He leans closer. "Said you played at their wedding. They trust familiar faces." Trust. Such a dangerous word in this world. I nod and prepare to continue, but my eyes drift back to Ivan. He's now speaking with one of Damiano's captains, all smiles and charm. Only I can see the coldness behind his eyes, the calculation alongside every handshake, every introduction. The baby starts to cry, so I quickly shift into a gentle, rocking melody. Zoe bounces her daughter gently, and Damiano leans down to whisper something that makes her smile. For a second, I envy their connection. Something genuine in a room full of facades. My fingers press harder against the strings. I shouldn't be here, caught between these worlds. Ivan made it clear that performing for the Ferettis would be beneficial to our mutual interests. Words that carried a weight I couldn't refuse. So I play, the music floating over armed men who wear designer suits, women dripping in diamonds that were likely purchased with blood money, and a tiny baby who has no idea what world she's been born into. Just like I had no idea what world I was stepping into when I signed that contract with Ivan. I noticed Damiano's man watching me for the third time in as many minutes. He stands apart from the other guests, leaning against a marble column with casual elegance that somehow makes him more noticeable, not less. Unlike the other men who mingle and network, he remains still, observant. His eyes, dark and intense, follow my movements with unsettling focus. I pretend not to notice, keeping my gaze on my sheet music as I transition into another piece, but I'm hyper-aware of him now. He's tall, maybe 6 feet 3 inches, with a lean, powerful build that his tailored black suit can't quite disguise. His skin is light olive, his hair dark and slightly tousled in a way that seems deliberate rather than careless. When I glance up again, his eyes catch mine. He doesn't look away, doesn't even have the decency to appear embarrassed at being caught staring. Instead, his mouth curves into the slightest hint of a smile, predatory and confident. Heat rises to my cheeks. I focus on my violin, annoyed at my body's reaction. God, he's handsome, though, in that dangerous way that makes smart women do stupid things, the kind of man my mother would have warned me about if she'd ever bothered with such conversations. I wonder what his hands would feel like against my skin. Would they be gentle, or would they grip with the same intensity as his gaze? My bow slips slightly, creating a discordant note that makes me wince. When I look up again, he's speaking to someone, one of Damiano's men, I guess. But his attention remains fixed on me. I've performed for enough powerful men to recognize that look. It's possession before ownership, desire without permission. I shouldn't find it arousing. I should be offended, even frightened. Yet something about him pulls at me, makes me wonder what it would be like to have those full lips pressed against mine, to feel the weight of him. I cut off that thought, focusing on the final notes of my piece. I'm here to play, to fulfill my obligation to Ivan, not to fantasize about mysterious men at a Mafia christening. As I finish playing, polite applause ripples through the garden. I bow my head slightly in acknowledgement, and when I look up again, he's gone from his spot by the column.
Chapter 2. Noah. I slip away from the crowd, needing space free from all the fake smiles and calculated conversations. The balcony offers the perfect escape, cool night air and silence. Almost silence. Her music still floats through the open doors behind me, wrapping around my thoughts like a vice. Evelyn Anderson, the violinist. I light a cigarette, inhaling deeply as I watch her through the glass doors. Her eyes are closed as she plays, lost in a world I'll never understand. Those delicate fingers dance across the strings with precision that reminds me of the way I handle my knife. Expert, controlled, deadly in its own way. From the first moment I saw her at Damiano's wedding, something shifted inside me. Something I didn't recognize, didn't want. She stood there in a blue dress that matched her stormy eyes, playing as though the instrument was part of her body. I couldn't look away then, can't look away now. It's not just her beauty, though. Fuck, she's beautiful. It's the contradiction. So controlled on the surface, following every note perfectly, but underneath I see it. A wildness she keeps caged. A fire burning behind those proper manners and polite smiles. I take another drag, feeling the smoke fill my lungs. She doesn't belong in our world. Too clean. Too untouched. But here she is anyway, playing for killers and criminals, completely unaware of how close she stands to the edge of something dark. Or maybe she knows exactly what she's doing. I watch her bow slice through the air, her body swaying slightly. What would it be like to break that perfect composure? To see what happens when all that discipline crumbles? I crush the thought along with my cigarette. Women are complications I can't afford. Distractions. Weaknesses. My father taught me that lesson, along with my mother's blood. Yet I can't stop watching her. Can't stop wondering what her skin would feel like under my hands. If she'd tremble or fight back. If her eyes would still hold that defiance when I... Enjoying the view, Rivera. I don't turn as Mateo joins me on the balcony. Don't give him the satisfaction of catching me off guard. Just getting some air, I say, my voice flat. Sure. and I'm just drinking water tonight." He laughs, following my gaze to Evelyn. "Careful with that one. Ivan's been circling her for months." My jaw tightens at the mention of Ivan. That Russian piece of shit has no business touching what doesn't belong to him. Not that she belongs to me either, but maybe she should. Fuck off, Matteo. I keep my voice even, bored almost. Won't give him the satisfaction of seeing how his words hit their mark. He laughs, the irritating sound that's followed me for years. "Always so charming, Noah. It's why everyone loves you." I light another cigarette, letting silence hang between us. Inside, the music has stopped. Evelyn's taking a break, accepting a glass of champagne from one of the waiters. Her fingers brush back a strand of hair that's fallen loose, and I find myself tracking the movement. "Damiano wants us to handle that situation in Queens next week," Matteo says, switching to business. "The Colombian shipment got complicated." "It always does." I exhale smoke into the night air. "Tell him I'll take care of it." "You always do." He leans against the railing. "Though I'm starting to think you enjoy the bloody parts too much." I shrug. "It's just work." "Is that what you tell yourself so you can sleep at night?" "Bold of you to assume I sleep." Matteo laughs again, but there's something different in it this time. Almost concern. I hate it. "Speaking of Damiano," he continues, "he's got plans for expansion down south. Wants us both in the meeting tomorrow." I nod, barely listening. Evelyn's disappeared from view and I scan the room for her. Can't find her anywhere. "You hear what I said?" "Tomorrow, meeting, I'll be there." Matteo follows my gaze into the ballroom. "Jesus, you've got it bad." "I don't have anything." My voice drops to something dangerous. "Drop it." He holds up his hands in mock surrender. "Whatever you say, Ghost." He pushes off from the railing. I'm going to find something to eat before these rich fucks devour everything. I don't acknowledge him as he leaves, don't need to. That's always been our way. Appearing and disappearing without ceremony. Alone again, I finish my cigarette and crush it under my shoe. The party continues inside, but Evelyn's nowhere to be seen. Something cold settles in my chest at the thought of her with Ivan, his hands anywhere near her. I straighten my jacket and head back inside. Just to check. Just to make sure. Not because I care. Not because I want. Just because some things once seen can't be unseen. And Evelyn Anderson, with her storm blue eyes and disciplined grace, is something I can't look away from, no matter how much I should. I weave through the crowd, keeping my distance but never losing sight of her. She's moved to the center of the room where Damiano stands with his wife. Perfect Zoe with her bright smile, holding court beside him like she was born for this life instead of dragged into it. But it's Evelyn who draws my eye. She looks small next to them, yet somehow just as commanding. Her violin case rests against her leg as she speaks, one hand gesturing gracefully. I position myself behind a cluster of guests close enough to hear without being noticed. Years of moving undetected serve me well tonight. "The performance was beautiful, Ms. Anderson," Damiano says, his Italian accent thickening when he's trying to be charming. "My daughter may be too young to appreciate it now, but one day she'll understand the honor." Evelyn smiles, a practiced thing that doesn't reach her eyes. "Thank you for having me, Mr. Feretti. It was my pleasure." "You must stay for dinner," Zoe insists, touching Evelyn's arm lightly. Evelyn shifts her weight, uncomfortable with the contact. "Interesting." "I'm afraid I can't," she says, reaching for her violin case. "I have another engagement tonight, a charity concert downtown." My jaw tightens. Another engagement. Another performance for another group of rich fucks who think they own a piece of her talent. Of her. "Such dedication," Damiano says, raising his glass slightly. "We won't keep you then." "Thank you again for the opportunity," Evelyn says, that polite mask never slipping. "And congratulations on your beautiful daughter." She turns to leave and something inside me lurches. I step back deeper into shadow as she moves past, close enough that I catch the scent of her perfume. Something subtle. Expensive. My fingers twitch at my side. One movement and I could touch her arm, stop her, make her look at me. Again. I do nothing, just watch as she weaves through the crowd toward the exit, her back straight, head high. Ivan appears in my peripheral vision, also tracking her movement. My hand instinctively moves to where my gun rests against my ribs. I follow at a distance as Evelyn collects her coat from the attendant. She checks her phone, frowning slightly at whatever she sees there. I slip out the side door before she reaches the main entrance. The night air hits me like a slap, clearing my head. I've memorized her routine. I've been watching her for months now, since Damiano's wedding when she played a haunting melody that made something crack inside me, something I thought had died with my mother. I position myself behind a tall hedge, waiting. Her heels click against the stone pathway as she approaches, violin case swinging slightly with each step. She's alone. No security. Fucking careless. What with Ivan's eyes on her. This isn't the first time I've followed her. I know where she lives, that fancy high-rise in Manhattan with the doorman who takes a smoke break at 11:45 every night. She practices at 5 a.m. before the world wakes. She takes her coffee black and sometimes sits by her window, staring at nothing. She reaches her car, fumbling with her keys. The overhead light catches her face when she opens the door, illuminating those storm blue eyes. My mother played violin too. Not professionally, not like Evelyn. But in our small apartment when my father was away, she'd play these soft, melancholy pieces that made the world feel less sharp, less dangerous. Evelyn slides into the driver's seat, checking her mirrors. She pauses, scanning the darkness where I stand. For an instant, I think she sees me, but then she starts the engine. I shouldn't be doing this, following her like some fucking obsessed psycho. I have business to handle, shipments to oversee, men to command. But here I am, drawn to her like she's gravity itself. Something about her calls to the last human part of me. The part I thought my father had killed along with my mother. The part that still remembers what it was like to feel something besides power and control. And that makes her dangerous. More dangerous than Ivan. More dangerous than any enemy I've faced. I trail her car at a safe distance, keeping 2 vehicles between us at all times. My Ducati handles like it's part of me, responding to the slightest shift of my weight as I weave through traffic. The night air whips against my face, but I barely feel it. All my focus is on that sleek black sedan ahead. She drives carefully, precisely, just like she plays. Just like she moves through a room full of killers with that practiced smile. The car turns onto Fifth Avenue, heading toward the more polished part of the city, where old money lives in high towers and pretends its hands are clean. I gun the engine, cutting between a taxi and a delivery truck, to keep her taillights in view. 15 minutes later, she pulls up to the Carlisle Hotel. Fancy place for a charity event. The kind where rich fucks drop thousands on auction items they'll never use, just so they can feel good about themselves. I park my bike across the street, staying in the shadows as valets rush to open her door. She steps out, a vision in that simple black dress, violin case in hand. The doorman nods respectfully as she passes. I watch her disappear inside, my fingers drumming against my thigh. Following her inside would be stupid. Our earlier encounter is enough for her to notice if she sees me again tonight. And Evelyn Anderson doesn't strike me as someone who misses details. Besides, these charity events have guest lists, security. I could get in. I always find a way. But the risk isn't worth it. Not tonight. I light a cigarette, inhaling deeply as I lean against my bike. Through the hotel's massive windows, I catch flashes of the event. Crystal chandeliers, women dripping in diamonds, men in tailored tuxedos congratulating themselves on their generosity. And somewhere in there, Evelyn, playing for them, smiling that vacant smile. The thought makes something dark twist inside me. She doesn't belong to them. She doesn't belong to Ivan either, despite whatever arrangement he thinks they have.
Chapter 3. Evelyn. The Carlisle Hotel's glittering chandeliers cast diamonds across the crowd as I slip through the side entrance. The charity organizer, Mrs. Wellington, with her ever-present clipboard and pearl earrings, spots me immediately. "Evelyn, thank goodness, we're running 10 minutes behind." She fusses with my sleeve. "The Ashcrofts just donated another $50,000, so we added them to your dedication list." I nod, barely listening as she rattles off names of wealthy patrons whose egos need stroking tonight. My fingers already ache from playing at the Feretti celebration, the weight of eyes watching me there, Ivan's cold stare, that intense consigliere, Damiano's expectant gaze, has left me drained. Just an hour, I remind myself, tightening my grip on my violin case. The backstage area buzzes with waitstaff carrying trays of champagne. I find a quiet corner to prepare, opening my case and running my fingers over the polished wood of my instrument. This violin has been my voice when I had none, my escape when there was nowhere to run. I close my eyes, letting the chaos around me fade. Tonight's selections are pieces I could play in my sleep. Vivaldi's Winter, a Bach partita, ending with Paganini to impress the donors. An hour of my life traded for their money, which will fund music education for underprivileged children. At least this performance serves a purpose beyond my father's ambitions or Ivan's manipulations. 5 minutes, Miss Anderson. A stagehand appears with a glass of water. I drink half, check my appearance in a small mirror. The woman who stares back looks composed, professional. Only I can see the exhaustion in her eyes, the slight tremble in her hands. The announcer's voice booms through the speakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to present one of the finest violinists of her generation." I step onto the small stage, blinking against the spotlight. Applause washes over me as I take my position. The faces before me blur into a sea of expectation. Wealthy patrons in designer clothes, sipping champagne, waiting to be moved, impressed, entertained. I lift my violin to my shoulder, feeling its familiar weight. For a moment, I imagine walking off stage, driving home to my apartment, crawling into bed, and sleeping for days. The fantasy is so vivid I almost smile. Instead, I draw my bow across the strings, and the first notes of Vivaldi fill the room. The music takes over, muscle memory guiding my fingers while my mind drifts. Just 1 hour and then I can escape. 1 hour of being the perfect performer they expect. 1 hour until I can be alone. What I wouldn't give for my bed, a cup of tea, and silence. Complete, blessed silence. The final notes of Paganini's Caprice No. 24 hang in the air as I lower my bow. For a moment, there's silence, a perfect pause before the applause when I can breathe. Then the room erupts, people rising to their feet. I offer a practiced smile and bow, my back aching from standing so long. Mrs. Wellington bustles onto the stage with a bouquet. "Absolutely magnificent, my dear." I accept the flowers, nodding at the appropriate moments as she thanks me profusely. My cheeks hurt from smiling. The violinist's mask is slipping and I need to leave before it falls completely. "Thank you for the opportunity," I say, the words automatic. I'm honored to support such a worthy cause. Wealthy patrons crowd forward, eager to shake my hand to tell me how moved they were. I shake hands, smile, nod. My responses are on autopilot. "Thank you. How kind. I'm so pleased you enjoyed it." After what feels like an eternity, I manage to step away. "If you'll excuse me, I need to pack up my instrument." Mrs. Wellington touches my arm. "The Vandermeers were hoping you might join them for a nightcap in the lounge." I suppress a sigh. "Please extend my apologies. I have an early rehearsal tomorrow." The lie comes easily. What I have is bone-deep exhaustion and a desperate need for solitude. Back in the small dressing room, I carefully place my violin in its case, after wiping it down with a soft cloth. My fingers feel stiff, and I flex them, wincing. 2 performances in 1 day was too much, but turning down either would have elicited consequences I can't afford. I gather my belongings quickly, slipping out the side door before anyone else can request, just a moment of my time. The night air feels cool against my flushed skin. I inhale deeply, tasting freedom. The parking garage is quiet and my heels click against concrete as I walk to my car. The day replays in my mind. The Feretti celebration, Ivan's cold eyes following me, that strange intensity from Damiano's Man, and now hours of performing for New York's elite. I reach my car, fumbling with my keys. My shoulders drop as I slide into the driver's seat, setting my violin carefully on the passenger side. The silence inside the car is blissful. I rest my forehead against the steering wheel for a moment, allowing myself this small vulnerability now that no one is watching. Just get home, I whisper to myself. Just get home and you can fall apart there. I pull away from the Carlisle, exhaustion weighing on me like a physical thing. The city lights blur as I drive through Manhattan's late-night streets, my violin case a silent companion beside me. That feeling crawls up my spine again, the sensation of being watched. I check my rearview mirror for the third time. Nothing unusual, just the normal flow of traffic. Still, the feeling persists. It's been happening more frequently since that night at Ivan's Moscow estate 2 months ago. The night everything changed. The night I realized what kind of man I'd signed my career to. I grip the steering wheel tighter, knuckles whitening. Ivan's face flashes in my mind, those ice blue eyes watching me at the Feretti celebration today, calculating something I couldn't decipher. He'd been different since Moscow, more unpredictable. Just paranoia, I mutter to myself, but I take an unnecessary turn anyway, circling a block before continuing toward my apartment. An old trick my father's security guard taught me years ago. Ivan had seemed almost normal when we first met, charming even in that cold, powerful way that makes you feel special when their attention lands on you. He'd promised to elevate my career, introduce me to the right people, open doors my father couldn't. I was naive enough to believe him. I didn't understand I was signing more than a management contract until it was too late. A car follows my turn. My heart rate spikes, but then it continues past when I slow down. Just coincidence. But with Ivan, I can never be sure anymore. Not since he showed me what happens to people who displease him.
Noah. I tail Evelyn's car at a distance, keeping 3 vehicles between us. Not that she'd notice. Most civilians don't have the situational awareness to spot a tail. But Evelyn isn't most civilians. Interesting. She pulls into the parking garage beneath her building, and I circle the block twice before finding a spot with a clear view of the entrance. I kill the engine of my Ducati and wait. This has become my routine, watching her come and go, learning her patterns. The night air has a bite to it. I light a cigarette and inhale deeply, eyes never leaving the building's entrance. Upper East Side, fancy doorman, security cameras. She's comfortable but not flashy. Something doesn't feel right tonight. I scan the lobby through the glass doors, and that's when I notice it. The doorman isn't at his post. He is a heavy-set guy with a mustache, always sits at that desk from 8 to midnight. Never leaves except for his smoke break. It's 11:30, he should be there. Fuck, I mutter, crushing my cigarette under my boot. I'm already moving when I see her enter the lobby. Evelyn's still in her performance dress, violin case clutched in one hand. She stops abruptly, her body going rigid. A scream tears from her throat. Sharp. Primal. That's when I see the doorman sprawled across the marble floor. I break into a sprint across the street, hand already reaching for the gun holstered at my back. 3 men materialize from the shadows of the lobby, surrounding her in a tight circle. Black suits, crew cuts. They move with military precision. Ivan's men has to be. Evelyn backs away, violin case held in front of her like a shield. Her eyes dart frantically, searching for an escape route that doesn't exist. I'm 20 feet from the entrance when one of them grabs her arm. She lashes out, swinging her violin case. It connects with his face. Good girl. But the other 2 close in. I barrel through the glass doors, my gun already drawn. The first man spins toward me, but I'm faster. I drive my knee into his groin and slam my elbow into his temple as he doubles over. The boss wants her unharmed, one of them barks at the others. Just get her in the fucking car. Ivan. That Russian piece of shit thinks he can take what's mine. Well, not really mine. But that doesn't matter. The second guy charges at me while his partner moves toward Evelyn. I duck under his swing and drive my fist into his kidney. He grunts, but doesn't go down. These aren't street thugs, they're trained. Military background, maybe ex-Spetsnaz. Get your hands off me, Evelyn shouts, her voice sharp with fear and rage. I'm not going anywhere with you. I block a punch aimed at my face, twist the man's arm behind his back until I hear the satisfying crack of bone. He howls, dropping to his knees. I kick him in the face and he crumples to the floor. When I look up, I see the third man has Evelyn cornered. Her eyes meet mine for a split second. Wide, terrified, but defiant. I said, get your fucking hands off. The crack of his palm against her face echoes through the lobby. Her head snaps back, violin case clattering to the floor. She slumps against the wall, then slides down, unconscious. Everything goes red. I cross the distance in 3 strides. The man turns, reaching for his weapon, but he's too slow. My first punch crushes his windpipe. The second breaks his nose. The third splits his cheek open. He falls to his knees, gasping for air that won't come. I grab his head between my hands and slam it into the marble floor, once, twice. The wet crunch tells me he won't be getting up. The first guy I hit is struggling to his feet. I turn, pull my gun, and fire. The bullet catches him in the shoulder, spinning him around. Before he can recover, I'm on him, pressing the barrel against his temple. Who sent you? I already know, but I want to hear it, and he spits blood onto the floor. Fuck you. I press harder. Ivan Volkov sent you, didn't he? His eyes widen slightly. That's all the confirmation I need. I crack the butt of my gun across his face and he joins his friends on the floor. I move to Evelyn, kneeling beside her. A bruise is already forming on her cheekbone. I check her pulse, steady and strong. She'll have a headache when she wakes up, but she'll live. I holster my gun and lift her into my arms. She weighs nothing, fragile as a bird. Her violin case lies nearby, and I grab that too. Can't leave it behind. I cradle Evelyn against my chest, her body limp and trusting in unconsciousness. Something tightens in my chest, something I don't have time to examine. I need to move. Fast. I glance at my Ducati across the street. Shit. Can't take her on the bike. I shift her weight to one arm and dig through her small purse with my free hand. Lipstick, phone, wallet, and, there, car keys. Let's go, music girl, I mutter, carrying her toward the parking garage. I lay Evelyn across the back seat as gently as I can, then slide her violin case beside her. She stirs slightly, a small moan escaping her lips. The bruise on her cheek is darkening. My jaw clenches. Ivan will pay for that mark. I slip into the driver's seat and adjust the mirrors. As I pull out of the garage, I grab my phone and dial Matteo. What? His voice is thick with sleep. I need you to meet me on the Belt Parkway, exit 17 in 10 minutes. Do you know what fucking time it is, Court? Now, Matteo. What's going on? He sounds more alert now. Just do as I fucking tell you. I cut him off, taking a sharp right to avoid a red light camera. Jesus, Noah, fine, 10 minutes. I hang up and check the rear view mirror. Evelyn is still out cold. Good. I don't need her screaming or fighting right now. I weave through late-night traffic, constantly checking for tails. Nothing obvious. But Ivan's men are good. They wouldn't have moved on her without backup plans. My phone buzzes with a text from Matteo. On my way, you better explain this shit. I don't respond. Instead, I reach back and brush a strand of hair from Evelyn's face. Her skin is soft under my calloused fingers. You're safe now, I say to her, though she can't hear me. No one's going to hurt you again. It's a promise I intend to keep, although I don't examine why. I just know that Evelyn Anderson is mine now, whether she wants to be or not.
Chapter 4. Evelyn. I wake to the rumble of an engine and the sensation of movement. My head throbs, a dull, persistent ache that makes me wince before I even open my eyes. Something's wrong. The seat beneath me feels familiar, but I'm not the one driving. The events before I blacked out come rushing back in fragments. The charity event, the drive home, men in the lobby, violence, pain. I force my eyes open, blinking against the dim light of passing street lamps. We're on a highway, my car, but not my hands on the steering wheel. A man I vaguely recognize is driving. Dark hair, strong profile, the same man who appeared out of nowhere when I was attacked. The same man who was watching me at the Feretti celebration. Fear and rage surge through me at once. I jerk upright, ignoring the spinning in my head. Who the hell are you? My voice comes out, raspy but loud in the confined space. Why are you driving my car? Stop this car right now. He glances at me, his expression maddeningly calm. You're awake. Obviously, pull over immediately. I reach for the door handle, not entirely sure what I'll do if he actually stops, but desperate to escape. I wouldn't do that. We're doing 70 on the Belt Parkway. I look out the window, recognizing the stretch of highway along the water. We're heading away from Manhattan, away from home, away from safety. You're kidnapping me. The reality of my situation hits me like a physical blow. Where are you taking me? What do you want? My violin case sits on the back seat. At least he brought that. Small comfort when I'm being abducted. The men who attacked you work for Ivan Volkov, he says, as if that explains everything. I know who they work for. I snap, though I'm surprised he knows. That doesn't answer my question. Who are you? He takes a curve too fast, and I grab the door handle to steady myself. My name is Noah Rivera. Well, Noah Rivera, you can't just take someone against their will. This is kidnapping. There are laws. He laughs, the sound sharp and without humor. Laws? You think Ivan Volkov cares about laws? The men who attacked you weren't coming to give you a parking ticket. So what, you're rescuing me? I glare at him. Then take me to the police, not wherever we're going. The police can't protect you from Ivan. I fall silent, my mind racing with too many thoughts to form coherent words. The headache pulses behind my eyes as I try to make sense of everything. This man, Noah Rivera, seems to know about Ivan, about the danger I'm in, but that doesn't explain why he's taken me. I study his profile as he drives. Strong jaw, intense eyes focused on the road, hands gripping the wheel with casual confidence. Even in this terrifying situation, I can't help noticing how attractive he is. All sharp angles and controlled power. The same intensity I noticed when he watched me perform. My gaze traces the lines of a tattoo peeking from beneath his sleeve. Dark, swirling ink against olive skin. His knuckles are bruised from fighting off those men who attacked me. He turns suddenly, catching me staring. Our eyes lock for a brief moment before he returns his attention to the road. Heat rises to my cheeks. Partly embarrassment at being caught, partly anger at myself. What is wrong with me? I'm being kidnapped and I'm noticing his good looks? Where are you taking me? I ask, my voice steadier than I feel. What do you want from me? Somewhere safe, he answers, maddeningly vague. That's all you need to know right now. That's all I need to know? I repeat, indignation flaring. You break into my building, knock me unconscious. I didn't knock you out, that was Ivan's men. Steal my car with me in it, drive me to God knows where, and that's all I need to know. My voice rises with each word until I'm practically shouting. I have a life. I have a sister who will worry. I have concerts scheduled. You can't just take me. Noah remains frustratingly calm in the face of my outburst. You don't need to care about any of that right now. Don't need to care? I slam my palm against the seat back. It's my life. You don't get to decide what I care about. He doesn't flinch at my shouting, doesn't even seem bothered. His calm only infuriates me more. Tell me where we're going right now, or I swear I'll... You'll what? He glances at me, one eyebrow raised. Jump out of a moving car? Scream for help on an empty highway? Attack me while I'm driving and risk killing us both? His logic makes me want to scream even more, but I press my lips together, refusing to give him the satisfaction. The car slows suddenly and I look up to see headlights up ahead, another vehicle parked on what appears to be a deserted service road. A man leans against it, arms crossed, waiting. Noah pulls alongside and cuts the engine. In the sudden silence, my heartbeat sounds deafening in my ears. What's happening? I ask, though I already suspect the answer. We're switching cars. Noah unbuckles his seatbelt. Switching cars, I repeat flatly. The absurdity of this situation suddenly strikes me and a bubble of hysterical laughter escapes my lips. Noah turns to me, his expression hardening. What's funny? I can't stop the laughter now. It pours out of me, high and unnatural, bordering on hysteria. You're insane. You're actually insane if you think I'm getting out of my car and into that one. Evelyn. No. I shake my head, laughter fading as quickly as it came. I'm not doing this. I'm not going anywhere with you. Noah moves so fast I barely register it. Suddenly he's between the front seats and in my space, hands gripping the headrests. His face hovers inches from mine, so close I can feel his breath on my skin. Listen to me, he says, voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. This isn't a fucking shopping therapy session or a goddamn social call. You think this is a game? Those men back there weren't trying to rob you. They were going to take you to Ivan, and you'd be fucking lucky if you ended up dead after what he'd do to you. I press back against the seat, heart hammering against my ribs. His proximity is overwhelming, threatening, yet somehow electric. I can see the flecks of gold in his dark eyes, smell the faint scent of cologne mixed with something metallic that might be blood. You're clever enough to understand the situation you're in, he continues, lips so close to mine that I feel the words more than hear them. You have two choices. Either you walk to that car on your own, or I drag you there myself. But one way or another, you're getting in that fucking car. His eyes hold mine, unflinching, unapologetic. In them I see something beyond the threat, a cold certainty that chills me more than his words. I swallow hard, finding my voice. And if I scream? If I fight? There's no one to hear you, and I promise you don't want to fight me. His voice softens slightly, though the threat remains. I'm trying to keep you alive, Evelyn. Don't make it harder than it needs to be.
Noah. I make a subtle nod to Mateo, who's leaning against his car watching us with that fucking amused look he always gets when shit gets complicated. He catches my signal immediately and moves to the side of Evelyn's car, blocking her potential escape route. Don't even think about it, I say, opening my door. The moment my feet hit the pavement, I see movement in my peripheral vision. Evelyn lunges across the center console, scrambling desperately for the driver's seat. Her hands grab for the steering wheel, her body twisting with surprising agility. Smart girl, too bad I'm faster. I reach the rear door in 3 strides, yanking it open before she can lock it. Her eyes widen. Those stormy blue eyes that looked so calm when she played her violin are now wild with fear and rage. Let me go, she shouts as I grab her around the waist. I lift her out of the car like she weighs nothing. Her body is small against mine, fragile but fighting. She's all sharp elbows and flailing limbs, her fists connecting with my chest and shoulders. The hits don't hurt. It's like a kitten trying to take down a wolf. Put me down. Her voice rises, cracking with panic. You can't do this. Her hair whips across my face as she thrashes, the scent of something expensive and floral filling my senses. I tighten my grip, careful not to bruise but firm enough that she can't break free. Stop fighting, I growl into her ear. You're just making this harder. Fuck you. She kicks backward, narrowly missing my groin. I'll scream. Go ahead. No one's around to hear you. She twists in my arms, her eyes meeting mine with pure hatred. You said you were protecting me? I can't help the cold smile that forms on my face. I am protecting you. But now I'm also kidnapping you. You bastard, she hisses, renewing her struggle. Matteo chuckles from where he stands. Feisty one, isn't she? I ignore him, focused on containing the wildcat in my arms without hurting her. She's breathing hard, her chest rising and falling against mine. For a woman who looks so controlled on stage, she fights with unexpected ferocity. I was giving you a choice before, I tell her, my voice low and even. That option's gone now. I carry Evelyn to Matteo's car, her body still twisting against mine. Every movement she makes only tightens my grip. I've dealt with men twice her size who gave up struggling against me. She doesn't. Let me go. She lands a surprisingly sharp elbow to my ribs. I grunt but don't loosen my hold. The more you fight, the longer this takes. Matteo holds the back door open, that smirk still plastered on his face. I slide into the back seat with Evelyn still in my arms, pulling her across my lap. She immediately tries to lunge for the door, but I lock my arm around her waist, anchoring her against me. You won't win this, I say into her ear. Her hair smells like expensive shampoo, the tender skin of her neck like fear. Matteo slams the door and circles to the driver's side, sliding behind the wheel. The engine purrs to life as he adjusts the rearview mirror, his eyes meeting mine. Where to? He asks, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. Before I can answer, Evelyn's voice cuts through the tension. To the police station. Her tone is sharp enough to draw blood. Matteo bursts out laughing, his shoulders shaking as he turns to look at us. That's a good one, Princess. I like her, Noah. I don't smile. Instead, I tighten my grip as Evelyn tries to wrench herself free again. Her breathing is ragged, her body trembling with rage or fear, probably both. My place, I say to Matteo, my eyes never leaving Evelyn's face. I want her to understand there's no escape. Not from me. Matteo nods and pulls away from the service road, tires crunching on gravel before hitting smooth pavement. The parkway lights blur outside the window as we pick up speed. Evelyn goes still in my arms, but I know better than to mistake it for surrender. She's calculating, watching, waiting for an opening. I've seen that look before. In cornered animals. In men about to make their final, desperate move. You won't get away with this, she says, her voice suddenly calm. Too calm. I lean closer, my lips almost brushing her ear. I already have. I feel Evelyn's body go rigid against mine as we drive through the darkness. The street lights flash across her face, illuminating those fierce eyes that refuse to give up. Why are you doing this? And she finally asks, her voice steadier than I expected. You're clearly... She pauses, looking me over with reluctant assessment. Good-looking enough to seduce a girl instead of kidnapping one. I can't help the laugh that escapes me. Short, harsh, and completely lacking humor. Her words catch me off guard, which doesn't happen often. You must have hit your head harder than I thought when those guys knocked you out, I say, studying her face for signs of concussion. That fall making you compliment me now? She flushes, anger replacing whatever momentary weakness made her acknowledge my appearance. I'm simply pointing out that this seems unnecessary for someone like you. Someone like me, I repeat, raising an eyebrow. You don't know shit about me. I know enough. I tighten my grip on her waist, feeling her tense in response. Let me remind you of something, Evelyn. Those three bastards weren't taking you on a fucking date. You were about to be grabbed, drugged, and delivered to Ivan like a package. Her breathing hitches at Ivan's name. You think they cared how you felt about it? You think they were going to ask nicely? I continue, my voice dropping lower. They would have taken you whether you screamed or fought or begged. And whatever Ivan had planned for you after... I let the words hang in the air. Matteo glances at us in the rearview mirror but says nothing. He knows when to keep his mouth shut. So you're what, my savior? Evelyn's voice drips with sarcasm, but I can hear the fear underneath. I'm the lesser of two evils. I lean closer, my mouth right beside her ear, making her shiver. And right now, I'm the only thing standing between you and Ivan Volkov. She turns her head slightly, her eyes meeting mine with defiance that should have been crushed by now. Most people would be broken, pleading, by this point. Not her. "And what do you want with me?" she says. The question hangs between us as Matteo takes a sharp turn, throwing her body against mine. I don't answer immediately, just hold her steady as the car continues through the night.
Chapter 5. Evelyn. The reality hits me like a slap. Noah didn't just happen to be there when those men attacked. The timing was too perfect. Why were you there in the first place? My voice sounds hollow in the car's interior. At my apartment building, right when those men showed up. Noah's eyes meet mine in the rearview mirror, dark and unreadable. He doesn't answer. The silence stretches between us and something clicks in my mind, a terrible possibility that suddenly seems obvious. "You set this up, didn't you?" The words tumble out before I can stop them. Those men weren't really Ivan's. You put them there just to have an excuse to take me. Matteo barks out a laugh from the driver's seat. "She thinks you're that clever, Rivera?" That's fucking hilarious. But Noah doesn't laugh. His jaw tightens and something dangerous flashes across his face. He turns in his seat, the movement so sudden it makes me flinch back against the leather. "You think I hired those men to attack you?" His voice drops to something barely above a whisper. "You think I need to create a fucking situation to take what I want?" The car feels smaller suddenly, the air thinner. "If I wanted you, little violinist, I would have taken you. No games, no excuses." He leans closer and I press myself against the door. I don't play with my food. Matteo glances over, his amusement fading as he senses Noah's anger. "She doesn't know you yet, man. Cut her some slack." Noah ignores him, his eyes locked on mine. Those men were Ivan's. They were going to take you to him. And whatever he had planned for you... He stops, something shifting in his expression. "Let's just say what I'm doing is merciful in comparison." "Then why were you there?" I demand, refusing to back down despite the fear crawling up my spine. "Were you following me?" A cold smile touches his lips. "Yes." His simple yes hangs between us like a blade. "Why?" I ask, my voice barely audible even to my own ears. "Why follow me?" Noah turns back to face the windshield, his profile sharp against the passing streetlights. The silence stretches between us, heavy and oppressive. I wait for an answer that doesn't come. "Cat got your tongue?" I press, anger giving me courage I shouldn't have. "You seem to have plenty to say when you're threatening me." Still nothing. Just that unnerving stillness, like he's carved from stone. Matteo clears his throat, glancing between us in the rearview mirror. "Don't take it personally, princess. Noah here has a thing for watching beautiful women from afar. It's kinda his hobby, like bird watching, but creepier." I catch Matteo's eyes in the mirror, and despite everything, a laugh bubbles up in my throat. It's absurd. This whole situation is absurd. "Bird watching?" I repeat, raising an eyebrow. "So what am I then? A rare tropical species?" Matteo's face cracks into a genuine smile. "More like a nightingale in a city full of pigeons." "Shut up, Matteo," Noah growls, but there's less edge to it than before. "What? I'm just making conversation." Matteo glances at me again. "It's called being polite. You should try it sometime." I seize the moment of lightness. Is he always this charming, or am I getting special treatment? Matteo throws up his hands from the steering wheel in mock surrender. "Hey, I'm just the driver in this kidnapping operation. Don't drag me into your lover's quarrel." His laugh fills the car and I find myself smiling despite everything. It's strange how the human mind works, finding humor in the darkest moments, clinging to any scrap of normalcy. Noah turns to look at me again and the half-smile freezes on my face. There's nothing humorous in his expression, just that same intense focus that makes me feel like I'm being dissected. "You're not a bird," he says. "You're much more dangerous than that." The silence returns to the car, heavy and suffocating. My mind races, trying to process everything that's happened. 3 men attacked me in my own building. Noah somehow appeared at the perfect moment to save me. And now I'm being taken to some unknown location against my will. What would those men have done if they'd succeeded? The thought sends ice through my veins. I've heard whispers about Ivan's operation, the trafficking, the disappearances. Would I have become just another missing person, another name in a police report gathering dust? And Noah? Why was he watching me? Following me? His intense gaze feels like a physical weight whenever it lands on me. There's something predatory about it, something that makes my skin crawl, and yet I push that thought away immediately. My sister Jessica will be worried sick if she doesn't hear from me. We have a system. I always text her when I get home after performances. It's a habit we formed after I started traveling internationally for concerts. I pat my pockets frantically, though I already know my phone isn't there. "I need my phone," I say, my voice steadier than I feel. "I need to call my sister." Noah doesn't even turn around. "Your purse is back in your car." Panic rises in my chest. "You left my purse, with my phone, my wallet, my ID, everything." "We were in a hurry," he says flatly, as if that explains everything. "I need to contact my sister. She'll be worried when I don't check in. She might call the police." This gets his attention. He turns slightly, his profile sharp in the dim light. "And tell them what? That her adult sister didn't text goodnight? That I'm missing," I snap. "That I always call and suddenly I'm not answering my phone. That something is wrong." Noah considers this for a moment, his expression unreadable. "Please," I say, hating how desperate I sound. "She's all I have. I can't let her think something happened to me." "Something did happen to you," he points out. Noah's jaw tightens, but after a moment, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a sleek black phone. He holds it just out of my reach. "One call, no location details, no help signals. Just tell her you're safe and we'll contact her tomorrow. I'll be listening to every word." Noah extends the phone toward me, his eyes never leaving mine. I reach for it, but he pulls it back slightly. "Speaker," he commands, tapping the screen before handing it to me. My fingers tremble as I take the phone, the cold metal a stark reminder of my situation. I dial Jessica's number, one I've known by heart since she got her first cell phone at 13. The phone rings once, twice. "Hello?" Jessica's voice fills the car, sounding alert despite the late hour. "Who's this?" "Jess, it's me," I say, trying to keep my voice steady. "Evelyn, why are you calling from a strange number? I've been texting you for hours." The relief in her voice quickly shifts to concern. "Are you okay? What happened?" I glance at Noah, who watches me with unwavering intensity. His silent warning is clear. "I'm fine," I lie, swallowing hard. "My phone died after the performance and I left my charger at home. I'm borrowing a friend's phone." "A friend? Which friend?" Jessica's voice sharpens with suspicion. She knows all my friends, and I rarely make new ones. "Just someone from the charity event," I say vaguely. "Listen, I just wanted to let you know I'm okay. I'll be home. Soon." The last word catches in my throat. A beat of silence follows. "You don't sound okay, Evie." Her voice drops lower, more intimate. "You sound scared. What's really going on?" Noah's eyes narrow and he extends his hand, silently demanding the phone back. "Nothing's wrong," I insist, my voice cracking slightly. "I'm just tired. It's been a long day with 2 performances." "Evelyn Anderson," Jessica says, using the full name tone she reserves for when she knows I'm lying. I freeze. Noah's watching me intently, his hand still outstretched. "I'm really fine, Jess," I say carefully. "No need to worry about me or Aunt Martha's cookies." Noah's eyes flash with understanding. He lunges forward, snatching the phone from my hand. "Your sister is fine," he says coldly into the speaker. "She'll call you tomorrow." He ends the call before Jessica can respond, his face a mask of controlled fury. "That was stupid," he says, his voice dangerously soft. "Very, very stupid."
Noah. I snatched the phone from her hand, rage boiling under my skin. The code she slipped to Jessica. So fucking transparent. Did she really think I wouldn't catch that? You think I'm stupid? My voice comes out low, dangerous. I grip the phone so tight my knuckles go white. You think I don't know what you just did? Evelyn stares back, defiance blazing in those eyes. Same fire I've watched for months now, playing that violin like she's tearing her soul open. That fire that pulled me in from the first moment. What did you expect me to do? Thank you for kidnapping me? I lean closer, close enough to see the gold flecks in her brown eyes. I expected you to be smarter. Disappointment cuts deeper than I expected. 10 months. 10 fucking months I've watched her. I've seen how she reads rooms, notices details others miss. The way she slips between worlds. Classical music halls one night, Mafia parties the next, never losing her step. I know you, Evelyn. I hold her gaze, watching recognition flicker across her face. Better than you think. I hold her gaze for another moment before turning to look out the window. Mateo pulls up to my building, a modern high-rise with enough security to make Fort Knox jealous. Perfect place to keep something valuable. Or someone. We're here. I unlock the door and step out, circling around to Evelyn's side. Her face is a mask of fury and fear when I open her door. You gonna walk in yourself? Or do I need to carry you again? She glares daggers at me, those blue eyes electric with hate. Don't you dare touch me. Your choice. I step back, giving her space to exit. But if you try anything, I won't be gentle this time. Evelyn slides out of the car, clutching her violin case to her chest like a shield. It's the only thing of value she has left now. Welcome home, I say, watching her take in the building. It's not what most people expect. Glass and steel, legitimate on paper. No bodies buried in the foundation. At least, none I put there. This isn't my home, she snaps, her voice steady despite everything. This is a prison. I shrug. Call it whatever you want, you're staying. Mateo leans against his car, amusement dancing in his eyes. You two are adorable. Like watching a cat try to pet a porcupine. Fuck off, I tell him without heat. He's the closest thing I have to a friend, but that doesn't mean I won't put him in his place. I'll call you later, Mateo says, pushing off the car. He nods toward Evelyn, then looks back at me with a smirk. Try not to kill each other before morning. No promises, I mutter. Mateo laughs, sliding into his car. Good luck, violinist. You're gonna need it with this one. Before Evelyn can respond, he's pulling away, tires squealing slightly against the pavement. I place my hand on the small of her back, guiding her toward the entrance. She flinches but doesn't pull away. Progress. Touch me again and I'll break your fingers, she hisses. I lean close to her ear. I'd like to see you try. I guide her into the elevator, pressing the button for the penthouse. We ride up in silence, her body rigid beside mine. The doors open directly into my apartment, all black leather, steel, and glass. Floor-to-ceiling windows offer a view of the city that people may fantasize about but could never afford. Evelyn turns to face me, her eyes hard as ice. You seem to like playing with me. I keep my face blank. This isn't a game. Then what is it? She clutches her violin case tighter. Why were you stalking me? Why did you take me? For a moment I consider telling her everything, but knowledge is power, and right now I need her powerless. You need to rest, and I nod toward a hallway. You can take my bed. I'll sleep on the couch in the room. She laughs, a sharp, bitter sound. You think I'm going to sleep here? With you? You don't have much choice. I move past her toward my bedroom. Unless you prefer the floor. She follows, her heels clicking angrily against the hardwood. I need a shower. I stop, turning to look at her. She's still wearing that black dress from the performance. Elegant, expensive, now wrinkled from our struggle. Her makeup is smudged, hair falling from its perfect arrangement. Even disheveled, she looks like something that doesn't belong in my world. Fine. I walk to the dresser, pull out a black t-shirt and sweatpants. They'll swallow her whole, but it's better than nothing. I toss them onto the bed. These will have to do. She eyes the clothes like they might bite her. I need my own things. Not happening. I move to another door, pushing it open to reveal the bathroom. Towels are in the cabinet. Soap, shampoo, whatever you need is in there. She stands frozen, violin still clutched to her chest. Your precious violin will be safe, I tell her, nodding to the case. No one's going to touch it. Slowly, reluctantly, she sets the case on the bed, treating it with more care than most people show their children. Her fingers linger on the case before she grabs the clothes I've left out. 10 minutes, I say as she walks past me into the bathroom. She pauses in the doorway, looking back at me with defiance. I'll take as long as I want. The door slams in my face and I hear the lock click into place. Not that it would stop me if I wanted in. I lean against the wall outside the bathroom, listening to the water run. The sound of her moving around in there, my space, hits differently than I expected. Like she belongs here. Fuck, and this is bad. So fucking bad. I slide down the wall until I'm sitting on the floor, head in my hands. What the hell am I doing? 10 months watching her from a distance, telling myself it was just surveillance, just business, just keeping tabs on a potential asset. Bullshit. I watched her because I couldn't look away, because something about the way she moved, the way she played, like she was both perfectly controlled and completely wild at the same time, got under my skin. I watched her because in her world, in those concert halls and charity events, there was something pure, something I lost a long time ago, something I never really had. And now I've dragged her into my darkness. I run my hands through my hair, pulling hard enough to hurt. Pain keeps me focused, keeps me from thinking about her on the other side of that door. She doesn't belong here, not with me, not with someone who's killed more men than he can count, not with hands so covered in blood that sometimes I swear I can still feel it sticky between my fingers. Evelyn Anderson, so fucking delicate, so fucking strong. The way she stood up to me in the car, even after everything, most people would be broken by now. Not her. From a distance I could pretend I could watch her play, watch her smile, watch her move through the world untouched by the filth I live in. I could protect her without contaminating her. But this is kidnapping, this is forcing her into my life. This is marking her as mine in a way that can't be undone. Ivan will never stop looking for her now. I've painted a target on her back. And for what? Because I couldn't stand the thought of Ivan having her? Because I'm selfish enough to destroy her life just to keep her close? The water shuts off in the bathroom. I close my eyes, listening to her movements. Soft footsteps. The rustle of fabric. She's putting on my clothes touching her skin. This is bad, fucking bad.
Chapter 6. Evelyn. I step into the bathroom and catch my breath. It's all gleaming marble and glass, nothing like the cozy, vintage charm of my own apartment. Everything here screams money and power. The shower alone is bigger than my closet at home, with multiple shower heads and some kind of digital control panel. The countertops are pristine white marble with subtle gray veining. Even the towels look expensive, thick and plush, hanging on heated racks. I lock the door behind me, though I'm not naive enough to think it would stop him if he wanted to come in. A flimsy lock against a man who just took down 3 armed attackers. The thought should terrify me. But it doesn't. Not really. I can't explain why I'm not shaking with fear. Maybe it's shock. Maybe it's because he had every opportunity to hurt me already and didn't. Or maybe it's the way he looked at me when he thought I wasn't watching, like I was something precious, not just property to be claimed. I strip off my concert dress, now stained with blood that isn't mine, and step into the shower. The hot water hits my skin, and I finally let myself feel everything I've been holding back. Don't cry, I say to myself. Don't you dare cry. The command reminds me of my father. How many times had he said those exact words to me before performances? Straighten your back, Evelyn. Don't slouch. That passage was sloppy, again, from the beginning. Tears are weakness. Excellence doesn't weep. I let the water run over my face, washing away the tears that come despite my best efforts. My whole life has been about control, my father's control. Every note I played, every dress I wore, every smile I gave to an audience, all of it choreographed by Alexander Anderson, who saw his daughter not as a person, but as an extension of himself. My mother was no better. She'd sit silently during my father's critiques, occasionally offering a gentle, "Listen to your father, Evelyn. He knows what's best." The irony isn't lost on me. I've escaped one prison only to find myself in another. Yet somehow, this gilded cage feels different. Noah Rivera may be dangerous. He's clearly capable of violence, but he looks at me like he sees me. Not just the violin prodigy, not just the perfect daughter, but me. I press my forehead against the cool stone of the shower wall. What is wrong with me? I should be terrified. I should be plotting my escape, not standing here contemplating the strange lack of fear I feel toward my captor. I rinse the shampoo from my hair, trying to focus on the simple task rather than the man waiting outside the door. But my mind keeps drifting back to Noah. Those dark eyes, the way his shirt stretches across his shoulders, the casual confidence in how he moves. Stop it, I mutter to myself, turning the water temperature colder. It's ridiculous. He kidnapped me. He's holding me against my will. He's dangerous and probably kills people for a living. And yet, a warmth spreads through my lower belly that has nothing to do with the shower. I press my thighs together, shocked at my body's betrayal. What kind of woman gets turned on by her captor? The kind of women who read those dark romance novels, who fantasize about being taken by dangerous men with tattoos and scars. I'm not that woman. I'm Evelyn Anderson. I play Paganini at Carnegie Hall. I drink tea with my pinky out. I don't daydream about criminals, no matter how attractive they might be. Besides, it's been over a year since David and I broke up. David, with his safe corporate job and his safe corporate apartment and his safe, boring sex that never quite satisfied me. The few men I've dated since then never made it past a second date. My body is just reacting to proximity, to adrenaline, to anything male after so long. It doesn't mean anything. I turn off the water with more force than necessary and step out, wrapping one of those ridiculously soft towels around my body. My reflection in the mirror looks different somehow. My cheeks are flushed, my eyes too bright. This is insanity, I whisper to my reflection. Get it together. I dry off quickly and eye the clothes Noah left for me. A simple black t-shirt that will hang to my knees and a pair of sweatpants with a drawstring. Nothing revealing or suggestive. Nothing to indicate he's thinking about me the way I've been thinking about him, which is good, because I'm not thinking about him, not like that. I pull on the clothes, which smell like him, cedar and something spicy, and take a deep breath. Time to face my captor with a clear head and absolutely no inappropriate thoughts. I step out of the bathroom, towel drying my hair, and nearly collide with Noah's chest. My heart leaps into my throat. Jesus! I stumble backward, clutching the doorframe. Were you just standing there the whole time? Noah doesn't move, doesn't even blink. His eyes travel down my body, from my damp hair to my face, lingering on my lips, then continuing down to where his oversized shirt hangs off my frame. The sweatpants sit low on my hips despite the drawstring being pulled tight. His gaze is like a physical touch, hot, possessive, hungry. My breath catches. If this were any other situation, if he weren't essentially my kidnapper, if we'd met at a bar or after one of my concerts, that look would have led to clothes being torn off, bodies pressed against walls. "I need to make sure you don't do anything stupid," he says, voice lower and rougher than before. I cross my arms over my chest, suddenly aware of how the shirt clings to my still damp skin. Like what? Escape through the bathroom window 30 floors up? A muscle in his jaw twitches. You'd be surprised what people try when they're desperate. I'm not desperate. The lie comes easily. I'm angry. Noah steps closer. I refuse to back away even though every instinct screams at me to put distance between us. His scent envelops me, the same cedar and spice from his clothes, but stronger, mixed with something distinctly male. "You should be scared," he says. "Is that what you want? For me to be scared of you?" His eyes darken. "It would be smarter than whatever you're feeling right now." Heat floods my cheeks. "I don't know what you're talking about," I say, aiming for cool indifference but landing somewhere closer to breathless confusion. Noah's lips curve into something that's not quite a smile. "Yes, you do." He reaches out, and for one wild moment, I think he's going to touch me. Instead, he grabs a strand of my wet hair between his fingers, rubs it gently, then lets it fall. "Get some sleep, Evelyn. Tomorrow's going to be a long day." I swallow hard, fighting the inexplicable disappointment that washes over me. What happens tomorrow? "We figure out how to keep you alive."
Noah. I watch her cross to the bed where her violin case still lies, shoulders tensing with each step. The moonlight spills through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long shadows across the hardwood floors. Her fingers grip the violin case like it might save her from drowning. She gazes around the room, taking in the king-size bed with its dark gray sheets, the minimalist furniture, the absence of personal items. Nothing here tells a story about me, exactly as I prefer it. Evelyn turns to me, her wet hair framing her face. "Are the sheets clean?" The question catches me off guard and a laugh escapes before I can stop it. Not the cold, calculated laugh I use to intimidate, but something genuine that surprises even me. "The woman who cleans the apartment changed them yesterday," I say, watching her face. Perfect timing for unexpected guests. Her eyes narrow as she processes this information. "So you've slept in them at least once?" Something about her concern over sharing sheets with me stirs something inside me. Amusement, maybe, or something darker. I step closer, watching her body language shift. "Does that bother you?" I ask, my voice dropping lower. "Knowing I've been between those sheets?" Her cheeks flush and I can see the pulse at her throat quicken. Anger flashes in her eyes, not fear, but genuine frustration. "You're disgusting," she snaps, but there's something beneath her words that catches my attention. Something that feels like attraction wrapped in denial. I don't move, just watch her. "You asked?" Evelyn glares at me before marching to the bed and sitting on the edge. She places her violin case carefully beside her, then lies down, turning her back to me in one fluid motion. "Get out," she says, her voice muffled against the pillow. "Now." I stare at her back, amused by her command. For a woman who's essentially my prisoner, she's got more fire than most men I've killed. "That's not happening," I say, moving toward the bed. "This is my room." She sits up so fast her hair whips around, water droplets flying. "I am not sleeping in the same bed as you." I smirk, enjoying the way her eyes flash with defiance. "Worried you might enjoy it?" "You're delusional," she spits, clutching the violin case closer. "I'd rather sleep on the floor." "And ruin your pretty poise? How would you play that violin then?" I step closer, watching her tense. "What would happen to those delicate joints if you slept on hardwood all night?" Her jaw clenches. She knows I'm right, but she's too stubborn to admit it. "Fine, you take the floor then," she says, lifting her chin. I laugh, genuinely entertained by her audacity. "You think I'm sleeping on my own fucking floor while you take my bed?" "I think you're the one who kidnapped me, so yes." For a moment, we just stare at each other, locked in a silent battle of wills. Most people would have broken eye contact by now, intimidated by my presence. Not her. Not Evelyn Anderson. "I'll bring the sofa in," I say, surprising myself with the compromise. Her eyebrows lift slightly. "What?" "The sofa from the living room. I'll bring it in here." I don't wait for her response, just turn and walk out. The leather sofa isn't heavy, but it's awkward to maneuver through the doorway. When I get it into the bedroom, I position it near the window, far enough from the bed to give her space, close enough that I can watch her. Evelyn sits with her legs crossed now, still holding that damn violin case like it's a shield. "Why are you doing this?" she asks quietly. I ignore her question, grabbing a spare pillow and throw blanket from the closet. "Get some sleep." I stretch out on the sofa, the leather cool against my back. It's too small for my frame, my feet hanging off the edge, but I've slept in worse places. The steady rhythm of Evelyn's breathing fills the room. She's curled on her side, facing away from me, the violin case tucked against her chest like a child's teddy bear. My body's exhausted, but my mind won't shut down. Not with her lying there in my bed, just feet away from me. Fuck. I've wanted her since the first time I saw her play. The way her body moved with the music, like she was fucking the air with every stroke of her bow, the control in her fingers, the passion in her eyes, all that discipline and fire wrapped in one delicate package. I shift on the sofa, my cock hardening at the memory. How many nights have I lain awake thinking about her? How many women have I fucked while imagining it was Evelyn underneath me? Faceless women in hotel rooms, bent over my desk, against the wall of my apartment. All of them just poor substitutes for the woman now lying in my bed. I close my eyes, picturing what I'd do if I crossed that space between us. I'd start slow, run my hands through that long hair, grip it tight at the base of her skull. I'd make her look at me while I touched her. Watch those eyes cloud with pleasure as I slid my fingers between her legs. I'd take my time, make her beg for it, make her admit she wants it, just as much as I do. My jaw clenches as I fight the urge to get up, to go to her, to show her exactly what I've been thinking about all these months. To press her into the mattress and make her scream my name until her voice gives out. But I don't move, because as much as I want to fuck her until neither of us can walk, I need her to come to me. I need her to admit she wants this, wants me, as badly as I want her. I've taken enough from her today, her freedom, her safety, her illusion of control. I won't take this too, not yet. So I lie here, hard and aching, listening to her breathe, knowing she's just out of reach. And I wait, because Evelyn Anderson is worth waiting for.
Chapter 7. Evelyn. I lie in the dark, my eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. The sheets smell like him. I clutch my violin case against my chest like a warrior, my only connection to who I really am. Sleep won't come. Not in this strange bed. Not with him, just a couple of feet away. I turn my head slightly. Noah's silhouette is visible on the sofa by the window, illuminated by the faint glow of city lights filtering through the blinds. His breathing isn't deep or regular. He's awake too. My thoughts drift to Jessica. By now she must be frantic. She'll have gotten my message, understood the code we created years ago when we were just girls playing spy games, never imagining we'd need it for real. I picture her pacing her apartment, calling everyone we know, maybe even the police. My sweet, innocent sister who thinks I'm just a violinist, who believes my trips abroad are nothing more than concerts and cultural exchanges. She has no idea about Ivan, about any of this. I close my eyes, remembering the first time I met him, 7 months ago in Moscow. After my performance at the Bolshoi Theater, he approached me backstage, distinguished, elegant, his accent refined as he complimented my playing. "Your Paganini was exquisite, Miss Anderson, like you were born with the devil's own talent in your fingers." I should have recognized the warning in those words. He invited me to dinner, just a patron of the arts supporting a young musician, he said. I went because my father insisted. Alexander Anderson never missed an opportunity to make connections. That dinner led to another, then a private performance at his estate outside Moscow, then a contract, exclusive performances for his associates when I visited Europe. The money was extraordinary. My father was thrilled. I didn't know who Ivan really was until 3 months later, when I saw him in a back room after a performance in Vienna. Saw the blood on his knuckles. Saw the man on the floor. By then it was too late. The contract bound me to him for a year of performances. My father had already spent the advance, and Ivan made clear what happened to people who broke agreements with him. I shift in the bed trying to find a comfortable position that doesn't exist. Jessica knows nothing about any of this. She thinks I'm just busy, successful, living the dream our mother had for me. She teaches kindergarten and dates normal men who work normal jobs. Her world is safe. Or it was, until tonight. I wonder if Noah is right. Would Ivan have taken me to hurt me? I hear Noah shift on the sofa, the leather creaking slightly. "I know you're awake," he says, his voice low in the darkness. I don't answer right away, letting the silence stretch between us. There's something intimate about lying so close in the dark, both awake, both pretending we're not. "I thought assassins slept like babies," I finally say, my voice softer than intended. All that practice shutting off your conscience. The leather creaks again as he shifts. "Who says I have a conscience?" "Everyone has a conscience, Noah. Some people just bury it deeper than others." I sit up, still clutching my violin case. The moonlight catches his profile, sharp jawline, the curve of his lips. Even in shadow, he's beautiful in that dangerous way that makes my heart race. "What about you, princess?" he asks. "What keeps you awake? Guilt about that coded message to your sister? Worried she'll send the cavalry after you?" I raise an eyebrow he probably can't see in the darkness. "Maybe you should be." He laughs, a low rumble that sends an unexpected shiver down my spine. "The only cavalry coming is Ivan's, and they won't be looking to rescue you." I tuck my legs under me on the bed. "You know, for someone who claims to be protecting me, you're not very reassuring." "I didn't sign up to be your therapist." "No, you signed up to be my kidnapper, much more straightforward." He sits up too now, and I can feel his eyes on me even through the darkness. "I saved your life." "After stalking me for how long exactly?" I challenge. "Months? Were you watching me through my windows too? While I changed? While I slept?" Noah stands, his tall frame blocking the faint light from the window. He moves toward the bed, close enough that my breath catches. "I had people watching your building," he says, his voice controlled. "Not you. Not like that." "And that distinction matters?" "Yes." He's at the edge of the bed now. "It matters." The mattress dips as he sits on the far corner, keeping his distance. I clutch my violin case tighter. "You need to rest," he says, his tone shifting to something almost gentle. "Tomorrow won't be easy." "Is that concern I hear, Mr. Rivera? Careful, your conscience is showing?" He doesn't rise to the bait. "Sleep, Evelyn, while you can." I want to keep pushing, to find the cracks in his armor, but exhaustion suddenly hits me like a wave. The adrenaline that's kept me going is finally crashing. I look away from him, from those dark eyes that seem to see right through me. My fingers trace the worn edges of my violin case. This case has been with me through concert halls in Vienna, Moscow, New York, through applause and standing ovations, through my greatest triumphs. And now it's here, my only companion in this stranger's bedroom. "I'm not interested in conversation," I say, my voice sharper than before. "You're not my friend. You're not my protector. You're the man who took me against my will." Noah stays at the edge of the bed, that infuriating calm never leaving his face. Even in the dim light, I can see the definition of his shoulders through his t-shirt, the strength in his arms that carried me so effortlessly earlier. a monster in a god's body. That's what he is. I lie back down, turning away from him. The sheets smell like him. I hate that I notice it. Hate that some traitorous part of my brain finds it comforting. I hear him settle back onto the sofa, the leather creaking under his weight. The city hums outside, cars passing, sirens in the distance. New York never sleeps, and tonight I didn't think I would either. But exhaustion pulls at me, dragging me down despite my determination to stay alert. My eyelids grow heavy. The violin case slips slightly in my loosening grip. I shouldn't sleep. Not here. Not with him watching. Not when I need to plan, to think, to find a way out. But my body betrays me, surrendering to fatigue that seeps into my bones. The last thing I remember before darkness claims me is the steady sound of Noah's breathing across the room, and the thought that tomorrow, somehow, I need to escape this beautiful monster who's decided that I belong to him.
Noah. I wake to the vibration of my phone. The screen lights up the dim room as I quickly grab it before the sound can wake Evelyn. What? I keep my voice low, moving toward the window to put distance between me and the bed where she's still sleeping. Good morning to you too, sunshine. Mateo's voice comes through, too cheerful for the hour. Just checking whether our guest is still breathing or if you've scared her to death. I glance back at Evelyn. She's curled on her side, one arm still wrapped protectively around that violin case. Her hair spills across the pillow, and I allow myself a second to appreciate how peaceful she looks compared to the fury and fear of last night. She's fine, still sleeping. And you? You good with this whole situation? I turn back to the window, looking out at the skyline. What's that supposed to mean? It means, Mateo says, his voice dropping the playful tone, that I need to know you're sure about going further with this. You've crossed a line, Noah. Taking her like that. I didn't have a choice. There's always a choice, and now we have to deal with the consequences. He pauses. I need to inform the Ferettis. My grip tightens on the phone. Why the fuck would you do that? Because Ivan had men at her place. This isn't just about you wanting to play hero for a pretty violinist. This is business now. Damiano doesn't need to know for now. He already suspects something. Word travels fast. Those men you put down, their bodies were found. Questions are being asked. Mateo sighs. Look, I'm not saying we hand her over, but Damiano deserves to know what's happening on his turf. I watch a bird land on the railing of the terrace, then take off again. Fine, but I talk to him. Not you. Whatever you want, just don't wait too long. And Noah? What? You need to figure out what your endgame is here, because protecting her from Ivan is one thing, keeping her against her will is another. I end the call without responding and turn back to look at Evelyn. Her breathing is steady, face relaxed in sleep. So different from the woman who fought me like a wildcat last night. The morning light catches her hair, turning the brown strands almost golden against the dark linen. I need to think. Clear my head. Moving quietly across the room, I grab fresh clothes from the dresser and head to the bathroom. I lock the door behind me. Not that I think she'll wake up anytime soon after the night she had, but old habits die hard. The shower hisses to life, steam quickly filling the space. I strip and step under the scalding spray, letting it pound against my shoulders and back. Water sluices over the tattoos that mark my skin. Reminders of promises, losses, power. What the fuck am I doing? 10 months of watching her from a distance, now she's in my bed and I've started a war with the Russians. I press my forehead against the cool tile, letting the water beat down on my neck. Mateo's right. I need an endgame here. I can't keep her locked up in my apartment forever, no matter how much the thought appeals to me. Sooner or later, Ivan will track us down. And Damiano. Shit. Damiano's going to want answers about why I've dragged the Feretti family into this mess. The soap slips through my fingers, hitting the shower floor with a dull thud. I pick it up, working it into a lather across my chest and arms. I could take her somewhere else, but that's just delaying the inevitable. Ivan won't stop looking. And now that she sent that message to her sister, I rinse off, turning the water hotter until my skin burns red. For now, we stay put. This place is secure. High-tech security system, reinforced doors, private elevator access. I have weapons stashed throughout the apartment. If Ivan's men find us, I'll be ready. But I need more than just firepower. I need leverage. Something to make Ivan back off permanently. I shut off the water and grab a towel, roughly drying myself. The mirror has fogged over completely. My reflection nothing but a blur. Fitting. I barely recognize myself in this situation. For now, we stick to the original plan, keep her safe, keep her here, figure out our next move, and hope she doesn't try to kill me in my sleep. Damiano would back me on this, I know it. If I tell him Evan's men tried to take her, tried to hurt her, he'll understand why I stepped in. The Ferettis don't tolerate that kind of disrespect on their territory, especially not from the Russians. But the timing is shit. Damiano just welcomed his daughter into the world. After everything the family's been through these past 10 months, he deserves this moment of peace with his wife and baby. The family's been through hell. We all have. Damiano finally has something good in his life. Something pure. I can't bring this mess to his doorstep. Not yet. I'll handle it myself for now, keep Evelyn safe, figure out what Ivan wants with her. Then when I have more information, I'll go to Damiano. The water pounds against my back, each drop a reminder of the mess I've created. My fist connects with the tile wall before I even realize I've moved. Pain shoots up my arm, a welcome distraction from the chaos in my head.
Evelyn. The second I hear the shower running, I'm on my feet. My muscles protest after hours of tense sleep in an unfamiliar bed, but adrenaline pushes through the stiffness. I have minutes at most. I scan the bedroom. Think, Evelyn, I whisper to myself, moving toward the bedroom door. I turn the handle slowly, expecting resistance. It opens. He didn't lock it. Arrogance or oversight? The hallway stretches before me, all sleek minimalism and shadows. The shower still runs, a steady backdrop to my racing heart. I pad forward on bare feet, my borrowed clothes hanging loose on my frame. The living room opens up, spacious and sparse. A kitchen gleams with stainless steel to my right. I spot the front door immediately, heavy, reinforced metal with what looks like a keypad lock beside it. No way I'm guessing that code. I check my watch. 2 minutes since the shower started. The kitchen yields nothing useful. Knives locked in a drawer that won't budge. Smart man. I scan for phones, computers, anything with which to contact Jessica. Nothing. My eyes land on a small side table near the couch, a drawer. I slide it open silently, finding a sleek tablet inside. My fingers tremble as I power it on. Password protected. Damn it, I hiss, replacing it exactly as I found it. 3 minutes now. The shower still runs. I move to the windows in the living room. Same as the bedroom, sealed tight. 30 floors up means jumping isn't an option anyway. There's a balcony door, glass like the rest, but with a heavy lock. I try it knowing it's futile. Locked from the inside with a key I don't have. My heart hammers against my ribs as I sprint back toward the bedroom, scanning desperately for anything I missed. There's a closet I haven't checked. I slide it open, finding rows of dark clothing, all men's. I push aside hanging shirts, searching the back wall. Nothing but smooth drywall. I hurry back to the entrance door, my bare feet silent against the cold floor. The shower still runs. I have time. The keypad mocks me with its blinking light. I examine it closer this time, looking for smudges, worn buttons, anything to give me a clue. 4 digits, standard. I notice slight wear on the 3, 7, and 9 keys. I try different combinations. 3797 7939 9373. My fingers trembling with each attempt. The pad flashes red. Wrong, wrong, wrong. I close my eyes, forcing myself to think. What would a man like Noah use? Birth date? Too obvious. Some kind of code? trying to leave so soon? The voice freezes me in place. My stomach drops through the floor as my body goes rigid. The shower isn't running anymore. How did I miss that? I turn around slowly, my mouth dry. Noah stands just feet away, water still clinging to his skin. A white towel hangs dangerously low on his hips, and nothing else. My eyes betray me instantly. Broad shoulders taper to a narrow waist. His chest and arms are sculpted muscle, not the bulky kind, but the lean and sculpted, dangerous kind that speaks of function over vanity. Tattoos sprawl across his skin, intricate black designs, maybe reptilian, maybe oriental characters wrapping around his biceps, covering parts of his chest, disappearing beneath the towel. Water droplets trace paths down the ridges of his abdomen. My gaze follows one as it slides down past his navel, along the dark trail of hair that disappears beneath white cotton. Scars mark his body like a road map, a jagged line across his ribs, a circular mark near his collarbone, others I can't name. Each one tells a story I'm not sure I want to hear. His dark hair is slicked back, water making it appear even darker. Rivulets run down his neck, across shoulders that seem impossibly wide this close. I force my eyes back up to his face, mortified by my own reaction. His expression is unreadable, but there's something in his eyes. Amusement. Satisfaction. My voice fails me. My cheeks burn with embarrassment and something else I refuse to acknowledge. Noah's mouth curves into the barest hint of a smile. See something you like, Evelyn. You're flattering yourself, I manage to say, trying to inject venom into my voice despite the heat creeping up my neck. My eyes dart away from his half-naked form, focusing on a spot over his shoulder. Noah steps closer, water still glistening on his skin. The scent of his soap, cedar and something sharper, fills my senses. He's close enough now that I can feel the heat radiating from his shower-warm body. I don't need to flatter myself, he says, his voice dropping to a dangerous rumble. His eyes hold mine, unflinching and dark. I can tell your pussy is wet and wants to be fucked. The words hit me like a physical blow. My mouth falls open, shock stealing my breath. The crude assessment, the absolute audacity, sends a jolt of anger through me that finally breaks my paralysis. You're an asshole, I spit out, my hands curling into fists at my sides. The words feel inadequate against his vulgarity, but they're all I can manage through my rage and humiliation. Noah's expression doesn't change. He simply turns his back to me and in one fluid motion drops his towel to the floor. My breath catches. I should look away. I want to look away, but I can't. His back is a canvas of muscle and ink. Tattoos sprawl across his shoulder blades and spine, intricate designs I can't fully make out. A large piece dominates his right shoulder, something with dark wings that disappears under his armpit to his chest. My eyes travel down the curve of his spine to the dimples at his lower back, then lower still. His ass is as sculpted as the rest of him, firm, perfectly proportioned. Another scar cuts across his left hip, disappearing around the front. He moves with casual confidence, completely unconcerned with his nudity as he steps towards a dresser. The muscles in his back and shoulders shift beneath his skin with each movement, a lethal grace that reminds me of predator beasts I've seen in documentaries. I finally manage to tear my eyes away, turning to face the door again. My heart hammers against my ribs, my face burning with shame at my own reaction. I'm angry, furious, but underneath that anger is something else I refuse to acknowledge. I jerk my head away from him, my face burning with a mix of humiliation and rage. Go to hell, I spit out. Is that the best you've got? Noah chuckles, the sound low and infuriating as he pulls on a pair of black boxer briefs. For someone who moves in high society, your vocabulary is disappointingly limited. And for someone who claims to be protecting me, you're acting like a complete pig, I snap back, keeping my eyes fixed on the wall. Put some clothes on. Why? You seem to be enjoying the view. He steps into dark jeans, the fabric sliding up his legs with practiced ease. I wasn't, I start, but he cuts me off. You were. His voice drops an octave. Your pupils dilated, your breathing changed, your cheeks flushed. He lists these physical observations like he's reading items off a grocery list. Your body betrays you, Evelyn. I whirl around, fury overriding embarrassment now that he's at least partially dressed. You think highly of yourself, don't you? That every woman just falls at your feet? Noah pulls a black t-shirt over his head, the fabric stretching across his chest before settling into place. His lips quirk up at one corner. Not quite a smile, but something more dangerous. I don't think anything. I observe. He takes a step closer. And what I observed was you checking me out while claiming to hate me. I do hate you, I insist, holding my ground despite every instinct telling me to back away. You kidnapped me. You're holding me prisoner. The fact that you're attractive doesn't change that. The moment the words leave my mouth, I regret them. His eyes light up with triumph. So you admit it, he says, and a full smile breaks across his face. The transformation is startling, his features softening for just a moment before hardening again. You find me attractive. That's not, I stammer, mortified. I didn't mean... Noah throws his head back and laughs, actually laughs, the sound rich and unexpected in the tense space between us. It's the first genuine emotion I've seen from him, and it catches me off guard. For someone who performs in front of thousands, you're a terrible liar, he says, shaking his head. But don't worry, Evelyn. Your secret's safe with me. There is no secret, I growl, hating how defensive I sound. And you're flattering yourself if you think... Flattering myself? He steps closer, close enough that I smell the clean scent of his soap. No, sweetheart. I don't need to flatter myself. Your eyes do all the talking for you.
Chapter 8. Noah. I didn't plan to act like such an asshole. But watching her try to escape, watching her desperation, it does something to me, makes me want to push, makes me want to see how far I can take this before she breaks. Her face flushes red with anger and embarrassment as I stand before her, half naked and unashamed. The towel sits low on my hips, and I can see her eyes dart down before she forces them back to my face. You're disgusting, she spits, and you're lying. I step closer, watching her retreat until her back hits the wall. To yourself most of all. I shouldn't enjoy this, the way her chest rises and falls with quick, angry breaths. The way her eyes flash with defiance even as her body betrays her. But I do. God help me, I fucking do. You know what? I say, my voice dropping lower. If you want to leave so badly, all you have to do is ask. Her eyes widen with hope and something inside me twists with guilt. But I crush it down. Hope is dangerous for her right now. Really? She asks. I lean in close enough to see the flecks of darker blue in her eyes. Just ask, Evelyn. Ask me nicely if you can leave. She swallows hard. Can I leave? I smile, slow and deliberate. No. The hope in her eyes dies, replaced by pure hatred. It shouldn't be beautiful, but it is. You're a monster, she says, each word like ice. I never claimed to be anything else. I step back, giving her space to breathe. But I'm the monster keeping you alive right now. She pushes past me, her shoulder deliberately knocking into mine as she crosses the room. She sits down on the edge of the bed, her hands gripping the mattress so tightly her knuckles turn white. I hate you, she says, her voice tight with frustration. That's fine. I turn away, reaching for clothes in my dresser. Hate keeps people sharp, keeps them alive. When I turn back, she's staring at the floor, her shoulders slumped in defeat. It's not a good look on her. Makes something in my chest ache in a way I don't recognize. Evelyn, I say, softer than I intended. She doesn't look up. I watch her slumped shoulders, the hopelessness in her posture. It doesn't suit her. The violinist I've been watching for months is fire and steel wrapped in silk. This broken thing before me isn't what I wanted. My whole fucking life, she says suddenly, her voice low but razor sharp. She looks up at me, those stormy blue eyes tempestuous. My whole life men have decided what's best for me. I stay silent, let her talk, let her get it out. First my father. She laughs, but there's no humor in it. Every note I played, every school I attended, every boy I wasn't allowed to date, he controlled everything. She stands up, pacing now, her hands cutting through the air as she speaks. Then Ivan, with his contracts and his promises and his fucking lies. Her voice cracks. And now you. Another man who thinks he knows what's better for me than I do. I lean against the dresser, arms crossed. This isn't about, do you know what it feels like? She cuts me off, stepping closer. To be completely fucking useless in your own life? To watch everyone else make your decisions while you just exist? Something in her words hits too close. Reminds me of being 10 years old, watching my father stand over my mother's body, unable to do anything but breathe. I'm not trying to control your life, I say, keeping my voice even. No? She laughs again, bitter and cold. Then what would you call this? Kidnapping? Imprisonment? Protection. I push off from the dresser, closing the distance between us. Ivan would have done worse than lock you in a penthouse, Evelyn. Much worse. So I should be grateful. She doesn't back down, tilts her chin up to hold my gaze. Thank you, Noah, for being a slightly better option than a monster. I don't want your gratitude. I reach out, almost touch her face, but then drop my hand. I just want you alive. For how long? She asks, quieter now. How long am I your prisoner? Until we handle Ivan. The words come out before I can think them through. After that, I'll let you go. You can go back to your life, your music. Pretend none of this ever happened. She studies my face, looking for the lie. You promise? Yes. The word tastes like nightshade in my mouth. I've never been good at letting go of things that belong to me. And in my mind, she already does. But that's a problem for another day. I wait for her anger to rise again, for her to call me a liar. Instead, she sighs, her shoulders relaxing slightly. Okay, she says, crossing her arms. Now give me something to eat. I raise an eyebrow. Excuse me? You heard me. She tilts her head, something like a challenge in her eyes. If you insist on keeping me alive, you need to feed me. I haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon before the Feretti event. For a moment, I just stare at her. Then a small laugh escapes me. What's so funny? She demands, but there's less bite in her tone. You, I say, shaking my head. 1 minute you're calling me a monster, the next you're demanding breakfast. Well, you're a bad captor if you let me starve to death. She shrugs, and I catch the ghost of a smile on her lips. Kidnapping 101, Rivera. Keep your victim nourished. Is that so? I move toward the door, gesturing for her to follow. And what else does Kidnapping 101 teach? She follows me into the kitchen, keeping a careful distance. Decent clothes would be nice. Something that actually fits. I glance at her swimming in my t-shirt, the hem reaching almost to her knees. Something possessive stirs in me at the sight. I don't know, I say, opening the refrigerator. I think you look good in my clothes. She rolls her eyes, but the flush creeping up her neck betrays her. You would. I pull out eggs, bacon, bread. Coffee? God, yes. She slides onto a bar stool at the kitchen island, watching me with wary curiosity. I didn't expect you to cook. What did you expect? That I'd call for room service? I thought maybe you had people for that, minions or whatever. I crack eggs into a bowl. Sorry to disappoint, just me. And Mateo, she adds. Mateo isn't my minion. I glance at her. He's more like an annoying brother I never wanted. That earns me another almost smile. So you do have relationships. I was beginning to wonder if you were just a robot, programmed to kidnap musicians. Only the pretty ones, I say before I can stop myself. Her eyes widen slightly, and for a while neither of us speaks. I turn back to the stove, focusing on the eggs instead of the way her lips parted in surprise. How do you like your coffee? I ask, changing the subject. Black, she says, like your soul. This time I laugh out loud, surprising both of us. Careful, Evelyn. That almost sounded like you have a sense of humor. Don't get used to it, she says, but there's something lighter in her voice now. I still hate you. Noted. I slide a mug of coffee across to her. Drink your hate fuel.
Evelyn. I push the empty plate away, my stomach finally satisfied despite the chaos of my situation. The eggs were perfect. I hate that I have to admit it. Noah leans against the counter, his dark eyes tracking my every move like I'm the prey he's still deciding how to devour. Play for me. The words hang in the air between us. I look up, mug frozen halfway to my mouth with the last sip of coffee. What? Your violin. Noah nods toward the case I've kept within arm's reach since arriving. I want to hear you play. A strange feeling washes over me, not fear exactly, but something deeper, more intimate. The thought of playing for him, here in this prison of luxury, feels wrong. My violin is mine, the one thing that truly belonged to me, even when my father dictated every other aspect of my life. No. The word comes out firmer than I expect. Noah's eyebrow rises slightly. No. I'm not a circus animal that performs on command. I set the cup down with a clunk. You kidnapped me. You don't get to demand a private concert. He crosses his arms, muscles shifting under his shirt. I've heard you play before. That was different. How? I was being paid. The lie feels weak even to my ears. Noah's mouth quirks up at one corner. I can pay you. That's not... I stop, frustrated. You don't understand. Playing is personal. He pushes off from the counter and walks toward me. I resist the urge to back away. Then help me understand, Evelyn. My name in his mouth sounds different. Dangerous. What makes it so fucking personal that you'll play for a room full of strangers, but not for me? The question hits closer to home than I want to admit. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly cold despite the warm kitchen. When I play for an audience, I'm performing a role. It's a transaction. I struggle to find the right words. But playing just for one person is different. It's like letting someone see inside me. Noah's eyes darken, and you don't want me seeing inside you. It's not a question, but I answer anyway. Number I don't. The silence stretches between us, taut as a violin string. His gaze drops to my lips for just a moment before returning to my eyes. One day you'll play for me, Evelyn. His voice is soft but certain, and it won't be because I forced you. I hate the sparkle that runs down my spine at his words. I stand from the island counter, needing to put distance between us. Noah's presence fills every inch of this apartment, suffocating me even in this spacious kitchen. You seem pretty confident for someone who kidnapped a woman less than 12 hours ago, I say, trying to regain some control. Noah follows me into the living room, his footsteps silent on the marble floor. How does someone so large move so quietly? It's not kidnapping, it's protection. His voice carries that infuriating calm. And yes, I am confident you'll play for me. I'm a patient man. I spin around. Patient? You literally dragged me from my car last night. Some situations require immediate action. He shrugs, leaning against the doorframe. Others benefit from waiting. The way his eyes travel down my body makes my skin heat. I hate this reaction I have to him, hate how my body denounces me. Do you always stare at women like there's something to eat? I snap. A slow smile spreads across his face. Only the ones I find appetizing. You're disgusting. And yet, he slides closer. Your pupils dilate when I get near you. Your breathing changes. Your pulse. He reaches for my wrist, but I jerk it away. Don't touch me. I don't need to touch you to know what you're feeling, Evelyn. My name sounds like a caress in his mouth. Your body gives you away. My body is responding to fear, I lie. Noah laughs, the sound unexpectedly rich. Fear doesn't make your cheeks flush like that. It doesn't make you lick your lips when you think I'm not looking. I do not. You just did it again. His smile widens. I want to slap that smug look off his face. Instead, I march past him toward the bedroom, the only place I might find a moment's peace. Running away? He calls after me. From you? Absolutely. I hear him chuckle behind me. You can run, but there's nowhere to hide in my apartment. I whirl around, finding him closer than I expected. Do you practice these lines in the mirror, or do they come naturally to all kidnappers? Something dangerous flashes in his eyes, but his voice remains playful. Special talent. I save my best material for the beautiful ones. I'm flattered, I say, my voice dripping with sarcasm. Now leave me alone. This is my apartment, and I'm your unwilling guest, so show some manners. Noah steps closer, invading my space. I showed manners by cooking you breakfast. Congratulations on meeting the bare minimum of human decency. We're standing so close I can smell his cologne that makes my head swim. His eyes drop to my lips again, and for one terrifying instant, I think he might kiss me. More terrifying. I might let him. I back away quickly, turning toward the bedroom. I need space. Whatever you need, Evelyn, he says, his voice a low rumble that follows me down the hall. I reach the bedroom and slam the door behind me, the sound echoing through the apartment like a gunshot. Noah's laughter follows me like a ghost. The sound crawls under my skin, making me want to scream into one of his down pillows. But I won't give him that satisfaction. I pace the room instead, my hands balled into fists. My violin case sits on the bed where I left it, the only familiar thing in this beautiful prison. I run my fingers over the worn leather, finding comfort in its texture. Breathe, Evelyn, I say to myself. Just breathe. But my lungs feel constricted, and not just from fear. It's him. The way he looks at me like he can see right through me. The way his voice drops when he says my name. The way his presence fills a room even after he's left it. I press my forehead against the cool window pane, looking out at the New York skyline. Somewhere out there, Jessica is probably worried sick. My father is probably furious that I missed whatever performance he scheduled without telling me. And Ivan... I shudder thinking about what would have happened if his men had succeeded. Noah's right about one thing. Ivan is dangerous. But trading one captor for another isn't freedom. I hear Noah moving around in the living room, the soft sounds of someone completely at ease in their environment. How can he be so calm when he's turned both our lives upside down? My reflection stares back at me from the window, hair still damp from this morning's shower, wearing clothes that aren't mine, in an apartment I never chose to enter. Yet beneath the obvious distress in my eyes, there's something else, something I don't want to acknowledge. Attraction. I close my eyes, disgusted with myself. Stockholm Syndrome. That's what this is. A psychological response? It doesn't mean anything. But when I picture Noah's dark eyes, the curve of his mouth when he almost smiles, the way his hands move confidently while cooking breakfast, my body responds in ways my mind protests against. Stop it, I hiss at myself, pushing away from the window. I need to focus on escape, not on the man keeping me here. No matter how he makes my pulse race, no matter how safe I felt falling asleep knowing he was watching over me. That's the most dangerous thought of all, the idea that I might be safer with Noah than without him. I grab my violin case and hold it tight against my chest. I won't play for him. I can't. Music has always been my sanctuary, the one place where I'm truly free. If I share that with Noah, what will I have left that's just mine?
Chapter 9. Noah. My phone vibrates against the kitchen counter. Matteo's name flashes across the screen. What? I keep my voice low, glancing toward the bedroom where Evelyn's holed up with her violin. Ivan's men are tearing up the city looking for her. Matteo's voice carries an edge I rarely hear. They hit 3 of her usual spots last night. The Carlisle's a fucking mess. I grip the phone tighter. Let them look. This isn't a game, Noah. Ivan's calling in favors. He's got eyes everywhere. Good, let him squander his resources. I move to the window, scanning the street below out of habit. I need you to come watch her. The fuck, I'm not your babysitter. There's shit I need to handle, can't leave her alone. The thought of Evelyn making another escape attempt makes my jaw clench. You're losing it. First you take her, now you want me to play guard dog? Just get your ass over here. A long pause, I hear him exhale. Fine, but you owe me. I end the call without responding. Through the bedroom door, I hear the soft whisper of violin strings being plucked. Not played, just touched. Like she's reminding herself they're still there. But watching her grip that violin case like a shield, seeing the fire in her eyes when she fights back, it wakes up parts of me that should have stayed dead. I press my forehead against the cool glass of the window. Far below, the city moves in its usual rhythm, unaware of the war brewing in its shadows. I cross to the bedroom door and knock. No response. Just the faint sound of her fingers on the violin strings. Evelyn. I rap my knuckles against the wood again. Open the door. Silence. I can take this door off its hinges in under a minute. Your choice. Fuck off. Her voice cracks like a whip. I'm leaving for a few hours. Matteo's coming to keep an eye on you. A harsh laugh. Trading one jailer for another? He won't bother you, but I need to handle some business. What kind of business? Her tone sharpens. Killing more people? Open the door. Why should I? Because I'm asking nicely. I lean against the doorframe. For now. The lock clicks. The door swings open and she stands there, violin case armored to her chest. Her hair falls in damp waves around her face, my t-shirt hanging loose on her frame. I hate you, she says, but there's something else beneath the venom in her voice, something that makes my blood run hot. I lean against the doorframe, letting my eyes trail over her, the defiant tilt of her chin, the white knuckle grip on her violin case, the way my shirt hangs off one shoulder. Something tightens in my chest, but I force my face to remain blank. No, you don't. I keep my voice flat. You hate that you don't hate me? Her eyes flash. Don't tell me what I feel. Why not? Your face does it for me. I push off the doorframe, stepping closer. You're an open book, Evelyn. Every page screaming that you're fighting something you don't understand. She slaps my hand away. You think too highly of yourself. A laugh escapes me, genuine, which surprises us both. You're the first person to ever accuse me of that. There's a shift in her expression. For a second, the mask slips and I glimpse the woman beneath, curious, complex, conflicted. I step back, giving her space. I need to go handle some things. You need anything while I'm out? Food? Clothes that actually fit? She blinks, thrown by the sudden change of topic. Books? Something to keep you occupied besides plotting my murder? Her lips twitch, almost a smile, before she catches herself. I don't need anything from you. Suit yourself. I turn to leave, then pause. But that violin case isn't much of a wardrobe, unless you plan on wearing the same clothes until this is over. She hugs the case tighter. When will it be over? When Ivan's no longer breathing or I'm not. The truth slips out before I can stop it. Her eyes widen slightly. For once, she doesn't have a sharp comeback. So, I continue covering the moment of honesty. Clothes? Food preferences? Or you want to keep playing the martyr? Evelyn stares at me for a long moment, her fingers drumming against the violin case. I can practically see the gears turning in her head as she weighs her options. Fine, she says, her voice clipped. I'll make a list. I raise an eyebrow, waiting. But I'll pay you back, she adds, lifting her chin, every penny. Once this is over and you let me go back to my life. I almost laugh at her determination to maintain some control. Even trapped in my apartment wearing my clothes, she's negotiating terms like we're in a business meeting. Sure, princess, whatever helps you sleep at night. She narrows her eyes. I mean it, Noah, I don't want to owe you anything. You already owe me your life, I remind her. But if tallying up some clothing expenses makes you feel better, knock yourself out. Her cheeks flush with anger, but she swallows whatever retort was forming. Instead, she looks around. Do you have paper? A pen? I nod toward the kitchen. Drawer next to the fridge. She hesitates, clutching her violin case like it might disappear if she sets it down. After a moment's deliberation, she places it carefully on the bed and follows me to the kitchen. I pull open the drawer, watching as she takes out a notepad and pen. Her hands are steady as she begins her list, her handwriting precise and elegant. Just like her music. Controlled on the surface, wild underneath. I need actual clothes, she says, more to herself than to me. Not just your t-shirts. Specific brands? Sizes? I ask, leaning against the counter. She looks up, surprised by the question. You're actually going shopping. Number, but Mateo might if I pay him enough. Her lips twitch again, that almost smile I've caught glimpses of. Poor Mateo. Kidnapping and personal shopping in the same day. He'll survive. I watch her write, noting how she chews slightly on her lower lip when concentrating. Anything else? She hesitates, then adds something to the list. Books. I need something to read or I'll lose my mind in here. What kind? Anything, everything. She shrugs. I'm not picky. When she finishes, she tears the page off and holds it out to me. Our fingers brush as I take it and she snatches away quickly like I've burned her. I will pay you back, she repeats, her voice firm. Every cent. I fold the paper without looking at it and slip it into my pocket. If that's what you need to believe.
Evelyn. I drop the pen on the list I've been making and glance toward the bathroom. My skin feels sticky and my hair's a tangled mess from sleeping roughly last night. I need to take a shower, I announce, not quite meeting Noah's eyes. He looks up from his phone, his expression unreadable. You don't need to ask permission, Evelyn. The bathroom's yours whenever you want it. Something about the casual way he says my name makes my stomach flip. I hate that he affects me this way. Right, because I'm just a guest here, not a prisoner. The words come out sharper than intended. I grab the clothes he provided yesterday and march to the bathroom without another word. The hot water helps clear my head, but not enough. When I finish, I wrap myself in a towel and realize I forgot to ask for a hairbrush. The bedroom door is closed when I return. Noah must be in the living room. Perfect. I drop the towel, then pause. This is my chance to learn something, anything, about the man who's holding me captive. I move to his dresser first, sliding open the top drawer. Just neatly folded t-shirts, all black or gray. The second drawer holds nothing interesting either. The third has a false bottom. My heart races as I carefully lift the panel. Underneath lies a single photograph, worn at the edges as though it's been handled countless times. A woman with dark hair and Noah's eyes stares back at me. She's beautiful, sitting with a violin across her lap. The resemblance is striking. This has to be his mother. Her smile is gentle, with nothing of Noah's hard edges. I trace the edge of the photo with my fingertip. Why hide this? And why a violin? The coincidence makes my chest tighten. Find what you're looking for. I jump, nearly dropping the photograph. Noah stands in the doorway, his face a mask of controlled fury. Words fail me as I clutch the photo. Is this your mother? Something flickers across his face. Pain, maybe. It's gone so quickly I can't be sure. Put it back. His voice is deadly quiet. She played violin. I don't know why I say it, why I'm prodding when his eyes have gone so dark. Noah crosses the room in 3 long strides and snatches the photo from my hands. You don't get to ask about her. I press even as warning bells sound in my head. What happened to her? Noah carefully returns the photo to its hiding place, his movements precise despite the tension radiating from him. She died. His voice is flat. And you need to learn to respect boundaries, Evelyn. My heart hammers in my chest as Noah turns away from me. The silence between us stretches thin and brittle. Then it hits me. The towel. In my rush to get dressed and search his room, I dropped it on the floor and I look down in horror. I'm completely naked, standing in the middle of Noah Rivera's bedroom without a stitch of clothing. Heat floods my face, spreading down my neck and chest in a wave of mortification. How did I not notice? Oh my God, I whisper, frozen in place. Noah's shoulders tense at the sound of my voice, but he doesn't turn. His eyes had never left mine during our entire confrontation. Not once had they dipped lower. I'll give you a minute, he says, his voice oddly tight. He moves toward the door, still facing away from me. Wait, I say, not sure why I'm stopping him. My arms cross over my chest instinctively. You didn't look. Noah pauses at the doorway, one hand on the frame. No, he says simply. I didn't. Something shifts in my understanding of him. This man who kidnapped me, who threatened me, who taunted me, he could have taken advantage of my vulnerability, but he didn't. Thank you, I say, the words feeling strange on my tongue. He gives a short nod, still not turning. Get dressed, Evelyn. Then he's gone, closing the door firmly behind him. I scramble for the clothes, my hands shaking as I pull them on. Shame and confusion war within me. I dress quickly, my face still burning with embarrassment. The soft cotton of his borrowed t-shirt does little to calm my racing thoughts. What just happened? Noah Rivera, kidnapper, enforcer, dangerous man, caught me naked and chose not to look. The gesture of respect feels out of place, like finding a delicate flower growing through concrete. When I finally gather enough courage to leave the bedroom, I find Noah standing by the window, his back rigid. He turns at the sound of the door, his expression carefully blank. Mateo's here, he says, not quite meeting my eyes. Noah, about what happened, I start, needing to acknowledge the moment somehow. Don't. He cuts me off with a sharp gesture. It's done. But something shifted in his demeanor. The cocky, taunting man from earlier has disappeared, replaced by someone more distant, disappointed even. In me? In himself? I can't tell. The buzzer sounds and Noah moves to the intercom, pressing a button without speaking. Moments later, there's a knock at the door. Noah lets Mateo in, their greeting a wordless nod. Mateo's eyes immediately find me, standing awkwardly in the middle of the living room. Princess, he says with a mock bow. Still breathing, I see. No thanks to your friend, I reply, but my usual fire feels dampened. Mateo's gaze shifts between Noah and me, his eyebrows drawing together slightly. He shrugs off his leather jacket and tosses it over the back of a chair. What's with you two? He asks, not bothering with subtlety. Feels like I walked into a funeral. Nothing, Noah and I say simultaneously. Mateo snorts. Yeah, that's convincing. He moves to the kitchen, opening Noah's fridge like he owns the place. You know, if you're going to lie, at least try to be good at it. Noah shoots him a warning look. Drop it, Mateo. Fine, fine. Mateo grabs a beer, twisting off the cap. But whatever's going on, fix it. We've got bigger problems than your little domestic drama. I cross my arms over my chest. We're not... Save it, princess. Matteo takes a long drink. I don't care what you two are or aren't. I'm just here to make sure you stay alive and Noah doesn't do anything any more stupid than he already has.
Chapter 10. Noah. I don't say a word as I grab my keys from the counter. My jaw clenches so tight my teeth might crack. Matteo raises an eyebrow. You good? I ignore him, slipping on my leather jacket in one fluid motion. Evelyn stands there with her arms crossed, her blue eyes burning holes through me. The photograph of my mother sits on the dresser where she found it. Evidence of her intrusion, of her seeing something nobody was meant to see. I'll be back in a couple of hours, I say, voice flat. Don't let her leave. Where are you? Evelyn starts. I close the door before she can finish. The hallway feels too small suddenly, the walls pressing in. Fuck. The garage is cold and quiet. I pass my bike, the Ducati Matteo brought over, and head straight for the black Audi instead. I need the trunk space for whatever shit Evelyn put on that list. Clothes, books, fucking toiletries. I slam the car door and grip the steering wheel hard enough that my knuckles turn white. The engine purrs to life, but I don't pull out immediately. Instead, I sit there, breathing. She saw the photograph. The only thing I've kept. The only weakness I've allowed myself. My mother with her violin smiling like the world wasn't about to swallow her whole. I bang my fist against the steering wheel once, twice. The pain helps clear my head. I can't let Evelyn see me like this. Can't let her know she got to me. Can't let her think for 1 second that she has any power here. That's how people get hurt. That's how people die. That's how my mother died. I put the car in gear and peel out of the garage, tires squealing against concrete. The city opens up before me, all steel and glass reflecting the afternoon sun. I drive too fast, weaving through traffic with practiced precision. I need to get her things, I need to get back, I need to regain control. Because I can feel it slipping. Have been feeling it since I first saw Evelyn Anderson on that stage, violin pressed against her shoulder, eyes closed like she was somewhere else entirely. I take a deep breath. Push away the memory of her standing there in my bedroom, vulnerable and exposed. Push away the way she looked at me when she realized I wasn't going to meet her gaze. I'm not that man, I can't be that man, not with anyone, not with Evelyn fucking Anderson. I pull over to the side of the road and grab my phone. My thumb hovers over Damiano's contact before I decide against it. Better to call Alessio first. Get a read on the situation. He answers on the second ring. Noah. His voice is clipped. Not a good sign. Where's Damiano? I keep my own voice steady. Neutral. Where the fuck have you been? Ivan's men were found dead. Matteo's been dodging questions. And now you call like it's just another Tuesday? I grip the steering wheel tighter. I asked where Damiano is. A pause. I can almost see Alessio running his hand through his short dark hair, something he does when he's trying to decide how much to say. He's here with Enzo. They're waiting for you in Damiano's office. They know I'm coming? They know something's fucked and they know you're involved. Alessio lowers his voice. What did you do, Noah? I don't answer that. I'll be there in 20. Make it 15, Enzo's in one of his moods. Perfect, just what I need. I hang up and toss the phone onto the passenger seat. The list of Evelyn's requirements sits there, mocking me. The shopping will have to wait. I pull back into traffic and head toward the Feretti mansion. My mind races through possible scenarios, angles, explanations. Taking Evelyn wasn't part of any plan. It was impulsive, dangerous, stupid, but I'd do it again. The gates of the Feretti estate loom ahead, imposing wrought iron. The guard recognizes me immediately and waves me through. I park in my usual spot and take a moment to collect myself. This isn't going to be pretty. I straighten my jacket and head inside, nodding at the staff as I pass. My footsteps echo on the marble floors as I make my way to Damiano's office. No point in delaying the inevitable. Alessio stands outside the double doors. His expression is grim. They know about the girl, he says, and how much? Enough. He studies my face. This isn't like you, Noah, taking her without orders. How do they know, I ask. Word is that Ivan said he sent some men to pick her up and they ended up dead. Damiano knew that you were watching her, Noah. I don't respond to that either. Instead, I push past him and open the door. Damiano sits behind his massive desk, fingers steepled in front of him. Enzo leans against the window, arms crossed. Both men look up as I enter. Il Fantasma finally graces us with his presence, Enzo drawls, his eyes dark with anger. Damiano says nothing, just watches me with that calculating gaze of his. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken accusations. I close the door behind me, time to come clean. Sit, Damiano says, gesturing to the chair across from his desk. I remain standing for a beat, just long enough to make it clear I'm choosing to comply, not being ordered. Then take the seat. My face gives nothing away as I settle into the leather chair. So, Enzo pushes off from the window, circling behind me like a shark. The violinist. What was her name again? Evelyn Anderson? His voice drips with mockery. Didn't realize you were such a music lover, Noah. Though I guess everyone needs a hobby. I keep my eyes on Damiano, ignoring Enzo's bait. You took her, Damiano states, not a question. Yes. And killed Ivan's men. Yes. Enzo leans down, his face uncomfortably close to mine. And you didn't think to mention this little side project to anyone? Just decided to start a war with the Russians on your own? My jaw tightens. I won't give him the satisfaction of turning to look at him. Enough, Enzo, Damiano says, his voice cutting through the tension. Back off. Ivan's men were waiting at her apartment, I say, keeping my voice level. They were going to take her. Damiano leans forward slightly. And this concerns you because she's under my protection. Enzo barks out a laugh behind me. Since when? Did I miss a memo? I ignore him, keeping my eyes locked with Damiano's. I couldn't let them take her. So you killed 3 Russians and kidnapped a woman who performed at my daughter's christening. Damiano's voice remains calm, but I can see the fury building behind his eyes. Without saying a word to me, there wasn't time. Bullshit, Enzo snaps. Damiano raises a hand, silencing Enzo. You should have told me, Noah. Immediately after, if not before. He stands, placing both palms flat on his desk. Do you understand what you've done? We're about to face a war with Ivan. The weight of his words settles in the room. I knew this would happen, but hearing Damiano say it makes it real. My family, Damiano continues, his voice dropping lower. My wife. My newborn daughter. Everyone in this house now needs extra protection because you decided to act without informing me. I don't flinch, though the accusation cuts deep. I understand. Do you? Damiano circles the desk, coming to stand directly in front of me. I don't think you do. Ivan will come for her, and when he can't find her, he'll come for us. All of us. I'll handle Ivan. No. Damiano's voice is sharp. You won't. Not alone. Not anymore. This isn't just about you and whatever obsession you've developed with this woman. I clench my jaw at the word obsession, but stay silent. You're going to face consequences for this, Noah. Damiano steps back, his expression hardening. You've put my family at risk. That's not something I can overlook, even for you. I meet Damiano's gaze without flinching. 15 years of service to the Feretti family, and this is the first time I've seen true disappointment in his eyes. You want to impose consequences? Fine. I accept them, I say, keeping my voice steady. But I won't apologize for keeping her safe from Ivan. Damiano shakes his head. This isn't about apologies, it's about loyalty and chain of command. He walks back around his desk, lowering himself into his chair. You're suspended from operations, effective immediately. The words hit me like a punch in the jaw. What? For 2 weeks you're off duty? No meetings, no collections, no enforcement. Nothing. You can't be serious, I surge forward, my hands clenching into fists. We have the Colombian shipment coming in, the Expansion South dash. all of which will proceed without you. Damiano cuts me off. Matteo will handle your responsibilities. Behind me, Enzo makes a sound that might be satisfaction. Damiano catches my eye, then glances toward Enzo and Alessio. Leave us. But, Enzo starts. Now. Damiano's voice leaves no room for argument. Alessio nods, already moving toward the door. Enzo lingers a moment longer, eyes narrowed at me before following Alessio out. The heavy wooden door clicks shut behind them. Silence fills the room. Damiano walks to the liquor cabinet in the corner, pulls out 2 glasses and a bottle of scotch. He pours 2 fingers in each, slides one across the desk toward me. Sit down, Noah. I take the seat across from him, leaving the scotch untouched. Damiano drops back into his chair with a heavy sigh. All these years, how many times have you put your life on the line for this family? For me? I don't answer. We both know. Moscow. That mess in Miami. The triad situation. Sienna's situation. He takes a sip, eyes never leaving mine. You've had my back through all of it. It's my job. No. Damiano sets his glass down with a sharp thud. It's more than that. We both know it, which is why this hurts more. He leans forward. I will have your back with Ivan. I will protect this woman if she needs it. But I need something from you in return. I wait. Complete honesty, no more of this lone wolf shit. Damiano's eyes harden. You come to me first every time. No exceptions. I couldn't risk. You couldn't risk what? That I'd say no? Damiano cuts me off. That I'd hand her over to Ivan? Is that what you think of me? The accusation stings because he's right. I didn't trust him with this. With her. You've been watching this woman for months, Damiano continues. Don't think I haven't been aware. This isn't just business for you. I clench my jaw but say nothing. I don't care what she is to you, but I care about this family's survival. Damiano leans back. So here's how this works. Your suspension stands. But I need to know where she is. And I need to know you'll come to me with everything from now on. I reach for the scotch, finally taking a sip. The burn matches the heat in my chest. She's at my place. Matteo's watching her. Damiano nods. And Ivan? What's his interest in her? She has signed a contract with him exclusively. He doesn't share his things. And now you've taken one of his things. I feel my jaw tighten. She's not a thing. A ghost of a smile touches Damiano's lips. No, she's not. Which is why we're having this conversation instead of me putting a bullet in your head for risking my family. I drain the rest of the scotch and set the glass down. Thank you for understanding. I don't understand, Damiano corrects me. But I'm giving you room to explain yourself. Don't mistake that for approval. I know, and I'll pay you back for this, Damiano, whatever it costs. Something shifts in his expression. A hardness I rarely see directed at me. Yes, you will. I nod. I understand. Good. Damiano gestures toward the door. Now get out of my office before I change my mind about letting you walk out of here. I rise, leaving the empty glass on his desk. There's nothing more to say. I created this mess and now I'll deal with the fallout. I turn and walk toward the door, feeling Damiano's eyes on my back. The hallway feels too bright after the dimness of Damiano's office. I pull the door closed behind me and pause, exhaling slowly. 2 weeks suspension. It could have been worse. Much worse. So you're still alive. Interesting. I look up to find Lucrezia leaning against the wall, arms crossed over her chest. Her dark eyes study me with that particular blend of curiosity and judgment she's perfected. Disappointed, I ask? She pushes off the wall, moving closer. Just surprised. My brother doesn't usually let people walk away after they put our family at risk. I clench my jaw. Your brother handled it. For now. Lucretia tilts her head. She must be special, this Evelyn, to make you lose your mind like this. I didn't lose my mind. Really? She gives me a knowing look. The Noah Rivera I know doesn't act without orders, doesn't take risks without calculating every angle. She steps closer, lowering her voice. Doesn't kidnap women from charity events. I didn't kidnap her, I saved her. Same difference in our world, isn't it? She studies my face. Just be careful, Noah. When men like you suddenly develop feelings, people tend to get hurt. I don't bother correcting her assumption. I need to go. Lucretia nods, stepping aside. Of course you do. Your captive awaits. I move past her without another word, heading for the exit. I've spent enough time away from my apartment, from Evelyn, and with Ivan's men searching the city, I can't afford to be gone much longer.
Chapter 11. Evelyn. I sit cross-legged on Noah's sofa. Mateo leans against the bookcase, watching me with undisguised curiosity. The silence stretches between us, uncomfortable and thick. So, Mateo finally says, how are you enjoying your stay at Hotel Rivera? I glare at him. About as much as I'd enjoy a root canal. That bad? He grins, completely unfazed by my hostility. Noah's place is nicer than most five-star hotels in the city. The accommodations aren't the issue. I encircle my violin case in my arms. It's the whole kidnapping situation I find problematic. Mateo laughs, the sound unexpectedly warm. Noah told me you had fire. I see he wasn't exaggerating. Is that why you're here? To observe the captive in her natural habitat? I'm here because Noah asked me to babysit. He walks closer, though I prefer to think of it as providing security. I don't need a babysitter. No? He raises an eyebrow. What would you have done if Ivan's men had gotten to you first? The question hits like a slap. I look away, unwilling to admit I have no answer. That's what I thought. Mateo sits on the armchair across from me. So you play the violin. Brilliant observation. Are you always this pleasant, or am I special? I reserve my charm for people who aren't complicit in my abduction. Mateo leans forward, elbows on his knees. You know, most people would be thanking Noah right now, not treating him like he's the villain. Most people haven't been detained in a stranger's apartment against their will. Most people haven't had Russian mobsters trying to drag them off to God knows where. His tone sharpens. Do you even understand what Ivan would have done to you? I resettle the case in my arms like a new mother. Noah keeps saying the same thing, but neither of you will tell me why Ivan wants me in the first place. That's for Noah to explain. Mateo studies me. How long have you been playing? The abrupt change of subject throws me. Since I was 4. You must be good then. I'm adequate. Mateo snorts. Right. That's why you perform at Feretti christenings and Carlisle charity events, because you're adequate. What do you want from me, Mateo? Just making conversation. His eyes gleam with mischief. Unless you'd prefer we sit in silence until Noah returns. Silence sounds wonderful. Too bad. He grins wider. You know what I think? Mateo leans closer. I think you like him. Excuse me? Noah. I think you like him more than you're willing to admit. I don't like Noah one bit, I protest, heat rising to my cheeks. That's ridiculous. He kidnapped me. Sure. Mateo's smirk grows wider. And I'm the Pope. You don't know anything about me. I know enough. He taps his fingers against the armrest. I've known Noah for years, and I've never seen him act this way about anyone. Act what way? The question slips out before I can stop it. Like he cares. Mateo's eyes lock with mine. Noah doesn't care about people. It's not in his nature. I scoff, desperate to hide how his words affect me. Well, he doesn't care about me either. I'm just a possession to him, something he took from Ivan. If that's what helps you sleep at night. How long have you worked with Noah? I change the subject before it gets more awkward. He leans back. Trust me, you don't want to hear about my job. Why not? Because it would confirm all your worst fears about what kind of men we are. His tone remains light, but his eyes don't match. Let's talk about music instead. What's your favorite piece to play? I hesitate, surprised by the genuine interest. Paganini's Caprice No. 24. It's technically challenging, but emotionally rewarding. I don't know much about classical music, Matteo admits. My mother used to play old records sometimes, but that's about it. What kind of music do you like? Classic rock, some jazz. He grins. Nothing as sophisticated as what you play. For a while, the conversation flows naturally. I find myself relaxing slightly, the grip on my violin case loosening. Then Matteo chuckles, shaking his head. What's so funny? I ask. You. He points at me. That was smooth, by the way, getting me to change the subject when things got uncomfortable. My cheeks burn. I don't know what you're talking about. Sure you do. Matteo leans forward again. We were talking about how you feel about Noah, and suddenly we're discussing Paganini. I was just trying to have a civil conversation. No, you were deflecting. His eyes sparkle with amusement. Which means I hit a nerve. You do like him. I don't. It's okay to admit it, you know. I won't tell him. Matteo winks. Well, maybe I will. Depends on how entertaining his reaction might be. I need to end this conversation before I say something I'll regret. Matteo's knowing smirk makes my skin crawl, not because he's unpleasant, but because he sees right through me. Is there a TV in here? I ask abruptly, scanning the room. Matteo raises an eyebrow. Changing the subject again? Just looking for a distraction from this stimulating conversation. I stand up, still cradling my violin case. Where does Noah keep the remote? Cabinet under the TV. Matteo points to a sleek panel on the wall that I hadn't even recognized as a television. But you're not going to find any trashy reality shows if that's what you're hoping for. Noah's not much for television. I walk to the cabinet and pull it open, finding a single remote. I'll settle for the news. Anything to drown out your amateur psychoanalysis. Ouch. You really know how to hurt a guy's feelings. I press the power button and the massive screen flickers to life. A financial news channel appears, all stock tickers and serious-faced anchors discussing market trends. Fascinating viewing choice, Matteo comments dryly. I increase the volume slightly and return to the sofa, positioning myself so the blaring financial news creates a wall between us. The anchor drones on about interest rates and corporate earnings, and I've never been so grateful for boring television. Matteo shakes his head, amused. You know, turning on Bloomberg doesn't make this conversation disappear. I'm not trying to make anything disappear. I just want to catch up on the markets. I force my eyes to stay fixed on the screen. Right, because captive violinists are typically concerned with the Dow Jones Industrial Average. I ignore him, pretending to be absorbed in a segment about tech stocks. The numbers and graphs mean nothing to me, but they're infinitely preferable to Matteo's probing questions about Noah. After a few minutes of blessed financial jargon filling the silence, Matteo sighs dramatically. Fine, have it your way. He pulls out his phone and starts scrolling, apparently giving up on conversation. I relax slightly, the tension in my shoulders easing. The mindless drone of market analysis washes over me, creating a buffer between Matteo's observations and my confused feelings. For now, at least, I found refuge in the most unlikely place: financial news. And if pretending to care about stock prices keeps Matteo from dissecting my relationship with Noah, I'll become the world's most dedicated viewer. I glance at Matteo from the corner of my eye. The market news drones on, neither of us really watching. The silence between us feels less hostile now, almost comfortable. Almost. My mind races with questions about Noah. The photograph I found, his mother with a violin, feels like a key to something important, something I could use. So, I say, keeping my voice casual, how many years have you known Noah? Mateo's lips quirk up. Fishing for information already? That didn't take long. Just making conversation. I shrug, turning the volume down on the TV. Better than sitting here in silence. We grew up together, sort of. Mateo stretches his legs out. Both worked for the Ferettis since we were teenagers. I shift on the couch, angling toward him. And his family? He never mentions them. A shadow crosses Mateo's face. Not my story to tell. The violin in the photo. His mother played? His eyebrows shoot up. You found that picture? Shit. No wonder he stormed out of here. He caught me snooping, I admit, but he didn't explain anything. He wouldn't. Mateo studies me. Noah doesn't talk about his past, ever. I press on. But you know about it. Some. He sighs. Look, if you're trying to find his weakness, good luck. Man's made of stone. I'm not. I stop myself, aren't I? I just want to understand who's holding me captive. Mateo laughs, the sound sharp. Captive? Princess, if Noah wanted to hurt you, you'd be suffering. If he wanted to use you, you'd be used. Instead, you're sitting here in his apartment watching Bloomberg and wearing his clothes. That doesn't make this okay. Never said it did. He leans forward. But I know Noah, and this... He gestures around the apartment. This isn't normal. Noah doesn't bring people here. Ever. My pulse quickens. What do you mean? I mean, in all the years I've known him, he's never had a woman stay in his place. Not once. So what am I? Special. The sarcasm drips from my voice. Mateo's eyes narrow. Maybe, or maybe you're just the first one he's wanted for himself in a long time. I swallow hard. The violin. Is that why he watches me play? Something shifts in Mateo's expression. You notice that, huh? It's hard not to notice someone staring at you for months. You knew he was watching you? Before all this? I nod. Not who he was, just that someone was there. I sensed eyes watching without seeing them. Mateo rubs his jaw. Interesting. What happened to his mother? That's definitely not my story to tell. He stands up. But if you want my advice, don't mention her unless you want to see a side of Noah that scares even me. I stare at the TV screen without really seeing it after Mateo walks away. His words about Noah's mother linger in my mind, pulling me toward memories I usually keep locked away. My own mother, Margaret Anderson, concert pianist turned trophy wife. I remember her hands, elegant with long fingers that could stretch across octaves effortlessly. Those same hands that would smooth my hair before recitals, straighten my dress collar, and occasionally, very occasionally, offer comfort, but never protection. I close my eyes, letting the memory surface. I was 11, standing in our living room, violin clutched in my hands, my father's voice booming through the house. 4 hours of practice isn't enough. You think this is a game, Evelyn. You think Carnegie Hall is for children who practice when they feel like it. My mother sat at her piano, shoulders stiff, eyes down, silent. Mom, I whispered, please. She never looked up, just placed her fingers on the keys and began to play, drowning out my father's tirade with Chopin. That was her answer to everything. When my father pushed too hard, when I cried from exhaustion, when Jessica begged to quit ballet, my mother played, as if the music could wash away the reality of what was happening. I pull my knees to my chest, hugging them tight. What would she think of me now? Trapped in an apartment by a man who killed without hesitation, entangled with the Mafia, a pawn between powerful men. She'd probably just sit at her piano and play louder. The last time I saw her was 3 years ago. My father had organized a special performance, me on violin, her on piano, a duet for his business associates. We played beautifully together, our instruments weaving a tapestry of sound that made the audience rise to their feet. Backstage, I told her I was thinking of breaking my contract with my father's management company, of playing what I wanted, where I wanted. She just kissed my cheek and said, "Don't rock the boat, darling. It's easier to float with the current." I gripped the remote tighter, fighting back tears. I won't be like her. I won't just accept this situation, play along, and pretend everything is fine. Unlike my mother, I will find a way out. I'm still lost in my thoughts when the front door clicks open. Noah strides in, his arms loaded with shopping bags. His eyes find me immediately, his expression unreadable as always. He sets the bags down with careful precision. Something about his movements seems tense, controlled even more rigidly than before. "I got what you asked for," he says, not looking at me. His voice is flat, emotionless. Clothes, books, toiletries. I stand up, curious despite myself about what he's bought. "Thank you." He ignores my gratitude, turning to Matteo, who's leaning against the wall, watching our interaction with obvious interest. "Need to talk to you," Noah says to him. Then he glances at me. "Alone?" I cross my arms. This is about me, isn't it? I should be part of any conversation. "Not now, Evelyn." There's a hard edge to his voice I haven't heard before. "Go to the bedroom. I'll bring your things in when we're done." "I'm not a child you can send to my room." Noah's jaw tightens. 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking. Something in his expression makes me pause. There's tension radiating from him, something beyond our usual antagonism. Whatever he needs to discuss with Matteo, it's serious. "Fine," I say, not bothering to hide my irritation. 5 minutes. As I walk toward the bedroom, I hear Matteo mutter something that sounds like "whipped" under his breath. Noah doesn't respond, which seems unusual for him. I close the bedroom door behind me, but immediately press my ear against it. Their voices are too low to make out distinct words, but the tone is unmistakable. Urgent. Intense. I hear Noah's voice rise slightly, then Matteo's response, sharp and quick. Whatever's happening, it can't be good. I step away from the door and move to the window, staring out at the New York skyline. The city looks deceptively peaceful from up here, all sparkling lights and geometric patterns. No hint of the violence and danger lurking beneath. I wonder what's changed since Noah left this morning. Has Ivan made a move?
Chapter 12. Noah. I pull Matteo into the kitchen, keeping my voice low so Evelyn can't hear us. The granite countertop feels cold under my palms as I lean against it. "It was a fucking disaster," I mutter, running a hand through my hair. Damiano was ready to put a bullet in my head. Matteo crosses his arms. "What did you expect? You killed 3 of Ivan's men and kidnapped a woman who played at his daughter's christening. I didn't have a choice," my jaw flexes. "Ivan's men were there to take her. What was I supposed to do? Let them? You could have called for backup instead of going lone wolf." Matteo's eyes narrow. "So what's the damage?" "He said that I won't be alone, but if anything goes sideways, it's on me." "Could be worse," Matteo says with a shrug. "You're lucky Damiano has your back. Anyone else would be feeding the fish in the Hudson by now." "He doesn't have my back. He's cutting me loose if this blows up." "Bullshit. If Damiano wanted you gone, you'd be gone." Matteo leans closer. "He values you too much. That's why you're still breathing after this stunt." I let out a humorless laugh. "Lucrezia cornered me on the way out. Warned me about getting attached. Smart woman." Matteo glances toward the living room. "So what's the plan now?" "I need to figure out what Ivan wants with her. It's not just about her playing violin at his events. There's something else. And in the meantime, she stays here where I can protect her. I straighten up. Ivan's men are searching the city. I need you to keep your ear to the ground. Find out what they know. Matteo nods, then a smirk forms on his face. You know, I think she likes you. Shut the fuck up. I'm serious, the way she was asking about you. She hates me, I kidnapped her, remember? There's a thin line between hate and... We're done with this conversation. I push off from the counter. Just find out what Yvonne's planning. Whatever you say, boss. Matteo's smirk doesn't fade. I walk Matteo to the door, keeping my voice low. Just find out what you can. I need to know what Ivan's planning. Will do. Matteo glances back toward the bedroom door. Try not to get too attached. Get the fuck out, I mutter, shoving him through the doorway. I close the door and punch in the security code, my mind racing with everything Damiano said. When I turn around, Evelyn is standing there, arms crossed over her chest. I heard all of it, she says, chin tilted up in defiance. Of course you did. I walk past her toward the kitchen. No point denying what she already knows. So I'm the reason you're in trouble with your boss. She follows me, keeping her distance. The reason you might start a war. I grab a bottle of water from the fridge. You're not the reason, Yvonne is. But if you'd just left me, you'd be with Yvonne right now. I twist the cap off with more force than necessary. Trust me, you wouldn't prefer that alternative. She stares at me, those blue eyes calculating something. What does he want with me? You said it's not just about my playing. I don't know yet, I take a long drink. But I intend to find out. Evelyn shifts her weight, glancing toward the shopping bags I left by the couch. The conversation feels too heavy, too loaded with things neither of us wants to address. I brought your stuff, I say, nodding toward the bags. Check if there's everything you need. She hesitates before moving toward the couch, pulling the bags closer. I watch as she rifles through them, pulling out clothes, toiletries, books. You actually got everything on the list, she says, sounding surprised. I can follow instructions. I lean against the door frame, watching her. She holds up a paperback copy of Jane Eyre. This wasn't on my list. You said you wanted books. That was in the classics section. A small smile plays at her lips before she catches herself and forces it away. I've read it before. Then you know if it's any good? She continues sorting through the items, her fingers lingering on the soft fabrics of the clothes I picked. Nothing fancy or revealing, just comfortable things she can move in. Things that won't make her feel more trapped than she already is. Thank you, she says quietly, not looking at me. The words hang in the air between us. It's the first time she's thanked me for anything. Don't mention it, why don't you go change, see if I got your size right. I'm halfway through a glass of whiskey when I hear the bedroom door open. I don't turn around, keeping my eyes fixed on the city lights through the window. The amber liquid burns a path down my throat as I take another sip. Soft footsteps pad across the hardwood floor, then silence. When I finally turn, Evelyn stands in the center of the living room, violin in hand. Her face is unreadable as she raises the instrument to her shoulder, tucks it under her chin. You don't have to, I say, my voice rougher than intended. She doesn't respond, just closes her eyes and draws the bow across the strings. The first note hits me like a tsunami wave. Low and mournful, it fills the space between us, vibrating in my chest. I set my glass down, forgotten. This isn't the polished performance from the garden or charity event. This is something raw, something private. The melody starts slow, almost hesitant, before building into something that makes my breath catch. I don't recognize the piece, don't care what it's called. All I know is that watching her play is like watching someone bleed out their soul. Her body sways with the music, completely lost in it. Her face transforms, eyes closed, lips slightly parted. The violence of the past few days melts away from her features, replaced by something close to ecstasy. My fingers tighten. I want to cross the room, want to run my hands through her hair, feel the heat of her skin under my palms. The urge to touch her hits me with unexpected force. The melody shifts, grows more intense. Her movements become more passionate, more abandoned. Sweat glistens on her neck, and I find myself staring at the pulse point there. I've never wanted to kiss someone so badly in my life. My body stiffens, fighting against the pull of her. This isn't part of the plan. She's leverage against Ivan, a means to an end. But watching her play, I can't remember any of those reasons. The music reaches a crescendo, her bow flying across the strings with controlled violence. Then it slows, softens, until the final note hangs in the air between us like a question. When she opens her eyes, they're wet with emotion. She looks directly at me, and for the first time since I took her, there's no hostility in her gaze. Just vulnerability. I start, but words fail me. Her chest rises and falls with rapid breaths. My mother taught me that piece.
Chapter 13. Evelyn. I lift the violin to my shoulder, feeling its familiar weight. This is my world, the only place where I've ever been truly free. Even here in Noah's apartment, with the walls closing in, the violin offers escape. My fingers find the strings and I begin to play. Not for him, for me. That's what I tell myself. But I know it's a lie. I chose Tchaikovsky's Violin Concerto, something raw and emotional, something that might reach whatever's left of his soul. The photograph I found earlier, his mother with a violin, it clicks into place now. The way he watches me when I play. The hunger in his eyes isn't just for me, it's for something lost. I close my eyes and let the music flow. Each note vibrates through my body, an extension of myself. I don't need to see Noah to know he's there, standing at the windows, frozen. The melody soars, passionate and melancholy. I think of my own mother, sitting silently while my father pushed and pushed. I think of Noah's mother, who must have played like this once, before whatever happened that left her son with just a photograph. I feel him move closer. His presence is like gravity, pulling at me even when I resist. Stop! His voice cuts through the music. My eyes snap open. Noah stands inches away, his face a mask of controlled pain. Why are you playing that? His words come out strangled. I lower the violin slowly. Because you wanted me to play. Not that piece. I hold his gaze. Your mother played, didn't she? That's why you've been watching me. That's why you took me. His jaw tightens. You don't know what you're talking about. I saw the photograph, I say. She had a violin. Noah's hands clench at his sides. Briefly, I think he might lash out, but instead he turns away. She used to play every night, he says, his back to me. Just for me. The vulnerability in his voice catches me off guard. This isn't the cold, calculating man who kidnapped me. This is someone else. Someone broken. What happened to her? I ask, though I'm afraid of the answer. Noah doesn't respond. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken pain. Play something else, he says. I hesitate. Then lift the violin again. This time I choose Bach's Partita No. 1. 2. Something precise and structured, something that won't tear open old wounds. As I play, I watch Noah's shoulders relax slightly. He turns back to face me, his eyes never leaving my hands as they dance across the strings. I understand now. This obsession isn't just about me, it's about what I represent, a ghost from his past that he can't let go. I lower the violin as the last notes of Bach fade into silence. Noah still watches me, his eyes dark and unreadable. Happy now? I ask, my voice softer than I intended. He doesn't answer, just keeps staring like he's trying to memorize every detail of my face. The intensity makes my skin tingle. What is wrong with me? This man kidnapped me. He's dangerous. I've seen what his hands can do. Those hands that killed Ivan's men without hesitation. Yet when he talks about his mother, when that mask slips even for a moment, something inside me immediately responds. It's terrifying. You play like her, Noah says. His voice is rough, like the words are being dragged out against his will. I'm not her. I know that. His jaw tightens. Trust me. I fucking know that. The harshness returns to his voice, but I've seen beneath it now. I can't unsee it. Noah, I start, not even sure what I'm going to say. He steps closer and my heart hammers against my ribs. I should back away. I should be afraid. Instead, I'm rooted to the spot, caught between wanting to run and wanting to... What? Touch him? Comfort him? The thought is absurd. Don't, he warns. Don't try to understand me. Don't try to find something good in this. There's nothing good about being kidnapped, I snap, anger flaring to protect me from these confusing feelings. Then why did you play for me? His question hits like a slap. I have no answer that makes sense. Nothing about how I feel makes sense. He's a monster, a killer, the enemy. But he's also a boy who lost his mother, a man who looks at me like I'm both salvation and damnation. I don't know, I whisper, and it's the most honest thing I've said since arriving here. Noah reaches out, his fingertips barely grazing my cheek. I should flinch away, but I don't. His light touch sends electricity through me. You're going to hate yourself for this, he says quietly, for not hating me enough. He's right. I already do. Noah, I whisper, not sure if I'm asking him to stop or begging him not to. He answers by closing the distance between us. His lips find mine and everything else disappears. The kiss is gentle at first, almost hesitant, so different from the violence that I know lives in him. Then something breaks. His hand slides to the back of my neck, pulling me closer as the kiss deepens. I should push him away. I should scream. I should remember who he is and what he's done. Instead, I melt. My violin slips from my fingers, landing with a soft thud on the rug. My hands find his shoulders, feeling the solid strength beneath his shirt. He tastes like coffee and something darker, something dangerous. The world tilts beneath my feet. I'm falling, drowning, losing myself in him. And God help me, I want more. I press closer, my body acting on its own, seeking his heat. Noah groans against my mouth, the sound vibrating through me. His hands tighten, one at my waist, one tangled in my hair. Evelyn. He breathes my name against my lips like a prayer. It tears something loose inside me. I've spent my whole life controlled by others, my father, Ivan, and now Noah. But this desire burning through me feels like my choice. The first real choice I've made in so long. I want him, all of him. The monster and the man. The killer and the boy who lost his mother. My hands slide down his chest, feeling his heart hammer beneath my palm. He's as affected as I am, as lost in this impossible moment. When we break apart to haul at a breath, reality crashes back. What am I doing? This man kidnapped me. He's holding me prisoner. He's killed people. But I can't make myself care. Not now, with his forehead pressed against mine, his breath hot on my face, his hands holding me like I might shatter. I shouldn't want this, I say, my voice breaking. Noah's eyes meet mine, dark and hungry. Neither should I. But we both do. It hangs between us, this terrible, beautiful truth.
Noah. I need to. She doesn't finish the sentence, doesn't need to. She turns and walks to the bedroom, each step deliberate. The door closes behind her with a soft click that sounds like a gunshot in the silence she leaves behind. Fuck. I run my hand through my hair, pacing the living room like a caged animal. What the fuck was I thinking? I wasn't thinking. That's the problem. For the first time in years, I let something other than cold calculation drive my actions. The ghost of her lips still burns on mine. I can still taste her. Vanilla and something deeper, something that makes me want to kick down that bedroom door and finish what we started. But I won't, because I know what happens next. I've seen this story play out before. People get close to me. They get hurt. Or worse. I grab a glass and pour myself 2 fingers of whiskey, downing it in one burning swallow. It doesn't help. I pour another drink, remembering the way her body fit against mine, the small sound she made when our lips met, the way her fingers curled into my shirt, like she was afraid to let go. The violin sits abandoned on the ground where she left it, her most prized possession, forgotten in a moment of weakness. Just like I forgot everything I know about survival the instant I tasted her lips. I should never have let this happen, should never have let her play that music, should never have told her about my mother, should never have shown her that crack in my armor. Because now she knows she's seen something real in me, and that gives her power I can't afford to give anyone. I set the glass down hard enough that it nearly shatters. My own weakness disgusts me. I'm not some lovesick teenager. I'm Il Fantasma. I don't feel, I don't break. I don't fucking kiss prisoners I'm supposed to be protecting. I've been sitting on this sofa for 2 hours staring at nothing, my mind a battlefield of thoughts I don't want to have. The whiskey bottle sits half empty on the coffee table. It hasn't helped. Behind that closed door, Evelyn hasn't made a sound, no movement. Nothing. Just silence that's louder than any scream. My phone buzzes, Matteo, and on my way up. Got news. Fuck. I'm not in the mood for company, but Matteo wouldn't come, unless it was important. I down the last of my whiskey and set the glass aside, trying to look like a man in control instead of someone who's just had his entire world flipped upside down by a single kiss. 3 sharp knocks at the door. I unlock it to find Matteo leaning against the wall, eyebrows raised as he takes in my appearance. "You look like shit," he says, pushing past me into the apartment. "Thanks." I close the door behind him. Matteo's eyes scan the room, landing on the whiskey bottle. "Started the party without me?" He picks up the bottle, examining the label. The good stuff, too. Must be serious. "What do you want, Matteo?" Matteo's expression shifts, the humor vanishing. He reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out a small metal box, setting it on the coffee table with a dull thud. "We got a delivery at the mansion an hour ago." Something in his tone makes my blood run cold. I stare at the box, already knowing I don't want to see what's inside. "What is it?" Matteo's jaw tightens. "A finger cut clean. Man's finger." My stomach turns, but I keep my face blank. "Whose?" "Don't know yet. Alessio's running the prints, but..." He pulls a folded note from his pocket and hands it to me. "This came with it." I unfold the paper. 3 words written in neat block letters. "Bring her back." "Ivan," I say, crumpling the note in my fist. "Has to be. This is his style. Dramatic. Public." Matteo glances toward the bedroom door. "Where is she?" "In there." I don't elaborate. Don't need to explain the tension hanging in the air or why she's hiding behind a closed door. She needs to know, Noah, this isn't just about you and her anymore. Matteo lowers his voice. "Yvonne's sending body parts to the Feretti mansion. That's a declaration of war." I run my hand down my face, feeling the stubble I haven't bothered to shave. "Who delivered it?" "Some kid. Paid cash, said a man in a black car gave him $50 to drop it off." Matteo eyes the box again. We need to figure out whose finger that is. I pick up the box, feeling its weight. Someone's pain, someone's terror, all packaged up as a message to me. This is the consequence of my selfishness, of taking what I wanted instead of thinking clearly. Did Damiano see this? Matteo nods. He's furious. Wants to meet with you tomorrow morning. Early. Tell him I'll be there. And what about her? Matteo jerks his chin toward the bedroom. You can't keep her locked in here forever, especially not now. Ivan's making his move. I set the box down, hating the choice in front of me. I know. So what's the plan? The plan. As if I have one beyond keeping her alive, keeping her close, keeping her from Ivan's grasp. But now there's a severed finger on my coffee table and the game has changed. I need to talk to her first, I say, staring at the bedroom door. She needs to understand what she's in the middle of. Matteo heads toward the door but pauses with his hand on the knob. If you need me to be here with her tomorrow when you're at the Feretti's, just text me. I can rearrange some things. The offer surprises me. Matteo isn't the type to volunteer for babysitting duty. Thanks, I say, meaning it. He gives me a quick nod, then slips out, leaving me alone with the weight of decisions I'm not sure how to make. I lock the door behind him and stare at the metal box on the coffee table. Inside is someone's pain, someone's blood. All because I decided to take Evelyn. All because I couldn't stand the thought of Ivan having her. I pick up the box and tuck it into my jacket pocket. She doesn't need to see this part, doesn't need to know how Ivan delivers his messages. But she needs to know the rest. She needs to understand what's at stake. I walk to the bedroom door and knock once firmly. Evelyn. My voice comes out rougher than I intended. We need to talk. No answer. I press my forehead against the cool wood of the door. Evelyn, please. Something's happened.
Chapter 14. Evelyn. I open the door, still feeling the ghost of Noah's lips against mine. The taste of whiskey lingers, his masculine aroma, and I hate that I'm already craving more. Noah stands there, his face carved from stone. Something's wrong. What happened? I ask, my voice smaller than I want it to be. Ivan sent a message to the Ferettis. Noah's eyes never leave mine. He wants you back. The room tilts slightly. What kind of message? Noah hesitates. That's when I know it's bad. Noah Rivera doesn't hesitate. Just tell me. A finger. He sent a severed finger. The words hit me like a stab to the chest. I stumble backward, my hand flying to my mouth. Whose? Whose finger, Noah? We don't know yet. But I know. I know in my bones because this is because of me. Every person I've ever cared about flashes through my mind. Jessica, David, my colleagues from the orchestra. This is my fault, I whisper, sinking down onto the edge of the bed. He's hurting someone because of me. Evelyn. No. My voice cracks. Don't you understand? He's hurting someone I know because I'm not there, because you took me. Tears blur my vision. I try to blink them back, but they spill over, hot and unstoppable. My chest constricts, making it hard to breathe. Who would he take? Jessica? Oh God, what if it's Jessica? The thought of my little sister in Ivan's hands breaks something inside me. I need to call her. I need to make sure she's okay. Noah kneels in front of me, his hands on my knees. It's a man's finger. We're checking on everyone connected to you. If it's someone you know, we'll find out. And then what? I look down at him through my tears. Another finger tomorrow, a hand next week. How many pieces of someone I care about will it take before you let me go? I'm not letting you go to him. This is my fault, I repeat, the words tearing from my throat. I signed that contract. I was so desperate to get away from my father that I jumped straight into Ivan's trap. And now someone's paying for my mistake. The tears come harder now, my shoulders shaking with each sob. I cover my face with my hands, unable to look at Noah anymore. I just wanted to play my music. That's all I ever wanted. My voice is barely audible between gasps. And now someone is being tortured because of me. Noah tries to pull my hands away from my face, but I resist. Look at me, Evelyn. I shake my head, curling further into myself. This isn't your fault, it's Ivan's. He's the monster here. But his words can't penetrate the wall of guilt crushing me. All I can think about is whose finger is sitting in a box, and how many more pieces of them Ivan is willing to cut off so as to get to me. I feel Noah's warmth cutting through my despair. His thumb brushes my cheek, wiping away tears I can't seem to stop. Evelyn, he says, his voice softer than I've ever heard it. Look at me. I shake my head, still hiding behind my hands. I don't want him to see me like this, broken, terrified, guilty. But Noah gently pries my fingers away from my face. When I finally meet his eyes, the intensity I find there steals my breath. There's no mockery, no coldness, just something raw and unguarded that makes my heart stutter. He leans in slowly, giving me time to pull away. But I don't. I remain frozen as his lips brush against my wet cheek, kissing away a tear. The tenderness of the gesture makes me tremble. He moves to the other cheek, his lips warm against my skin, tasting my tears. "This isn't your fault," he murmurs against my temple. Something shifts inside me, the guilt momentarily eclipsed by a desperate need to feel something other than this crushing fear. I turn my head slightly and our lips meet. This kiss is different from our first. That was fire and fury. This is something else entirely. It's gentler, but no less desperate. I taste my own tears on his lips, salt mixing with the lingering whiskey. My hands move to his shoulders, then to the buttons of his shirt. I fumble, my fingers clumsy with urgency. I need to feel his skin against mine, need to lose myself in something that isn't this nightmare. "Evelyn," Noah breathes against my mouth, his hands covering mine. "Are you sure?" I answer by continuing to unbutton his shirt, my movements growing more determined. I push the fabric from his shoulders, revealing the tattoos that snake across his skin. I trace them with my fingertips, following the dark lines that tell stories I don't yet understand. Noah's breathing quickens as my hands explore his chest. I push him back slightly, just enough to pull his shirt completely off. The sight of him, all lean muscle and marked skin, sends a rush of heat through me that momentarily drowns out everything else. "I need to forget," I say, my voice breaking. "Just for a little while? Make me forget." Noah's eyes darken at my words, something primal replacing the tenderness. His mouth crashes against mine, no longer gentle but consuming. I gasp against his lips, surrendering to the intensity as his tongue slides against mine. "I'll make you forget everything," he promises, his voice a rough whisper that sends shivers down my spine. His hands move to the hem of my shirt, pulling it over my head in one fluid motion. The cool air hits my skin, but I barely notice as Noah's gaze rakes over me. The unabridged audiobook version is available on our website. Click the link or scan the QR code to start listening now.
Thank you for watching. Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Hit the subscribe button, like this video, and share this video with a friend. It helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. This way, we will be able to create more audiobooks for free for you. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
Chapter 15. Evelyn. I wake to the scent of coffee and something sweet. For a moment, I don't know where I am. Then it all comes rushing back. The attack, the kidnapping, the kiss. Noah. The sheets beside me are rumpled but empty. I run my fingers over the spot where he slept, still warm. My body aches in places I'd forgotten could ache, a delicious soreness that reminds me of everything we did last night. Morning. Noah stands in the doorway, a tray in his hands. His hair is damp, like he's already showered. He wears only sweatpants that hang low on his hips. The tattoos I traced with my fingers last night map across his chest and arms. "I brought breakfast," he says, moving toward the bed. I pull the sheet higher, suddenly shy despite everything. "Thanks." He sets the tray on my lap. Coffee, pancakes drizzled with syrup, fresh berries. It looks like something from a fancy hotel, not what I'd expect from a man who kills people for a living. "You cook that much?" I ask, taking a sip of coffee. It's perfect. Strong with just the right amount of cream. I live alone. Had to learn. Noah sits on the edge of the bed, watching me eat. His eyes never leave my face. I cut into the pancakes, trying to ignore how strange this feels. Not just waking up in his bed, but the domesticity of it all. Last night we fell asleep, him with his arms around me, my head on his chest. I listened to his heartbeat slow as he drifted off. I've never slept through the night with a man before, not even David. "You're quiet," Noah says. I'm processing. I take another bite. This is weird. "Which part?" "All of it. You kidnapping me. Us ... I gesture between us. Whatever happened last night? And now you're bringing me breakfast in bed like we're... I stop, not sure what to call us. Like we're what? His voice is low, dangerous. I don't know. I set down my fork. That's the problem. I don't know what this is. Noah reaches out, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. His fingers linger on my cheek. Does it need a name? Everything needs a name. I look up at him. You're still keeping me prisoner. That hasn't changed. Is that what you felt like last night? A prisoner? His eyes darken. I think about his hands on my skin, the way I'd begged for more. No, I admit, but that doesn't change what this is. And what is this, Evelyn? He takes the coffee cup from my hands, sets it aside. I don't know, I whisper, but I'm scared to find out. Noah finishes his coffee and sets the mug on the nightstand. His face shifts, that mask of indifference sliding back into place. I need to go to the Ferettis today, he says, meeting about the finger. My stomach twists. In the haze of last night, I'd almost forgotten about Ivan's gruesome message. The pancakes suddenly feel heavy in my stomach. Noah stands, stretching his arms above his head. The movement makes his muscles ripple beneath his skin. Should take a few hours. I want to come with you. The words tumble out before I can stop them. Noah freezes mid-stretch. No. But this is about me. If Ivan is hurting people because of me, it's way too dangerous. His voice is flat, leaving no room for argument. The Feretti compound isn't a concert hall, Evelyn. It's where people like me discuss killing people like Ivan. I'm already involved. I push the breakfast tray aside and climb out of bed, wrapping the sheet around me. If someone is being hurt because Ivan wants me, then you're exactly where you need to be. Noah steps closer, his hands gripping my shoulders. Safe. With me. I'm not a child. No, but you're not equipped for this world. His eyes soften slightly. You play violin, Evelyn. I kill people. Those are very different skill sets. I want to argue, but I know he's right. What would I do at a Mafia meeting? Perform Paganini while they discuss murder? Matteo will come stay with you, Noah says, his tone gentler now. Keep you company. I don't need a babysitter. Oh, no, you need protection. Noah's thumb traces my collarbone, and right now, that's with me and Matteo. I step away from his touch, needing space to think clearly. Fine, but I want updates. If that finger belongs to someone I know, I'll tell you everything when I get back. Noah reaches for a shirt hanging on the back of a chair. Promise. I watch him dress, transforming from the man who held me last night into something harder, colder. The Noah who's going to this meeting isn't the same one who brought me breakfast in bed. Be careful, I say, surprising myself with how much I mean it. Noah pauses, halfway through buttoning his shirt. For a second he looks genuinely surprised, then his lips quirk into that dangerous half-smile. Careful, Evelyn. Someone might think you care. Care? I scoff, clutching the sheet tighter around me. Don't flatter yourself. I just don't want to be left alone if Ivan's men find this place while you're gone. Noah's smile widens, but it doesn't stretch to his eyes. Right. Self-preservation. Exactly. I turn away, pretending to search through the shopping bags he brought home yesterday. I'm practical, not sentimental. Is that what you were being last night? Practical? His voice drops lower, sending an unwelcome shiver down my spine. I face him again, lifting my chin. Last night was stress relief, a biological response to trauma. People do strange things when they're afraid. Is that what they teach you at Juilliard? How to rationalize fucking your kidnapper? His words are cruel, deliberately provocative. Don't be crude. I feel my cheeks flush with anger and something else I refuse to acknowledge. And don't mistake physical attraction for emotional attachment. I've been locked in this apartment with only you for company. It's basic psychology. Noah steps closer, invading my space. I force myself not to back away. So clinical, Evelyn. He reaches out, tracing a finger along my jawline. But your body tells a different story. I jerk my head away from his touch. My body responds to stimuli. That doesn't mean I care about you. Keep telling yourself that. Noah steps back, adjusting his cuffs. Maybe eventually you'll believe it. Noah moves toward the door, then pauses. For what it's worth, I don't believe you either. Before I can respond, he's gone, the bedroom door clicking shut behind him. I sink onto the edge of the bed, and my fingers tremble slightly as I reach for the coffee cup. I don't care about Noah Rivera. I can't. Caring about him would be the most dangerous thing I could do.
Chapter 16. Noah. I zip up my leather jacket as Mateo steps into my apartment, his eyes darting between me and the bedroom door. She's still in there? He asks, tossing his keys from hand to hand. Yeah, don't let her out. I grab my helmet from the side table. And don't let her charm you either. She's good at that. Mateo smirks. Unlike you, I can resist a pretty face. Fuck off. I check my phone, making sure it's charged. I won't be late. Damiano doesn't like waiting. What's the plan with Yvonne? I shake my head. That's what I'm going to find out. Mateo settles onto the couch, already making himself comfortable. She's really got you twisted up, huh? I don't answer. Don't need to. The bike keys feel cold in my palm as I punch in the exit code and step into the hallway. The elevator ride down gives me too much time to think about Evelyn's body against mine, about the way she looked at me this morning, like I was something she needed to scrub off her skin. She was right. Last night was just sex, nothing more. The kind of release that happens when two people are trapped in a pressure cooker together. I've seen it before, felt it before. It doesn't mean shit. My bike waits in the underground garage like a loyal friend. Black, sleek, powerful. Unlike people, it never disappoints. I swing my leg over and feel the engine rumble to life beneath me. The vibration travels up my spine, clearing my head. The morning air hits cold and sharp as I weave through traffic. New York is already awake, already moving, already forgetting yesterday's tragedies while creating new ones. I cut between cars, pushing the speed limit, letting the rush drown out my thoughts. She doesn't want me, she wants out. I was just a means to an end. I knew this going in, knew it from the moment I took her. Women like Evelyn Anderson don't end up with men like me. They use us when they need protection, when they need the monster under the bed to fight the monsters at the door. Then they walk away. The Feretti mansion comes into view, sprawling and elegant against the morning sky. I slow the bike, feeling that familiar tightness in my chest. The guards at the gate recognize me, waving me through without stopping. I park next to Damiano's collection of cars, each one worth more priceless than the next. My helmet comes off and I run a hand through my hair, straightening my jacket. Time to focus. Ivan's finger, the war he's starting, Evelyn's safety. That's all that matters now. Not the way she felt in my arms, not the sounds she made, not the hollow feeling in my chest when she looked through me this morning like I was nothing but a necessary evil. I know what I am, what I'm worth, and it isn't much. I step into the Feretti mansion, the familiar scent of polished wood and old money filling my lungs. Alessio nods at me from his post by the grand staircase. He's in his office, he says, not needing to specify who. Waiting. I make my way through the house I know almost as well as my own apartment. These marble floors have seen me covered in blood more times than I can count. These walls have witnessed my transformation from a scared kid to the man they call Il Fantasma. My footsteps echo as I approach Damiano's office. The heavy oak door stands like a barrier between two worlds. The civilized facade the Ferettis present, and the bloody reality of our business. I knock twice, firm, respectful. Enter. Damiano sits behind his massive desk. He doesn't look up immediately, making me wait. It's a power move I've seen him use countless times. While I stand there, memories flood back. My first job for the family. Just a simple message delivery that turned into my first kill when the recipient pulled a knife. Damiano had patched me up himself afterward, his hands steady as he stitched the gash in my arm. Then there was Moscow 3 years ago. 4 days in sub-zero temperatures tracking a trader who'd sold Feretti shipment routes to the Russians. Damiano had been the voice in my ear the whole time, guiding me through unfamiliar territory. The Ferettis aren't saints, they deal in death, drugs, and corruption. But they've been the only constant in my life since my mother's body hit our apartment floor, her blood seeping into the cracks between the floorboards, while my father stood over her. When my father died 2 years later, a work accident that everyone knew was Don Feretti's doing, they took me in. Not out of kindness, but because they recognized something useful in the empty-eyed boy who didn't cry at his father's funeral. Noah. Damiano finally looks up. Sit. I take the chair across from him, noting the tension in his shoulders. Whatever's coming, it isn't good. You look like shit, he says, studying my face. Trouble sleeping? The Ferettis are the closest thing to family I've had since I watched my mother die. They'll never see heaven. None of us will. But they've always had my back. I'm fine, I reply, meeting his gaze. What's the plan for Ivan? Damiano rubs his temple, the gesture making him look older than his years. Ivan called this morning. My stomach rings. And? One of the men you killed that night, the one who tried to take Evelyn, apparently had some final words. Damiano's eyes harden. Our family name was the last thing he said before dying. Fuck. The word slips out before I can stop it. Indeed. Damiano leans back in his chair. Ivan claims this proves we orchestrated the whole thing to steal her from him. I shake my head. That's bullshit. I was following her on my own. Those were Ivan's men. I know that. Damiano's voice stays level, controlled. But Ivan is using this to justify what comes next. He's given us an ultimatum. 72 hours to return Evelyn Anderson to him or, as he put it, face the consequences. The room feels suddenly colder. 72 hours, 3 days. What consequences, I ask, though I already know the answer. War. Damiano stands, walking to the window that overlooks the garden. Full-scale war between our families. My mind races through the implications. We're not giving her to him, I say, the words coming out more forcefully than intended. Damiano turns, studying me with new interest. No, he agrees after a moment. We're not. But I need to understand why you're so certain about this, Noah. I struggle to find words that won't reveal too much. Ivan wants her for more than her music. You've seen how he looks at her, and you know what he does to women, what he'll do to her. I pause, forcing myself to meet Damiano's gaze. I can't let that happen. Can't? Damiano repeats, his eyebrow raising slightly. Or won't? The question hangs between us, loaded with implications I'm not ready to address. Does it matter? I finally ask. Damiano returns to his desk, sitting down with the deliberate movements of a man weighing lives in his hands. It might. 72 hours isn't much time to prepare for war, Noah. Not unless we're absolutely certain it's worth it. It's worth it, I say, the words coming out harder than I intended. I take a breath, steadying myself. What's the plan? I ask, scanning the documents.
Evelyn. I stay in the bedroom after Noah leaves, my back pressed against the headboard, knees pulled tight to my chest. The sheets still smell like him. I push them away. I don't want to face Mateo. His knowing smirk would be too much right now. He'd make some crude comment about Noah and me, and I might actually slap him. Better to stay here, locked away with my thoughts, my shameful, confusing thoughts. What was I thinking? I wasn't thinking. That's the problem. My body took over, responding to Noah like he was oxygen and I was drowning. The way his hands felt on my skin, the weight of him covering me, the sounds he made when... Number, I press my palms against my eyes until I see stars. This can't happen again. Noah Rivera isn't just some guy I met at a bar. He's my kidnapper. He's dangerous. He kills people. And here I am, falling into bed with him. I laugh bitterly. My father would be horrified. The perfect Evelyn Anderson, trained since childhood to be disciplined and controlled, throwing herself at a man who took her against her will. But maybe that's exactly why I did it, to finally break free from the cage my father built around me, only to land in another cage, Noah's cage. I reach for my violin case at the foot of the bed, running my fingers along its familiar edges. At least this is still mine, the only thing that truly is. My body aches in places I've forgotten about. It's been a long time since I've been with anyone. David was my last, and that ended over a year ago. He was safe, predictable. Nothing like Noah. Noah probably does this all the time. Takes women to bed, makes them feel like they're the only one who's ever mattered, then discards them. I'm just another conquest, a convenient body to amuse himself with while he's keeping me prisoner. So why did it feel so different? The way he looked at me, touched me, like he was memorizing every inch. It doesn't matter. It was just sex. My body wanted release from the stress, the fear, the uncertainty. That's all it was. Biology, chemistry, nothing more. I hear Mateo moving around in the living room, the sound of the TV, his footsteps. He'll be waiting for me to emerge, ready with his teasing comments and knowing glances. He can wait forever for all I care. I pull the sheets back up, hating how I inhale deeply when Noah's scent surrounds me again. This won't happen again. I won't let it. When Noah returns, I'll be cold, distant. I'll remind him that I'm his prisoner, not his lover, no matter what my traitorous body wants. I must have fallen asleep, curled up with my thoughts. The sound of the bedroom door opening startles me awake. Noah stands in the doorframe, his broad shoulders nearly filling the space. The room has grown dark with evening shadows, and his face is half hidden in the dimness. "You hungry?" His voice is neutral, carefully stripped of emotion. I sit up, pulling the sheet around me like armor. My hair falls in tangles around my face, and I push it back, trying to look composed, like I haven't spent hours overthinking what happened between us. "No," I say, my voice coming out raspy. "I'm not hungry." Noah nods, still not stepping into the room. He keeps his distance, one hand on the doorframe, the other shoved in his pocket. The space between us stretches wide and cold. Of course he's distant now. What did I expect? That he'd come rushing in with declarations of feelings? That last night meant something? It was just sex to him, another conquest, another woman in his bed, and that's fine. That's what it needs to be for me, too. A moment of weakness, a biological response to stress. Nothing more. "You should eat something," he says, but there's no force behind it, just words filling the awkward silence. I said, "I'm not hungry." I look away from him, fixing my gaze on the window where night presses against the glass. I just want to be alone. He hesitates, and it seems he might say something else, something about last night, something that would make this all more complicated than it already is. But he doesn't. "Fine," he eventually says. "There's food in the kitchen if you change your mind." The door closes softly, and I'm alone again with the sheets that still smell like him and the memory of his hands on my skin. I close my eyes and try to convince myself this is better, simpler, safer. I sit alone in the bedroom until the walls start closing in on me. My stomach growls despite my claims of not being hungry. Still, I can't face Noah right now. Not after everything that happened. I reach for my violin case at the foot of the bed, running my fingers over the latches. My violin has always been my voice when words fail me, my escape when there's nowhere to run. Right now, I need that escape more than ever. I open the case and lift the instrument, feeling its familiar weight in my hands. The polished wood gleams in the dim light as I tuck it under my chin. I draw the bow across the strings, testing the sound. Perfect, as always. I tune it by ear, the ritual calming my racing thoughts. Walking to the window, I stand in a spot where the last light of day filters through the glass. The city stretches before me, lights beginning to twinkle in the dusk. I'm so high up that the people below look like ants, going about their lives, unaware of the woman trapped in this gilded cage. I close my eyes and begin to play Mendelssohn's Violin Concerto in E minor. It's always been one of my favorites, passionate and melancholy, with moments of hope breaking through the darkness. My bow dances across the strings as my fingers find each note from memory. The music fills the room, wrapping around me like an old friend. During these precious minutes, I'm not a prisoner. I'm not a pawn in some Mafia war. I'm just Evelyn, speaking through my violin the words I can never say aloud. The concerto builds and I sway with it, losing myself in its familiar rises and falls. My body moves as one with the music, tension flowing from my shoulders through my arms and into the instrument. The world falls away. No Noah, no Ivan, no danger. Just me and the music. As I draw out the final notes, letting them hang in the air before fading to silence, I open my eyes and turn from the window. Noah stands in the doorway, completely still. His dark eyes are fixed on me, but they're different now, glassy and bright, like he's holding back tears. His jaw is clenched rigid, a muscle flexing at the hinge. I lower the violin slowly, suddenly aware of how exposed I feel. Not because I'm standing here in borrowed clothes, but because I've just revealed more of myself through that music than I ever intended. "How long have you been standing there?" I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Noah doesn't answer. He just stares at me, that glassy look still in his eyes, something raw and vulnerable breaking through his usual mask of control.
Chapter 17. Noah. I stare at Evelyn, watching the last notes of the song hang in the air between us. Something about the way she plays. It's like she's having a fucking conversation with her violin. And I'm just standing here, listening in on something I'm not supposed to hear. Her eyes meet mine and I see it. That same look from last night. The one that tells me she's fighting herself more than she's fighting me. I step closer, my body moving before my brain catches up. "Take your clothes off." She freezes, bow still in hand. "What?" "You heard me." My voice drops lower. "Take your fucking clothes off. Now." For a second I think she might tell me to go to hell, but then she sets down her violin. Careful, always so fucking careful with it. And starts unbuttoning her shirt. Her fingers tremble slightly, but her eyes never leave mine. The shirt falls. Then her pants. She stands there, in just her underwear. This is dangerous, not just the situation with Ivan, but this. Whatever the fuck is happening between us. I've never brought a woman here, never wanted one in my space. But with Evelyn, I want her everywhere. In my bed, in my shower, playing that damn violin in my living room. She shifts against me, her fingertips tracing the tattoo on my ribs. "What did you learn today? About Ivan?" I stiffen, not wanting to bring that monster into this moment. But she deserves to know what we're facing. "He sent an ultimatum." My voice sounds rougher than I expected. 72 hours to hand you over. Her fingers freeze on my skin, or what? Or it's war. I stare at the ceiling, calculating how many men Ivan could mobilize in New York. How many we'd lose if this turns into a bloodbath. "You should give me to him." Her voice is quiet but steady. I grab her chin, forcing her to look at me. "That's not happening." Why not? It's the logical solution. One person versus how many would die in a war between families. Because he'll hurt you. The words come out harshly. You haven't seen what Ivan does to people. What he's capable of. She holds my gaze. And you're not capable of the same things. I don't answer. We both know the truth. What happens after 72 hours, she asks. We prepare for war. I trail her collarbone with my thumb. And what about me? I keep you safe. I pull her closer, breathing in the scent of her hair. No matter what it takes. She's quiet for a moment. People will die because of me. No, I correct her. People will die because Ivan's a power-hungry psychopath who thinks he can take whatever he wants.
Evelyn. I lie against Noah's chest, my body still humming, when my stomach denounces me with an embarrassingly loud growl. The sound breaks through the heavy silence between us. Noah's chest vibrates with a low chuckle. Someone's hungry. I press my face into his shoulder, mortified. Ignore it. Not a chance. He shifts beneath me, gently moving me aside as he sits up. We need to eat. Can't fight a war on an empty stomach. The casual mention of war makes my chest constrict. While we've been locked in this strange tango of attraction and resistance, people are preparing to kill each other because of me. Noah pulls on his pants and reaches for his shirt. I wrap the sheet around myself, suddenly feeling exposed in more ways than one. Come on, he says, extending his hand. Kitchen, now. I follow him to the kitchen, pulling on one of his t-shirts that hangs like a dress on my frame. We need to find Jessica. The words burst out of me. She could be in danger. Ivan might use her to get to me. I've already told Damiano to locate her. You have? I step closer, hope and fear battling inside me. When? This morning. His men are looking for her now. We'll find her before Ivan does. But his confidence doesn't reassure me. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly cold despite the warmth in the apartment. I want to believe him, but fear has taken root. You don't know Jessica. She's trusting, innocent. She has no idea what kind of man Ivan really is. Noah approaches me. His hands rest on my shoulders, warm and steady. I search Noah's face for any sign of deception, but his eyes remain steady on mine. We'll find her, he repeats more firmly this time. Trust me on this. Trust. Such a simple word, yet so impossible in my situation. Still, what choice do I have? Noah steps away from me and moves to the refrigerator. He pulls out several white containers and places them on the counter. I picked these up earlier, figured we'd need something substantial. The familiar red dragon logo on the containers makes my stomach growl again. Golden Dragon, my favorite Chinese restaurant in the city. Is that? I step closer, peering at the containers. Kung Pao chicken, extra spicy. Vegetable dumplings with the ginger dipping sauce. And he opens the last container. Sesame noodles, no green onions. My mouth falls open. How did you know? That you hate green onions? A ghost of a smile touches his lips. Same way I know you take your coffee black, good cream. And that you always order the same sandwich from that little deli on 53rd. A chill runs down my spine that has nothing to do with hunger. I step back, the momentary comfort evaporating. How long? My voice comes out barely above a whisper. How long have you been watching me? Noah doesn't immediately answer. He methodically sets out plates, his movements deliberate. 10 months, he finally says, not looking at me. 10 months? The room seems to tilt. You've been following me for almost a year? I stare at Noah, processing this revelation. 10 months of surveillance, 10 months of him watching my every move without me knowing. The intimacy we just shared suddenly feels tainted. Why? I ask, my voice barely audible. Why would you follow me for 10 months? Noah sets down the plates with deliberate care, like he's buying time. When he finally looks up, something in his eyes has changed, a vulnerability I haven't seen before. "I saw you playing at Damiano's wedding." His voice is low, almost reluctant. "Something happened when I heard you play. It was like..." He pauses, searching for words. Like something that had been frozen inside me started to thaw. I wrap my arms tighter around myself, unsure how to respond. After that, I couldn't stop thinking about you, your music, the way you moved with the violin. He shakes his head slightly. I got obsessed. I swallow hard, stepping back. That's actually really awkward, Noah. Following someone for months without their knowledge, that's what serial killers do. They stalk their victims before they... "If I wanted you dead," he cuts in, his voice suddenly sharp, "you would have been dead 10 months ago." The bluntness of his statement hits me like a hammerel blow because I know it's true. I've seen what he's capable of, the way he dispatched Ivan's men without hesitation. "That's not exactly comforting," I say. Noah pushes a plate toward me. "Eat. We both need to keep our strength up." I take the plate but don't move to fill it. You can't just drop something like that and then change the subject. "What do you want me to say, Evelyn?" There's an edge to his voice now. "That I'm sorry? I'm not. Watching you kept you safe, and now it's keeping you alive." "Why didn't you just talk to me?" I ask, my voice smaller than I like. "If you were so interested, why follow me for months instead of just introducing yourself?" Noah looks at me for a long moment, then something unexpected happens. He laughs, not his usual controlled chuckle, but an actual laugh that transforms his face, making him look younger, almost innocent. "You think I could have just walked up to you at some fancy event and bought you a drink?" His eyes crinkle at the corners. "Look at me, Evelyn." I do look at him, the hard lines of his face, the intensity in his eyes, the tattoos peeking from beneath his shirt collar, the casual way he carries himself like violence is just beneath the surface. "People see me and they get scared," he continues, his amusement fading. "They should. I'm not the kind of man who mingles at charity galas or makes small talk about the weather. I'm the kind of man people cross the street to avoid." I want to deny it, but I can't. The first time I saw Noah, I felt that instinctive flutter of fear, the primal recognition of danger. "The high society violinist and the cartel enforcer," he says, shaking his head. "What would you have done if I'd approached you, offered you champagne, and tried to charm you?" "I might have given you a chance," I say, though even as the words leave my mouth, I'm not sure they're true. Noah's expression tells me he doesn't believe me either. "No, you wouldn't have. You would have smiled politely, made an excuse, and walked away, and you would have been smart to do so." There's no bitterness in his voice, just a matter-of-fact acceptance that makes my chest ache unexpectedly. "You don't know that," I insist, though part of me wonders why I'm arguing this point. "I know exactly who I am, Evelyn," he says quietly. "And before all this, you were living in a different world. A safer one." I stare at Noah, the realization hitting me like a cold slap. "So instead, you plan to kidnap me and make me sleep with you." The words come out harsher than I mean, bitter and accusing. Noah's expression transforms instantly. The softness vanishes, replaced by something dark and dangerous. His jaw tightens as he steps back from the counter, putting distance between us. "Is that what you think happened?" His voice drops to that deadly quiet tone that makes my skin prickle. "That I forced you?" "You kidnapped me," I say, but my voice wavers. "You brought me here against my will and what?" He cuts me off, eyes flashing. "Did I force myself on you, Evelyn? Did I make you do anything you didn't want to do?" I open my mouth, then close it again. The truth is uncomfortable. I have done many unforgivable things in my life, Noah says, each word precise and controlled. But I would never, never force a woman. Not for anything. The conviction in his voice makes me believe him, and shame washes over me. Because he's right. Whatever else Noah has done, he never forced himself on me. Even when I was completely at his mercy, he kept his distance until I came to him. I'm sorry, I whisper, looking down at my hands. That was unfair. You didn't force me. When I look up, Noah's expression has changed again. The anger is gone, replaced by something that looks almost like self-loathing. Maybe I should have stayed away from you altogether, he says quietly. I shouldn't have touched you. Not while you're here like this. I watch as he turns away, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Despite everything, I feel a strange urge to comfort him. Noah, I say softly, you've kept me safe. You're still keeping me safe. It's a strange realization that despite being his captive, I do feel protected. With Ivan hunting me, Noah's apartment might be the safest place in New York right now. That doesn't make what happened right, he says, not looking at me. You're here because I took you, because I wouldn't let you go. I can see it now. He blames himself. For all his dangerous confidence, Noah is wrestling with guilt over what happened between us, and I hate myself for that.
Chapter 18. Noah. We eat in silence, the only sounds coming from chopsticks against containers and the occasional sip of water. The confession hangs between us. 10 months of watching her without her knowledge. Even to my own ears, it sounds fucked up. I've killed men without blinking. I've tortured information out of people who crossed the Ferettis. I've done things that would make most people vomit. But this, following a girl around New York, memorizing her schedule, learning her favorite foods, this is what makes me feel like a monster. She stabs at a piece of kung pao chicken, avoiding my eyes. If I hadn't been obsessed with her, if I hadn't followed her home that night, if I hadn't been there when Ivan's men attacked, she wouldn't be sitting across from me right now, pissed off but alive. She knows it too. Evelyn pushes her food around, then sets her chopsticks down with careful precision. Without a word, she stands up and walks away, disappearing into the bedroom. I don't follow her. What would I say? Sorry I stalked you, but hey, at least you're not being tortured by a Russian psychopath. I finish my food alone, listening for sounds from the bedroom. Nothing, not even the violin. The silence is worse than her anger. I've never given a shit what anyone thought of me before. I've been called every name in the book. Murderer, monster, phantom. None of it touched me. But the look in her eyes when she realized I'd been watching her for months, that cut deeper than it should have. I gather the containers, cleaning up methodically. Maybe she's right to be disgusted. Maybe I am no better than Ivan, just another man trying to control her, but I'd never hurt her, not like he would. I'm gathering the takeout containers when the bedroom door opens. My hands freeze mid-air. Evelyn stands in the doorway completely naked, holding her violin against her bare hip. Fuck, I whisper, the word escaping before I can catch it. My breathing catches in my throat as I take her in. The soft curve of her breasts, small and perfect. The dip of her waist flaring to rounded hips. Long legs that I already know the feel of wrapped around me. Her skin glows under the apartment lights like polished marble but warm, alive. She doesn't speak, doesn't smile. Just walks toward me with deliberate steps, her eyes never leaving mine. The violin dangles from her fingertips, swinging slightly with each step. I drop the containers back onto the counter, not caring when one spills over. What are you doing? My voice comes out rough, strained. She doesn't answer. Instead, she stops in the middle of the living room, positions the violin under her chin, and raises the bow. The first note slides through the air between us, dark and sensual. I don't recognize the piece. Something classical that builds slowly. the notes climbing higher, then diving low again. She keeps her eyes locked on mine as she plays, her body swaying slightly with the music. Her breasts rise and fall with each breath, her fingers leaping across the strings with impossible precision. My cock hardens instantly, straining against my pants. I grip the edge of the counter behind me, my knuckles turning white. She knows exactly what she's doing. This isn't just music. It's a fucking seduction. Every stroke of her bow, every slide. Chapter 19. Noah. My phone buzzes like an angry hornet against the nightstand. I grab it before it wakes Evelyn, who's curled against my chest, her breath warm on my skin. What? I growl into the phone, voice low. We can't find her. Matteo's voice is tight. Urgent. I sit up immediately, every muscle tensing. What do you mean you can't find her? Jessica, she's gone, Noah. We went to the address you gave Damiano. Place was empty. Her phone's dead, going straight to voicemail. Fuck. The word escapes through clenched teeth as I swing my legs over the edge of the bed. How long has she been missing? Hard to say. Neighbors saw her yesterday morning. Nothing since. My movement stirs Evelyn. She blinks awake, her hair spilling across the pillow as she watches me with half-lidded eyes. The sight would normally distract me, but not now. Keep looking, check security cameras, traffic cams, everything. I will reach her workplace. I end the call and stand, grabbing my pants from the floor. Noah? Evelyn's voice is soft with sleep. What's wrong? When I turn to face her, the words stick in my throat. Her eyes widen as she reads my expression, and I watch fear bloom across her face like spilled ink. It's Jessica, isn't it? She sits up, clutching the sheet to her chest. Something's happened to her. I nod once. We can't find her. Terror transforms her features. The soft, willing woman from last night vanishes, replaced by raw panic. What do you mean you can't find her? Her voice rises sharply. I gave Damiano her address and phone number. I've seen you go to her place before. I pull on my shirt. They went there. She's not home and her phone is dead. Evelyn scrambles out of bed, grabbing clothes frantically. This is my fault. This is all my fault. We don't know that Ivan has her, I say, but the words sound hollow even to me. Don't lie to me. She whirls on me, eyes wild. We both know exactly who has her. She's right, Ivan's deadline is still 2 days away, but he's already making his next move. Using Jessica as leverage is exactly his style. Get dressed, I tell her, we need to move. Evelyn's hands shake as she pulls on her clothes. I've seen her defiant, seductive, even afraid. But this is different. This is pure terror, the kind that strips away everything else. If he hurts her. She can't finish the sentence, and I cross the room and grip her shoulders. I will find her, Evelyn, I promise you that. Her eyes meet mine, desperate for something to believe in. How? I don't answer Evelyn's question. What can I say? That I'll tear the city apart? That I'll kill anyone who stands between us and her sister? Words mean nothing right now. Only action matters. She watches me, waiting for something I can't give her. After a moment, she turns away and finishes dressing in silence, movements sharp with urgency. I grab my gun from the nightstand drawer, checking the magazine before tucking it into my waistband. My knife goes into my boot. The weight of both is familiar, comforting in a way nothing else is. Let's go, I say, leading her out of the bedroom. We move through the apartment in tense silence. The air between us has changed, no longer charged with desire, but with fear and determination. The woman who played violin naked for me last night is gone. In her place stands someone ready to burn the world down to save her sister. I can respect that. The elevator takes us to the underground garage. I scan the space instinctively, checking for threats before guiding Evelyn forward with my hand at the small of her back. Which one? She asks, looking at the row of vehicles. I point to the black Audi with tinted windows. That one. No one will see you inside. She nods once, accepting this without argument. The fight has gone out of her, replaced by something more dangerous: resolve. I unlock the car and open her door. As she slides in, I pull out my phone and dial Damiano. "We're on our way," I tell him when he answers. "Ivan's taken Jessica." "You're bringing her here?" Damiano sounds surprised. "I can't leave her alone, and I can't sit around doing nothing while Ivan has her sister." I close my door and start the engine. There's a pause on the line. I know what he's thinking. Bringing Evelyn to the Feretti mansion is a risk. "Fine," Damiano says finally. "I'll have security ready. Come through the east entrance." "We'll be there in 20. I end the call and pull out of the garage, the Audi's engine purring beneath us. Beside me, Evelyn stares straight ahead, her knuckles bloodless where she grips the door handle. I guide the Audi through the wrought iron gates of the Feretti estate, tension radiating from Evelyn beside me. Her fingers haven't stopped moving since we left the apartment, twisting, tapping, a physical manifestation of her anxiety. "We're here," I say, pulling up to the east entrance as instructed. Evelyn stares at the mansion through the tinted windows. 2 guards approach as we exit the car. They nod at me, eyes lingering curiously on Evelyn before escorting us inside. The mansion's marble foyer gleams under crystal chandeliers, wealth and power etched into every surface. "Noah?" Lucrezia Feretti appears at the top of the grand staircase, her petite frame draped in a designer dress that can't hide the new hardness in her eyes. She descends quickly, studying Evelyn with open interest. "Lucrezia," I incline my head slightly. She reaches us, extending a hand to Evelyn. "You must be Evelyn Anderson. I've heard you perform. You're brilliant." Evelyn takes her hand automatically, social training kicking in despite her distress. "Thank you." Lucrezia turns to me, her expression shifting to something more serious. "Damiano's in his office with Enzo. They're waiting for you." I glance at Evelyn, reluctant to leave her alone, but knowing I need to speak with Damiano immediately. "Lucrezia, can you keep Evelyn company while I talk to your brother?" Lucrezia's smile is quick, almost predatory. "Of course. We'll have tea in the solarium." I look at Evelyn, catching the flash of panic in her eyes at being separated from me. It's ironic. Days ago, she was desperate to escape me, and now I'm her only constant in a world spinning out of control. "I won't be long," I tell her, my voice low enough that only she can hear. Evelyn's eyes hold mine, searching for reassurance I'm not sure I can give. Finally, she nods, her shoulders stiff with tension. "This way," Lucrezia says, linking her arm through Evelyn's with casual familiarity.
Evelyn. I follow Lucrezia through the Feretti mansion, my heart hammering against my ribs. Jessica is missing. The words keep repeating in my head, a terrible mantra I can't silence. Noah's hand was warm on my back as we arrived, but now I'm alone with Damiano's sister, and I feel adrift. "The solarium is just through here," Lucrezia says, her heels clicking on marble floor. "It's more comfortable than sitting in Damiano's study while they talk strategy." I nod, unable to find words. I don't know these people. A week ago, they were just names, powerful families I performed for. Now I'm caught in their war. The solarium is beautiful, all glass and greenery, sunlight streaming through tropical plants. Under different circumstances, I might appreciate its magic. "Sit," Lucrezia gestures to a wicker chair. "Would you like some tea?" "Number?" "Thank you." My hands won't stop trembling. I've heard things about the Feretti family, whispers at events, fragments of conversations. They're dangerous, ruthless in business, but they're also fiercely loyal to family. I saw it firsthand at the christening, the way Damiano looked at Zoe and their baby, like they were his entire universe. When I played at their celebration, I watched them from behind my violin, the way Damiano's eyes followed Zoe across the room, how his hand never left the small of her back when they stood together, how they seemed to communicate without words, existing in their own bubble despite the crowd surrounding them. "Your brother and his wife," I say suddenly, "they seem very in love." Lucrezia smiles. Disgustingly so. It wasn't always that way. I twist my hands in my lap. The Ferettis really do put family first, don't they? Above everything. Her voice hardens. Which is why Ivan has made a critical mistake if he's taken your sister. Noah considers you his, which makes you, and by extension Jessica, under our protection. The thought of Noah claiming me as his should make me angry. Days ago, it would have. Now I feel a complicated twist of emotions I can't untangle. I just want Jessica safe, I say. She has nothing to do with any of this. She doesn't even know about Ivan. Lucretia sits beside me, taking my trembling hands in hers. Her grip is surprisingly strong. Listen to me, Evelyn. My brothers and Noah, they're very good at what they do. If anyone can find your sister, it's them. I look into her eyes, searching for empty reassurance, but finding only fierce determination. I hope you're right. I sit in silence, staring at my hands. The minutes stretch endlessly while somewhere in this mansion, Noah and Damiano are discussing how to find my sister. Every second that passes is another second Jessica might be with Ivan. The thought makes me physically ill. Lucretia sits nearby, her presence surprisingly comforting despite our brief acquaintance. She doesn't fill the silence with empty reassurances, which I appreciate. She simply stays, occasionally glancing at her phone. After what feels like hours but is probably only 20 minutes, Lucretia looks up from her device. They might be a while, she says, tucking her phone away. Would you like to join Zoe? She's with her baby girl and always enjoys company. I hesitate. The last time I saw Zoe Feretti was at her daughter's christening, where I was simply the violinist, background music for their celebration. Now I'm entangled in their world in ways I never imagined. I don't want to intrude, I say softly. You wouldn't be. Zoe spends too much time alone with just the baby and the nannies when Damiano is working. Lucretia stands, smoothing her dress. Besides, sitting here alone with your thoughts isn't helping anyone, especially you. She's right. The waiting is torture, and I can't do anything to help Jessica by staring at the wall, imagining worst-case scenarios. Okay, I agree, rising from my seat. What choice do I have anyway? I'm a guest, or prisoner, in their world now. Lucretia leads me through more corridors of the sprawling mansion. The place is like a maze, all marble floors and priceless art. It's beautiful in a cold, intimidating way. Wealth displayed as power rather than comfort. I follow her up a curved staircase, wondering what it must be like to be Zoe, to marry into this world, to love a man like Damiano Feretti. Is it anything like what I'm experiencing with Noah? The comparison makes me uncomfortable. Here we are, Lucretia says, stopping before double doors. She knocks gently before pushing them open. Zoe, I've brought someone to meet the baby properly. I step into a sunlit nursery that feels worlds apart from the rest of the mansion. The walls are a soft yellow, adorned with whimsical paintings of animals. In the center of the room, Zoe Feretti sits in a rocking chair, cradling a tiny bundle wrapped in a delicate white blanket. She looks up as we enter, her face brightening with a genuine smile. Evelyn, hi, so great to see you again. I nod, surprised she remembers me. Come in, please, she says, gesturing to a nearby chair. Lucretia, would you mind getting us some tea? Lucretia nods and slips out, leaving me alone with Zoe and her baby. I'm sorry about your sister, Zoe says softly. Damiano and Noah will do everything possible to find her. Thank you, I manage, my eyes drawn to the baby in her arms. Your daughter is beautiful. Zoe beams with pride. Would you like to hold her? Before I can answer, she's already standing, crossing to where I sit. I find myself with a warm, tiny human in my arms, her perfect little face peaceful in sleep. She likes you, Zoe says, settling back in her chair. She usually fusses with strangers. Something shifts inside me as I look down at this innocent life. I never wanted children, never even considered it a possibility. My parents showed me that parenting was more obligation than joy. My father pushed me relentlessly toward perfection, while my mother stood by silently. There was no warmth, no encouragement, just expectations. I never thought about having children, I admit, surprising myself with my honesty. Zoe tilts her head. Really? Why not? I guess I never saw myself as mother material. My parents weren't exactly role models in that department. Well, many parents aren't, Zoe says with a small laugh, but we get to choose what kind of parents we become. I look down at the sleeping baby, her tiny hand curled around my finger. Something warm and unfamiliar blooms in my chest. Besides, Zoe continues, you need the right partner, someone who makes you feel safe enough to create a family. I never found anyone who made me think about marriage or children, I say quietly. My career always came first. I'm still young, I suppose, I murmur, gently rocking the baby. You are, Zoe agrees with a warm smile, but it's also completely okay if you never want to be a mother. That's a valid choice, too. I glance up, surprised by her words. Most women I know, especially in the social circles I perform for, treat motherhood as an inevitable destination, not a choice. Really? You don't think every woman should want children? I ask. Zoe shakes her head firmly. God number. We have enough parents in this world who should never have been parents in the first place. Her voice takes on a harder edge. People who have children because it's expected, or to fix a marriage, or because they want little versions of themselves to control. The baby stirs in my arms and I adjust my hold instinctively. My father wanted a prodigy, I say quietly, not a daughter. Exactly. Zoe leans forward. Being a parent means putting someone else's needs before your own. Always. It means loving them for who they are, not who you want them to be. She gestures to her daughter. I have no idea who she'll become, but I can't wait to find out. I study Zoe's face, seeing genuine contentment there. Despite being married to one of the most dangerous men in New York, she seems happy, secure. How did you know? I ask suddenly. That you wanted this life? Children with Damiano? Zoe laughs softly. I didn't at first. Our beginning was complicated, but I fell in love with him, and the rest followed naturally. She pauses, studying me. Noah is different from Damiano in many ways, but they share the same loyalty, the same protective instinct. I feel my cheeks flush. Noah and I aren't, it's something, Zoe says gently. I recognize the look. I don't know how to respond. What Noah and I have, I can't even define it myself. Captor and captive? Lovers? Something more dangerous than either?
Chapter 20. Noah. I walk into Damiano's office, my fists clenched tight enough that my nails leave half-moons on my palms. Enzo leans against the mahogany desk, arms crossed over his chest. Damiano sits behind it, fingers steepled like he's already expecting the bullshit I'm about to say. I want Ivan dead, I announce without preamble. Tonight, I'll handle it myself. The room goes quiet. Damiano's eyes narrow slightly, the only indication he's even heard me. No. One word. Final as a bullet. What do you mean, no? I step forward. He has Jessica. He's coming for Evelyn. We cut the head off the snake now. Enzo snorts. And start a fucking war with the entire Russian syndicate? Brilliant plan. We're already at war, I snap. Damiano rises from his chair and something in his movement silences both of us. We need to act smart, Noah, not fast. His voice is measured, controlled. Ivan has connections throughout Eastern Europe. Kill him without preparation, and we'll have the entire Bratva breathing down our necks. So we just wait while We locate Jessica first, Damiano cuts me off. We gather intelligence. We find his vulnerabilities. Then we strike. I slam my palm against the wall. There's no time for that shit. Enzo pushes off the desk, moving toward me. You've always been brave, Rivera. Reckless, even. But bravery doesn't mean you always win. This isn't about winning, I growl. No? Enzo tilts his head. Then what's it about? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're thinking with your dick instead of your brain. My hand shoots out, grabbing his collar. Say that again. Damiano's voice cracks like a whip. Enough. We separate, but the tension remains electric. Noah, Damiano says, softer now. I understand. 10 months watching her. Now she's in your home, in your bed. But rushing in half-cocked gets everyone killed, including her. The truth of his words hits me like ice water. I take a step back, daggering a hand through my hair. I exhale slowly, forcing my muscles to relax. The rage still burns, but I push it down where it belongs. Cold and controlled. You're right. I admit, the words tasting bitter. Both of you. I'm not thinking clearly. Ivan will die, though, I say, my voice dropping to something barely above a whisper. One way or another, I'll make sure of it. Damiano circles his desk, closing the distance between us. When he speaks, his voice carries the weight of his position, the authority that makes men like me follow him into hell. Ivan Volkov will die. He agrees. But on our terms, without anyone knowing, it was us who pulled the trigger. Enzo crosses his arms. We can't risk open war with the Russians, not with the Colombians breathing down our necks about that shipment. We find Jessica first, Damiano continues, his voice softening slightly. We gather intelligence on Ivan's movements. We create a plan that leaves no trail back to us. Then, and only then, we strike. I nod slowly. Damiano places a hand on my shoulder. But Noah, understand this. If it comes down to her or this family, I will choose this family, every time. The message is clear. I'm on borrowed time. If I can't find a clean way to eliminate Ivan without risking the Ferettis, Evelyn might still end up as a bargaining chip. Understood, I say, though everything in me rebels against the possibility. Enzo steps forward. For what it's worth, I hope we find a way that doesn't come to that. The way you look at her. He shakes his head. I've never seen you like this before. There's a first time for everything, I mutter. I leave Damiano's office with my jaw clenched so tight I might crack a tooth. The weight of his final warning hangs over me like a guillotine blade. I get it. Family first. It's always been that way with the Ferettis. It's why I respect them, why I've killed for them. But now that same loyalty threatens to take Evelyn from me. I stalk through the mansion's corridors, needing to find her. We're in limbo now, waiting for Alessio and Matteo to turn up something useful on Jessica or Ivan's movements. Waiting has never been my strong suit, especially not when every second that passes puts Jessica in more danger. I check the solarium first, but it's empty. The kitchen, too. Finally, I follow the sound of soft voices through the east wing toward the family quarters. I stop dead in the doorway. Evelyn sits in a rocking chair by the window, sunlight streaming in behind her. In her arms, she cradles Damiano's infant daughter. The baby's tiny hand reaches up, grabbing at a strand of Evelyn's hair that's fallen loose. Something twists in my chest, sharp and unexpected. I've never thought about children. Never imagined a future where I'd have any. In my world, family is a weakness, a vulnerability that enemies can exploit. But watching Evelyn rock that baby, humming something soft under her breath, I suddenly see it. A house somewhere quiet, away from all this. A place with high ceilings where violin music echoes. A place with a nursery. Not just one kid, but several. A fucking dozen of them, all with Evelyn's stormy blue eyes and stubborn chin. The image hits me like a blunt blow. I want that. I want it with a ferocity that scares the shit out of me. Evelyn looks up, catching me watching her. Her smile falters slightly, probably reading something in my expression. Noah, she says softly, careful not to disturb the now sleeping infant. Any news? I shake my head, moving into the room. Alessio and Matteo are working on it. We'll hear something soon. I approach slowly, looking down at the tiny bundle in her arms. The baby looks peaceful, unaware that she's been born into a world of violence and power struggles. You're good with her, I say, my voice surprisingly rough. Evelyn looks surprised. Am I? I've never really been around babies before. Could have fooled me. I reach down, letting the baby's tiny fingers wrap around one of mine. Looks natural.
Evelyn. I stare out the window as we leave the Feretti mansion. My hands won't stop trembling. Jessica, my little sister, the only person in my family who ever truly loved me for who I am, not what I could do. We'll find her. Noah's voice cuts through the silence, firm and certain. I don't look at him. You don't know that. I do. If Ivan has her, my voice cracks. I force myself to continue. If he has her, I'm going to him. Noah's hands tighten on the steering wheel, knuckles going white. No. It's not your decision. I turn to face him fully now. She's my sister, Noah, my baby's sister. She has nothing to do with any of this. And you think Ivan will just let her go if you turn yourself in? His voice is deadly quiet. He'll kill her anyway, then he'll have you too. You don't know that. I throw his words back at him. I know men like Ivan. I can't just sit around while my sister is in danger because of me. The tears I've been fighting finally spill over. This is all my fault. I signed that contract. I put her in danger. Noah reaches across the console and takes my hand. His touch is surprisingly gentle for someone so lethal. Listen to me. If you go to Ivan, you die. Jessica dies. Everyone loses. His eyes flick from the road to me. The only way through this is forward, together. I pull my hand away and press my palms against my eyes. If anything happens to her, it won't. You can't promise that. I can promise I'll do everything in my power to get her back safely. His voice softens, and my power is considerable, Evelyn. I look at him again, this dangerous man who's somehow become my protector. If Ivan hurts her, I'll never forgive myself, and I'll never forgive you for stopping me from going to him. I can live with that, Noah says, as long as you're alive to hate me. I turn back to the window, watching the city pass by. I'm going to him if he has her, Noah. I mean it. You can't stop me. Watch me. I stare at Noah's profile as he drives, his jaw set in that stubborn line I'm coming to recognize all too well. The anger bubbling inside me is different from before, colder, more calculated. He thinks he can control everything, even my decisions about my own sister. You can't just lock me up forever, I say, my voice steadier than I expected. Not forever, just until Ivan is dead. I laugh, but there's no humor in it. And how long will that take? Days? Weeks? Meanwhile, Jessica could be... I can't finish the sentence. The thought is too unbearable. Noah reaches for my hand again, but I pull away. I need you to trust me, he says. Noah might be watching my every move, but he can't be everywhere all the time. He has to sleep. He has meetings. There will be opportunities. I just need to be patient, to wait for the right moment. Fine, I say after a long silence. You win. Noah glances at me, suspicion clear in his eyes. What do you mean? I sigh, making my shoulders slump in defeat. I won't try to go to Ivan. You're right, it wouldn't help Jessica. He studies me for a moment too long before turning back to the road. Just like that? What choice do I have? You've made it clear you'll stop me no matter what. I force my voice to soften. And maybe you're right. Maybe Ivan would hurt her anyway. We'll find her, Noah says again, reaching over to squeeze my knee. I cover his hand with mine and give him what I hope looks like a grateful smile. I know. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue, but I swallow it down. For Jessica, I'll do whatever it takes, even if it means playing along with Noah's rules for now, even if it means walking straight into Ivan's hands later. When we reach his building, Noah escorts me through the lobby with his hand on mine. His touch burns through my skin, a reminder of everything that's happened between us. The elevator ride is silent. I keep my eyes fixed on the numbers as they climb higher and higher. Inside the apartment, Noah locks the door behind us. The sound of the deadbolt sliding into place makes my skin crawl. I need a shower, I say, my voice hollow. Noah studies my face. Are you okay? What do you think? I snap, then immediately regret it. I need him to believe I've given up. Sorry, I need a moment alone. He nods slowly. Take your time. I walk to the bathroom, feeling his eyes on me with every step. Once inside, I close the door and lean against it, listening. His footsteps move away toward the kitchen. I turn on the shower, cranking the hot water until steam fills the room. Only then do I let myself break. The first sob rips through me like physical pain. I clamp my hand over my mouth to muffle the sound, but I can't stop the tears. They come in a flood, washing away the mask I've been wearing. I strip off my clothes and step under the scalding spray, letting the water mix with my tears. Here, with the shower drowning out any sound, I can finally let go. I'm sorry, Jess, I say, pressing my forehead against the cool tile. I'm so sorry. My body shakes with silent sobs. The water beats down on my shoulders, washing away nothing. The guilt remains, heavy as stone. I let myself cry until there's nothing left, until the water begins to cool, until my skin is red and raw. Then I wash my face, letting the evidence of my breakdown swirl down the drain.
Chapter 21. Noah. I pour whiskey into a glass, not bothering to measure. The amber liquid sloshes against the sides as I drop onto the sofa and grab the remote. The TV flickers to life, some mindless show filling the silence of my apartment. I don't give a fuck what's on. I just need noise. Something to drown out the sound of running water from the bathroom where Evelyn's been for the past 20 minutes. She's crying, I know she is. I take a long swallow of whiskey, welcoming the burn down my throat. It doesn't help. Nothing helps the weight pressing against my chest when I think about Jessica being in Ivan's hands, about what that sick fuck might do to her, about how it's my fault if I hadn't taken Evelyn, if I just watched from a distance like I had for months. Fuck, I mutter, dragging a hand through my hair. The shower's still running. Too long for just washing up. One thing I know about women is the difference between showering and hiding. I turn up the volume on some cookery competition. The judges are yelling about undercooked fish. I stare at the screen without seeing it, the glass dangling from my fingers. I should be planning, making calls, finding Jessica before Ivan can hurt her. But all I can think about is Evelyn behind that door, shoulders shaking, trying to muffle her sobs so I won't hear. It makes me feel fucking awful. I've killed men without blinking, tortured them without losing sleep. But the thought of Evelyn crying tears me apart inside. When did I get so fucking soft? I down the rest of the drink in one go, set the glass on the coffee table with more force than necessary. On the screen, someone's crying over a collapsed souffle. I change the channel. The water finally shuts off. I strain to hear movement behind the door, wondering if she'll come out or stay hidden in there all night. Not that I can blame her, her sister's missing because of me. Because I couldn't keep my distance, couldn't leave her alone. I pour another drink, hoping it might dull the unfamiliar ache in my chest. It doesn't. I switch channels restlessly, my thumb pressing the button over and over. Sports. Reality show. Documentary about penguins. News. I'm about to keep going when the CNN headline catches my eye. Renowned cellist missing. The remote freezes in my hand as the blonde reporter speaks into the camera, her face appropriately solemn. Whereabouts of acclaimed cellist Michael Chen remain unknown after he failed to appear for his performance with the New York Philharmonic last Saturday. Chen, 29, was last seen leaving his apartment in Manhattan 3 days ago. Police are asking anyone with information to... No. The scream behind me is so raw I nearly dropped the glass. I whip around to see Evelyn standing there, hair still wet from the shower, wearing the clothes I bought her. Her face has drained of all color, eyes fixed on the TV screen where they're showing a photo of the missing musician. "Michael," she says, one hand covering her mouth. Oh God, no. I mute the TV, setting my drink down. "You know him?" "He's my friend." Her voice breaks on the word. "We went to Juilliard together. We performed together last month at Carnegie Hall." The pieces click together instantly in my mind. "Ivan." Evelyn nods, her whole body trembling. First Jessica, now Michael. He's going after everyone I care about. Her eyes lock with mine, wild with panic and rage. He's doing this because of me. I stand moving toward her, but she backs away. "Don't you see? This is how Ivan works. He doesn't just hurt you, he takes everything you love first, he makes you watch." Her voice rises with each word. "Michael has nothing to do with any of this. He's just a cellist, a brilliant musician who's never hurt anyone." "Evelyn, I need to call the police. I need to tell them..." "Tell them what?" I step closer, keeping my voice steady. "That a Russian Mafia boss took your friend? That you know this because you're currently being held by another Mafia enforcer? Think about what you're saying." She slams her fist against the wall. "I can't just do nothing. First Jessica, now Michael. Who's next? How many people have to disappear before this stops?" The tears she hid from me start flowing freely now, her shoulders shaking with the force of them. "It's my fault," she chokes out. "All of this is my fault." I move toward her, hands out like I'm approaching a wounded animal. The pain in her eyes cuts deeper than any knife. "Evelyn, don't touch me," she screams, backing away until she hits the wall. Her voice cracks with raw emotion. "Don't you fucking touch me!" I freeze, watching her chest heave with each ragged breath. Tears streak down her face, her wet hair plastered against her cheeks. "All of this is happening because of you," she spits. "You took me. You started this war with Ivan, and now innocent people are paying for it." Her words hit like bullets, each one finding its mark. "I hate you." Her voice drops to a whisper more devastating than her screams. "I hate what you've done. I hate that I let myself feel anything for you." I clench my jaw, fighting to keep my face blank. "You don't mean that." "I do." She wipes her tears angrily with the back of her hand. "This is my mess. I signed that contract with Ivan. I'm the one who should face the consequences. Not Jessica, not Michael, not anyone else. That's not how this works." "Then make it work that way." She pushes off the wall, getting right in my face. "Call Ivan. Tell him you'll trade me for Jessica and Michael. End this before anyone else gets hurt." I shake my head. "Not happening." "Why?" "Because I'm your property now." She laughs bitterly. "You're no better than Ivan. You both think you own me. I'm trying to protect you. I don't want your protection." She slams her palm against my chest. "I want my sister back. I want my friends safe. I can't live with myself knowing they're suffering because of me." Her shoulders collapse inward as a fresh wave of sobs overtakes her. I reach for her again, unable to stop myself. I said, "Don't touch me." She steps back, wrapping her arms around herself. "If you cared about me at all, you'd let me go. Let me face Ivan myself." "So he can kill you?" "If that's what it takes." Her eyes meet mine, resolute despite the tears. Their lives are worth more than mine. I stare at Evelyn, her words slicing through me like shrapnel. My chest tightens with each accusation she hurls. The whiskey in my system does nothing to dull the sting. "You're not even close to the truth," I say, keeping my voice low and controlled despite the storm raging inside me. "Ivan doesn't give a fuck about your friend or your sister. He cares about power, about showing everyone he can take what he wants." She shakes her head, tears still streaming down her face. They're missing because Ivan is a sadistic piece of shit who— Shut up. She slams her hands against my chest, shoving me back. Just shut up. You don't get to stand there and act like you're the hero in this story. I grab her wrist before she can hit me again. I never claimed to be a hero. Let go of me. Her voice drops dangerously low. I release her immediately, watching as she rubs her wrists, glaring at me with hatred burning in her eyes. You think you're protecting me? She laughs bitterly. You're just another man trying to control me. My father, Ivan. Now you— Different cages. Same prison. That's not— I'm done listening to you. She cuts me off, backing away. I'm done pretending that any of this is okay. Before I can respond, she turns and storms toward the bedroom, her footsteps heavy with rage. Evelyn, wait. The bedroom door slams shut behind her. I hear the lock click into place. I stand frozen in the middle of the living room, the muted TV still showing images of the missing cellist. The sound of Evelyn's muffled sobs filters through the door, each one like a knife twisting in my gut. I grab my phone from the coffee table and dial Damiano. He answers on the second ring. What is it, Rivera? We have another problem. I keep my voice low, glancing at the bedroom door. Michael Chen, a cellist. Works with Evelyn. He's missing too. Fuck. Damiano's voice is tight. When? Just hit the news. Yvonne's not waiting for the deadline. He's collecting everyone she cares about. I pace across the living room, tension coiling through my body like a spring ready to snap. We need to move faster, I say. We still have 2 days left on his ultimatum, but Yvonne's unpredictable. Who knows what he'll do next? He's sending a message, Damiano says, making it personal. It's already fucking personal. I grip the phone tighter. He's going to hurt them to get to her. How's she taking it? Damiano asks. I glance at the bedroom door, remembering the hatred in Evelyn's eyes. How do you think? Keep her there, Noah. No matter what, if she tries to go to Ivan, she won't. I cut him off, though I'm not as confident as I sound. I won't let her. Good. I'll call when we have something solid. Be ready to move. The line goes dead. I stare at the phone, feeling the weight of everything pressing down on me. In the bedroom, Evelyn's sobs have quietened, which somehow feels worse. I walk to the door, pressing my palm against it. Evelyn, I call softly. I just spoke to Damiano. They might have a lead on Jessica. Silence. I know you hate me right now. You have every right to. I rest my forehead against the door. But I promise you, we're going to get them back. More silence. I didn't want this war, but I'm going to end it. I close my eyes. And I'm going to keep you safe while I do it. I wait at the door, listening for any response from Evelyn. The silence stretches between us like a living thing, heavy with accusation. Evelyn, I try again, say something. The lock clicks and the door swings open. Her eyes are red-rimmed, her face flushed with anger and tears. You want me to say something? Her voice is menacingly quiet. Fine, this is all your fault. You started this war, Noah. Not Ivan. You. I clench my jaw, fighting to keep my voice level. I didn't start anything. Ivan was already coming for you. You killed his men. She's shouting now, all composure gone. You took what he wanted, and now innocent people are paying for your fucking ego. It wasn't about my ego. Bullshit. She's inches from my face now. You wanted me, so you took me. Just like every other controlling asshole in my life. And now Jessica might die because you couldn't keep your dick in your pants. Something snaps inside me. I whirl away from her, my fist connecting with the wall before I can stop myself. The drywall cracks under the impact, pain shooting up my arm. Fuck. I pull my hand back, knuckles bleeding. Evelyn flinches but doesn't back down. Did that make you feel better? Breaking things when you don't get your way? I turn to face her, breathing hard. You think I wanted this? You think I wanted to put people in danger? I saw a chance to keep you safe and I took it. And look where that got us. Her voice drops to a whisper, somehow more devastating than her shouts. If anything happens to Jessica or Michael, their blood is on your hands, and I will never, ever forgive you. She steps back into the bedroom and slams the door. The lock clicks into place. I stare at my bleeding knuckles, at the hole in the wall, at the closed door between us. Everything I touch turns to shit. Everything I try to protect gets destroyed. And the worst part is, she's right. I stand in the hallway staring at the closed bedroom door, my hand throbbing with each heartbeat. The pain feels right. Deserved. I fucked up. Not by taking Evelyn, but by not being prepared for Ivan's response. My phone is still in my hand. I dial Matteo's number, pacing the hall to the living room as it rings. "What's up?" Matteo answers, sounding distracted. "I need you to come over now." "What happened?" His tone shifts immediately, alert and focused. "Ivan took Michael Chen too. Evelyn's friend, it's on the news." I lower my voice. "She's losing it, man. Blames me for everything. I can't leave her alone, but I need to do something." "Like what?" Matteo asks cautiously. "Like find out where Ivan's keeping them." I glance at the bedroom door. "Or put a bullet in his head. Either works." Matteo sighs. "Noah, I'm not asking for permission. I'm asking you to come watch her while I'm gone." There's a pause on the line. "You realize if she wants to leave badly enough, I can't stop her without hurting her, right? And I'm not going to do that. Just keep her here, talk to her, she listens to you." I run a hand through my hair. "I need to move on this, Matteo. I can't just sit here while Ivan picks off everyone she cares about." Another pause. "All right, I'll be there in 20, but Noah..." "What?" "Don't do anything stupid. Damiano has people looking. You going rogue isn't going to help." 20 minutes, I say, ignoring his warning. "Thanks." I hang up and walk to the bedroom door again, resting my palm against it. "Evelyn," I call softly. "Matteo's coming over to stay with you. I need to go out." No response. I pace the living room, checking my watch every 30 seconds. Each minute feels like an hour as I wait for Matteo. My knuckles have stopped bleeding, but the skin is split and raw. Good. The pain keeps me focused. When the doorbell finally rings, I nearly rip the door off its hinges. "About fucking time," I mutter as Matteo steps in, looking me over with raised eyebrows. "What happened to your hand?" "Never mind, I can guess." I grab my jacket from the back of the couch. "She's in the bedroom, hasn't come out since she saw the news about Chen." "And you're going where exactly?" Matteo blocks my path to the door, arms crossed. "Damiano's first." I check my gun, tucking it into my waistband. He might have something on Jessica's location by now. After that, I'm going hunting. "For Ivan?" Matteo shakes his head. "That's suicide, Noah." "I don't care." I grab my keys from the counter. Someone has to end this, and I'm not waiting around for Ivan to grab more leverage. Matteo sighs, glancing toward the bedroom. "She's really gotten to you, hasn't she?" I don't answer. I don't need to. "Just talk to her," I say instead. "Make sure she eats something. And Matteo?" I lower my voice. "Don't let her leave. No matter what she says. I'll do my best." He runs a hand through his hair. "But if you're not back by morning, I'm calling Damiano." "Fair enough." I pause at the door. "If anything changes with Jessica or Chen, call me immediately." "Will do." Matteo settles onto the couch. "Try not to get yourself killed, asshole. I'd hate to have to explain that to your girlfriend." "She's not my..." I stop myself. What's the point? Just watch her.
Chapter 22. Evelyn. I flatten myself against the wall, holding my breath as Noah punches in the code to unlock the door. My heart pounds so loudly I'm afraid he'll hear it. 487263. I commit the numbers to memory, watching his fingers move across the keypad. A small victory in this nightmare, and then he leaves. 487263. My ticket out of here. I can hear Mateo moving around in the kitchen, opening and closing cabinets. I need to be patient. Need to wait for the right moment when he's distracted enough for me to make it to the door. Jessica's face flashes in my mind, then Michael's, both missing because of me. Because I was stupid enough to sign that contract with Ivan without understanding what I was getting into. And now Noah is hunting Ivan, which will only make things worse. I press my palms against my eyes. This is all my fault, but I can fix it. I know I can. If I can get to Ivan before Noah does something irreversible, I can offer myself in exchange for Jessica and Michael. It's the only way. Now I just need to wait for Mateo to get comfortable, to drop his guard, to give me just one moment when he's not watching. 487263. I repeat the numbers in my head like a prayer, my escape plan, my salvation. And Jessica's too, if I'm lucky. I take a deep breath, smoothing down my clothes, then step into the living room. Mateo sprawled on the couch, scrolling through his phone. He looks up when I enter, a knowing smirk spreading across his face. Well, well. Sleeping Beauty emerges. His eyes flick over my face, lingering a bit too long. You look like shit, by the way. Thanks, I say flatly. Always a pleasure chatting, Mateo. Rough night? He raises an eyebrow. I mean, between you bawling and Noah punching walls, this place sounds like a war zone. I feel my cheeks flush. Are you just here to torment me, or do you have an actual purpose? Both. He grins, pocketing his phone. Noah said to keep you company. Make sure you don't do anything stupid. Look, I sigh, walking over to the entertainment center. I'm not in the mood for your commentary. Why don't you just sit and watch something? There must be a game on or whatever it is you guys do when you're not kidnapping people. Mateo laughs, a genuine sound that surprises me. You've got balls, violin girl. I grab the remote and toss it to him. Here, find something mindless. I need to not think for a while. He catches it easily, studying me with unexpected seriousness. You really care about your sister, huh? She's all I have, I say quietly, sinking into the armchair across from him. And Michael he's just a friend, a good one. They don't deserve to be caught up in this. Mateo nods slowly, then turns to the TV. Fine, one mindless distraction coming up. He flips through channels until landing on some action movie with explosions and car chases. Perfect. Loud enough to cover my thoughts. Distracting enough to keep him occupied. I watch Mateo from the corner of my eye as the movie plays. He seems completely absorbed in the mindless action flick, occasionally chuckling at explosions. I've been waiting for over an hour for him to use the bathroom or step away, but he hasn't budged. My patience is wearing thin. Every minute I waste here is another minute Jessica and Michael spend with Ivan. I need to act now. I stand abruptly. I'm going to sort through some of the clothes Noah bought me. Mateo barely glances up. Whatever, just stay where I can see you. I walk to the bedroom door, then pause. An idea forms in my mind, simple but possibly effective. I step inside the room and start making frustrated noises, yanking at the dresser drawer. Shit, I mutter loudly, then louder. Hey, Mateo? What? He calls from the couch. This drawer is completely stuck. Can you help me for a second? I make more struggling sounds, rattling the drawer harder. I hear him sigh dramatically. Jesus Christ, are you serious right now? Please, it has my... I pause for effect. Underwear in it. That gets him moving. I hear the couch leather flex as he stands. Fine, he grumbles, walking toward the bedroom, but make it quick. I'm missing the good part. The moment Mateo steps into the bedroom, I slip past him through the doorway. Before he can react, I slam the door shut and twist the lock. What the... His voice turns from confusion to rage in an instant. Evelyn, open this fucking door right now. I'm sorry, I say, backing away as he pounds against the wood. I have to do this. You are stupid as hell. He slams his body against the door, making it shudder. Noah's going to kill you, and then he's going to kill me. I rush to the front door, my fingers trembling as I punch in the code. 487263. The lock clicks open. Evelyn! Mateo roars, the bedroom door creaking under his assault. Don't do this. You have no idea what you're walking into. I hesitate for just a second, my hand on the doorknob. I'm sorry, I whisper again, though I know he can't hear me. But I have to save them. I step into the hallway and pull the door shut behind me. I dash down the hallway, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. The elevator takes an eternity to arrive, and I keep glancing back at Noah's door, expecting Mateo to burst through at any second. When the doors finally slide open, I nearly collapse with relief. Inside the elevator, I press the lobby button repeatedly, willing it to move faster. My hands are shaking. I have no phone, no money, not even a jacket, but I know where I need to go. The doorman gives me a curious look as I hurry across the marble lobby. I force a smile and wave as if everything is normal, as if I'm not escaping captivity. Outside, the cold air hits me like a slap. I scan the street and spot a yellow taxi approaching. I wave frantically and it pulls over. "Where to, miss?" the driver asks as I slide into the back seat. "East 65th Street, I say, giving him Ivan's address without hesitation. I've been there countless times for dinner parties and contract discussions. The grand townhouse where I signed away my freedom without realizing it. The driver looks at me expectantly in the rearview mirror. I don't have any money with me, I admit, but someone at the destination will pay, double the fare even. It's an emergency." Something in my expression must convince him, because he nods and pulls away from the curb. "Thank you," I say, sinking back against the seat. As we weave through Manhattan traffic, I stare out the window, trying to organize my thoughts. Ivan wants me. He has Jessica and Michael. It's a simple equation with only one solution: me for them. The taxi turns onto Ivan Street, lined with elegant townhouses. I recognize his immediately, the imposing stone facade with black iron gates. My stomach knots as we pull up to the curb. "This is it," I tell the driver. "Just wait here, someone will come out to pay you." I step out of the taxi and approach the gate, pressing the intercom button with a shaky finger. A camera above the gate swivels toward me. "It's Evelyn Anderson," I say clearly. "I'm here to see Ivan." There's a long pause before the intercom crackles to life. "Miss Anderson." The voice belongs to Dimitri, Ivan's head of security. What a pleasant surprise. The gate buzzes and swings open.
Noah. I pull up to Damiano's house, the engine of the bike still rumbling beneath me. My head's a mess of strategies and threats. Ways to find Jessica, ways to hurt Ivan, ways to keep Evelyn safe. The thought of her alone in my apartment with only Mateo watching her makes my stomach twist, but I push it down. Focus on the task. That's what I've always done. The guard at the gate nods as I pass through. He knows better than to stop me. I park the bike and stride toward the main entrance, my boots crunching on the gravel driveway. The mansion looms ahead, all old money and power. The Ferettis have been in control for generations, and it shows in every brick. When I push open the door, I'm surprised to find Lucrezia standing in the foyer. She's wearing paint-splattered jeans and a loose shirt, her dark hair pulled back in a messy bun. She doesn't look like the Mafia princess she is, more like the bohemian artist she wants to be. "Noah," she says, her eyes narrowing slightly. "I didn't expect to see you back so soon." "Need to talk to your brother," I say, already moving past her toward Damiano's office. She steps in front of me, blocking my path. "He's on a call with the Colombians. Something about that shipment in Queens." I clench my jaw. This can't wait. "It'll have to." Her voice is firm. She's not afraid of me. Never has been. That's the thing about Lucrezia. She grew up surrounded by killers. Takes more than my scowl to scare her. Fine. I cross my arms, leaning against the wall. "How long?" 20 minutes, maybe. She studies my face. "You look like shit." "Thanks." "Is this about Evelyn?" she asks, her voice dropping lower. I don't answer, which is answer enough. I check my phone. No messages from Matteo. That's good. Means everything's quiet at the apartment. Evelyn's safe. For now. How's she handling her sister being missing? Lucrezia asks. How do you think? She blames herself, blames me more. She's wrong not to blame Ivan. I'm the one who took her, I say, the words tasting bitter. I started this. Lucrezia shakes her head. Ivan was coming for her. You just got there first. I shake my head, running a hand through my hair. She doesn't get it. Evelyn's not part of this world. She doesn't understand what Ivan would have done to her. Lucrezia's eyes soften. She will soon enough. Ivan's not known for his subtlety. That's what I'm afraid of. I push off from the wall, pacing the foyer. My boots echo against the marble floor. She thinks I'm the monster in this story, that if I just left her alone, everything would be fine. And what would have happened if you had? I stop pacing, looking Lucrezia dead in the eyes. Ivan would have taken her that night. He'd have broken her, used her, then discarded her when he was done. And now? Now he's taken her sister and her friend to get to her. I clench my fists so tight my knuckles almost open up again. She thinks if she just surrenders herself to him, he'll let them go. Lucrezia laughs bitterly. We both know that's not how this works. Yeah. I check my phone again. Still nothing from Matteo. She blames me for starting a war. Says I should trade her for her sister. And will you? The question hangs in the air between us. For a second I imagine doing it. Handing Evelyn over to Ivan, watching her walk away from me. The thought makes my blood run cold. No. The word comes out like a growl. Never. Lucrezia nods, like she expected nothing less. Then you better make her understand why, before she does something stupid. I check my watch for the 10th time. 15 minutes have passed. 5 more to go. I can't stand still, so I pace the hallway outside Damiano's office like a caged animal. You're going to wear a hole in the floor, Lucrezia says, watching me from where she's perched on a decorative bench. He needs to hurry the fuck up. My voice comes out rough, impatient. Just as I'm about to bang on Damiano's door, it swings open. He emerges looking tired, his suit jacket slung over one shoulder. Noah, he says, spotting me immediately. What's happened now? We need to talk about Ivan. Damiano sighs, gesturing me into his office. I come in. I follow him inside, barely waiting for the door to close. We need to move on Ivan now. Not tomorrow. Not after some fucking strategy meeting. Now. You know that's not how this works, Damiano says, settling behind his desk. Ivan has connections throughout the East Coast. We move too quickly. We risk... My phone buzzes in my pocket. I glance at the screen. Matteo. Give me a second, I tell Damiano, answering the call. What is it? She's gone. Matteo's voice is strained. Everything in me goes cold. What the fuck did you just say? Evelyn, she locked me in your bedroom. She's gone. What the fuck, Matteo? How could you let this happen? I'm shouting now, my free hand slamming against the wall. I trusted you with one fucking job. She tricked me, man. I don't give a shit what she did. You were supposed to watch her. My voice echoes off the walls of Damiano's office. Noah, Damiano says sharply, standing up. What's happening? I ignore him, still yelling into the phone. How long has she been gone? Maybe 20 minutes. I had to break down your fucking bedroom door. Fuck, I kicked the nearest chair, sending it crashing into the wall. She's going to Ivan. Noah, Damiano's voice cuts through my rage. Get it together and tell me what's happening. I lower the phone, my chest heaving. Evelyn's gone. She slipped past Matteo. She's going to turn herself over to Ivan to save her sister. Shit, Damiano mutters, and I'm going after her. I'm already moving toward the door. Noah, wait. I whirl around, pointing a finger at him. Don't you dare try to stop me. She's mine. I'm not letting Ivan touch her.
Chapter 23. Evelyn. The moment I step inside Ivan's house, cold air hits my skin. Not the refreshing kind of cold that brings relief on a hot day, but the kind that makes your bones ache. The vampiric kind that warns you to turn around and run. I don't run. Dimitri leads me through a marble foyer where my heels click against the floor, each sound a countdown. The house is a study in opulence, not the warm luxury of old money, but the contrived display of wealth of somebody with something to prove. Everything is pristine, white, and metallic. The walls display abstract art in harsh reds and blacks that look like blood spatter and empty voids. No family photos, no personal touches, just expensive emptiness. This way, Dimitri says, his accent thick as he gestures toward a hallway. I follow him past rooms filled with furniture that looks as if it's never been sat on. The kind of furniture meant to impress, not comfort. Steel chandeliers hang from high ceilings, catching light and fracturing it into cold, sharp patterns on the walls. The scent of the place is wrong too. Clean, but with an underlying chemical smell, like something hidden beneath layers of expensive cologne and cleaning products. As we move deeper into the house, I notice the windows are all covered with heavy drapes despite the daytime hour. No natural light penetrates this place, only the artificial glow of recessed lighting that casts everyone's face in unflattering shadows. We pass a dining room with a table that could seat 20, though I doubt Ivan has ever hosted a dinner party here. The table is bare except for a single white orchid in the center, beautiful but sterile. The silence is the most disturbing part. No music, no distant conversations, not even the hum of appliances, just the sound of our footsteps and my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Dimitri stops at a set of double doors at the end of the hallway. They're made of dark wood, the only non-white surface I've seen so far, with intricate carvings that don't match the modern aesthetic of the rest of the house. "Wait here," he says, then knocks 3 times. I hear Ivan's voice from the other side, speaking Russian. The words are unfamiliar, but the tone is unmistakable. Calm, controlled, and utterly malevolent. Dimitri opens the door and gestures for me to enter. I sit rigid on the edge of Ivan's hard leather sofa, my hands folded so tightly in my lap that my knuckles have stretched white. This was stupid, so incredibly stupid. But what choice did I have? Jessica and Michael are suffering because of me, because I signed that contract, because I got tangled up with Noah, because I exist. "Would you like some tea, Miss Anderson?" Dimitri asks, his thick accent oddly polite for a man who works for a monster. I shake my head. My throat is too dry to speak. The townhouse is quiet. Too quiet. Shouldn't I hear something? Jessica crying? Michael calling for help? The silence is worse than screams would be. "Where are they?" I finally manage to ask. Dimitri's face remains impassive. "Mr. Volkov will be with you shortly." I stand up, unable to contain my nervous energy. I didn't ask about Ivan. I asked about my sister and my friend. "Please sit, Miss Anderson." His tone hasn't changed, but his hand shifts slightly toward his jacket. I know what that means. I sit. What would Noah do right now? The thought comes unbidden, and I push it away immediately. Noah is the reason I'm here. Noah and his possessiveness. Noah and his refusal to trade me. Noah and his... Number, I can't think about him. Not now. I try to focus on what I'll say to Ivan. I need to be clear. Director. I'm trading myself for Jessica and Michael. He gets me. My performances, my name on his programs, whatever he wants, and they go free. Simple. But as the minutes stretch on, doubt creeps in. What if Ivan doesn't want a trade? What if he just wants all of us? What if... The door opens and Ivan Volkov strolls in. He looks exactly as I remember him from Moscow, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his ice blue eyes calculating, that permanent smirk on his lips. "Evelyn," he says, my name sounding wrong in his mouth. "How nice of you to visit." I stand again, this time forcing myself to meet his gaze. Where are they?" He laughs softly. "No pleasantries? No catching up with an old friend?" "We were never friends," I say, my voice steadier than I feel. "I want to see my sister and Michael." Ivan takes a seat in an armchair across from the sofa, crossing one leg over the other, like we're having a casual business meeting. "All in good time," he says. "First, let's discuss how you managed to escape Noah Rivera. I'm quite curious." I take a step back, lifting my chin in what I hope appears as confusion. "Noah Rivera? I don't know anyone by that name." Ivan's smirk stretches into a full grimace. Those eyes remain cold, calculating, like a predator watching its prey make a fatal mistake. "Oh, Evelyn!" He laughs, the sound echoing through the elegant room. "I never thought you would be so stupid." He stands, buttoning his suit jacket with deliberate slowness. "Did you really think such a childish trick would work? That I would believe you?" My heart hammers against my ribs, but I manage to keep my expression neutral. I came here of my own free will. Ivan circles me slowly, like a shark. "Let me explain something to you. I have men watching Rivera's building. I know exactly when you left. I know which taxi you took." He stops directly behind me, his breath on my neck making my skin crawl. "And I certainly know that you've been his little pet for days now." "How did you know I was with Noah?" I ask, hating how my voice wavers. Ivan's smile widens as he walks to a small bar cart in the corner. The clink of crystal against crystal fills the silence as he pours amber liquid into 2 glasses. "You think I wouldn't keep tabs on Rivera?" He extends a glass toward me, which I don't take. He shrugs and sets it on the coffee table. "I've been watching him for months, just as he's been watching you." My stomach drops. "What do you mean?" "Oh, come now." Ivan takes a sip from his glass. "Did Rivera tell you he's been obsessed with you since Damiano's wedding? Following you to performances, learning your routines?" He studies my face. He did mention it. How romantic." The memory of Noah's confession burns through me. 6 months of surveillance, knowing my favorite foods, my habits, things I'd found both disturbing and oddly touching when Noah admitted them. "My men have been following Rivera for weeks," Ivan continues. "When they saw him take you naturally, I knew exactly where you were." I clench my fists, fighting the urge to shift away from him. "Where is my sister?" "Your sister is fine. For now." He moves to stand in front of me again. Michael, on the other hand, has been less cooperative. The blood drains from my face. What have you done to him? Nothing compared to what Rivera will face when he comes charging in here to reclaim what he thinks belongs to him. Ivan reaches out, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. I flinch away from his touch. "Noah doesn't know I'm here," I say, hating how my voice wavers. "I left while he was out." Ivan's laugh is sharper this time. "Do you think I don't understand men like Rivera? Men who take what they want and destroy anyone who threatens their possessions?" His eyes narrow. "He'll be on his way soon, little bitch, and when he arrives..." Ivan's words make my chest heave. "Noah is coming here? No, no, no. This is exactly what I was trying to prevent." "What the hell do you want from me?" I demand, my voice rising with panic despite my efforts to stay composed. I take a deep breath, steadying myself. "Why are you doing this? Taking Jessica, Michael, sending men to grab me from my apartment? What is this about?" Ivan circles back to his chair, sitting down with the casual grace of a man who has all the time in the world. That smirk never leaves his face. "It's quite simple, my dear. Our contract." "The performance contract?" I shake my head in disbelief. "This is about violin concerts? You're kidnapping people and threatening war with the Ferettis over a music contract." "Don't be naive," Ivan says, his voice hardening. "It was never just about music." My mind races back to concerts I have played during our contract. I remember playing at his private party in St. Petersburg, the room filled with men whose names I never learned, but whose eyes followed my every movement. I remember the whispered conversations that stopped when I walked by. Then there was Vienna, the concert hall where half the audience seemed to be there for reasons other than music. The way Ivan introduced me to businessmen who seemed more interested in my connection to him than my playing. I fulfilled every performance, I say, struggling to keep my voice steady. I played every venue you scheduled. And you played beautifully, Ivan agrees, his eyes never leaving mine. But surely you realized you were providing more than entertainment. Your presence, an American virtuoso under my patronage, opened doors, created opportunities. The realization hits me like a striking gong. I was never just a musician to him. I was a front, a respectable face for whatever criminal dealings he conducted under the guise of cultural patronage. You used me, I whisper. I invested in you, he corrects, and I expect a return on my investment, one that Rivera interrupted when he took what belongs to me. I stare at Ivan, my mind racing to make sense of everything. But why send men to take me that night? I ask, my voice steadier than I feel. Why not just call me? We had a contract. I would have met with you. Ivan's lips curl into that infuriating grin as he takes another sip of his drink. The ice clinks against the crystal. Because I knew about Rivera's interest in you. His eyes flick over me, assessing. I've been watching him watch you for months, the way he followed you, how he sat outside venues while you performed. My stomach twists. So? So I knew he wouldn't stay in the shadows forever. Ivan sets his glass down with deliberate precision. Men like Rivera don't just observe what they want, they take it, and I couldn't allow that. I don't understand. It's quite simple, Evelyn. Ivan leans forward, his elbows on his knees. I've invested considerable resources in you. Your reputation, your career, your connection to me opens doors that would otherwise remain closed. He stands, straightening his already perfect suit. So you sent men to grab me off the street? To what? Lock me away somewhere? To bring you back under my control before Rivera could claim you. Ivan's voice hardens. I needed to remind you of our arrangement before he poisoned you against me. Our arrangement was about music, I snap. Our arrangement was about whatever I decided it was about. His smile vanishes, replaced by something cold and calculating. You signed the contract, Evelyn. You're mine until I say otherwise. The possessiveness in his voice mirrors Noah's, but where Noah's claims stir something deep inside me, Ivan's make my skin crawl. I'm not property, I say, but my voice lacks conviction. After all, haven't I been treated exactly like property my entire life? First by my father, then by Ivan, now by Noah. We're all property to someone, Ivan says, as if reading my thoughts. The difference is who holds your leash. Stop, I say, cutting through Ivan's self-satisfied speech. Just stop talking. I don't care about your investments or your business dealings. My voice grows stronger with each word. I want to see my sister and Michael. Now. Ivan's smirk fades, replaced by something colder. You're not in a position to make demands. Then what am I doing here? I step forward, emboldened by desperation. If you brought me here as leverage against Noah, fine. But at least let me see that Jessica and Michael are alive. Ivan studies me for a long moment, his ice blue eyes weighing the odds. What I find curious is why Rivera was at your apartment that night in the first place. He leans forward. Why was he there, Evelyn? How did he know my men would be coming for you? My mouth goes dry. I don't know. You expect me to believe that was coincidence? Ivan stands, closing the distance between us. Rivera just happened to be there the exact moment my men arrived? I don't know why he was there, I insist, holding my ground even as he towers over me. I'd never met him before that night. Yet you've been quite comfortable in his bed since then, haven't you? Ivan's voice drops to a dangerous whisper. Heat floods my face, from anger or shame. I'm not sure. You kidnapped my sister. You took my friend. What I've done to survive isn't your concern. Ivan's eyes narrow. You're lying about something. I can always tell. He turns abruptly, gesturing to his man standing by the door, broad-shouldered with a shaved head. Dimitri. The man steps forward, his expression blank. Take Ms. Anderson to the basement and lock her up, Ivan orders. Perhaps some time alone will improve her memory about Rivera's convenient timing. Panic surges through me. No, I told you the truth. I don't know why he was there. Dimitri grabs my arm, his fingers digging into my skin. When you're ready to be honest with me, Ivan says, straightening his cuffs, perhaps we can discuss you seeing your sister. I struggle against Dimitri's grip as he drags me toward the door. Ivan, please, I came here willingly. I'm cooperating. But Ivan has already turned away, dismissing me with a wave of his hand. Make sure she's secure, Dimitri. We'll be having company soon. Dimitri drags me down a narrow staircase, my attempts to break free proving futile against his iron grip. The basement air hits me, cold, damp, and tinged with something chemical that makes my stomach turn. Please, I try again. I need to see my sister. I need to know she's okay. Dimitri remains silent, his face expressionless as he shoves me into a small room. The space is barely larger than a closet, with concrete walls and a single flickering light bulb overhead. There's nothing inside except a metal folding chair. Before I can turn around, the door slams shut. The lock clicks with chilling finality. Wait! I pound my fists against the door. Jessica! Michael! Can you hear me? Nothing. Just the hollow echo of my own voice bouncing off concrete walls. I press my ear against the door, straining to hear any sound that might indicate my sister or friend are nearby. The silence is deafening. Jessica! I scream her name until my throat burns. Michael, please answer me if you can hear me. Still nothing. I slide down against the door, wrapping my arms around my knees. What have I done? I came here thinking I could save them, thinking I could fix everything by offering myself to Ivan, but they're not even here, or if they are, they can't hear me. Stupid, 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 I say, banging my forehead against my knees. I thought I was being brave, but I've only made things worse. Now Ivan has me too, and he's using me as bait for Noah. Noah. The thought of him sends a confusing wave of emotions crashing through me. Anger, fear, something else I don't want to name. Don't come, I whisper, as if he could somehow hear me. Please don't come. But I know he will. Despite everything, despite my hatred, despite my accusations, Noah will come for me, and Ivan will be waiting. I close my eyes, remembering the look on Noah's face when I told him I hated him. The way his eyes hardened, masking the hurt I glimpsed for just a second. It doesn't matter what happens to me now. Jessica and Michael are what matter, and Noah. I can't think about what might happen to Noah, not now. I stand up, examining the room for any possible escape. The walls are solid concrete. The door is heavy metal. The light fixture is too high to reach. I'm trapped, completely and utterly trapped. And all I can do is wait and hope that somehow, by some miracle, this doesn't end with more blood on my hands. I've been pacing this concrete cell for what feels like hours, my thoughts spiraling between panic and despair. My throat's raw from screaming for Jessica and Michael, but no one's come. No one's answered. The silence is suffocating. I sink down onto the small cot, pressing my palms against my eyes. What have I done? Noah was right. I should have stayed put, let him handle this. But I couldn't just sit there while Ivan had Jessica, my little sister who's never hurt anyone, who doesn't deserve any of this. A soft sound breaks through my thoughts. I freeze, holding my breath to listen. There it is again, a faint tapping coming from the wall to my right. Tap, tap, tap. My heart lurches. I know that pattern. When we were kids, Jessica and I had adjacent bedrooms in our house. On nights when Dad was particularly harsh during my practice sessions, when I'd retreat to my room fighting back tears, Jessica would tap on our shared wall. Tap, 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 our secret code, our way of saying, I'm here when words weren't possible. I scramble off the cot and press my ear against the cold concrete wall. Tap, tap, tap. Jessica, I say, my voice cracking. I knock back the same pattern, my hand trembling. Tap, tap, tap. Oh my God, Jess, is that you? I press both palms against the wall as if I could somehow reach through it to her. Are you okay? Are you hurt? The response comes. 2 quick taps, then 3 slow ones. Our childhood code for I'm okay. Tears spring to my eyes. Jessica, I breathe, relief flooding through me. She's here. She's alive.
Chapter 24. Noah. I'm out the door before Damiano can say another word. Evelyn's gone to Ivan. She's fucking gone to Ivan. The thought pounds through my head with each step, a drum of rage and fear. My bike waits in the circular driveway, sleek and ready. I swing my leg over, the engine roaring to life under me. The vibration steadies me, gives me something to focus on besides the image of Ivan's hands on Evelyn. I tear down the winding driveway toward the main gate, planning my attack. Ivan's townhouse has security, but nothing I can't handle. I'll need to be quick, efficient. Get in, find Evelyn, get out, kill anyone who stands in my way. The gate looms ahead, still closed. I slow, expecting it to open as I approach. It doesn't. 2 guards stand at attention, hands on their weapons. I rev the engine, signaling them to open up. They don't move. Open the fucking gate, I shout, killing the engine. The taller guard steps forward. Sorry, Mr. Rivera, we have orders. What orders? Not to let you leave the property. The rage that's been building explodes. Are you fucking kidding me? Open the goddamn gate before I open it myself. Mr. Feretti's orders, sir. I don't give a fuck about Damiano's orders. The guards exchange glances but stand firm. Moves, I growl, starting my bike again, or I go through you. The shorter guard shifts uncomfortably. We can call Mr. Feretti. There's no time. I slam my fist against the handlebars. Every minute we waste. I can't finish the sentence. The thought of what Ivan might be doing to her makes me sick. I dismount and stalk toward the gate. Last chance. The guards draw their weapons. Mr. Rivera, please, we're just following orders. Fuck your orders. I grip the bars of the gate, considering my options. I could take both men, but it would cost precious time. Time Evelyn doesn't have. Noah! Damiano's voice calls from behind me. I turn to see him striding down the driveway, Enzo at his side. Call off your dogs, I snarl, now. So you can get yourself killed? No. She went to Ivan, I say, my voice cracking. She fucking went to him, Damiano. I understand. Damiano cuts me off, his voice level but intense. Believe me, I fucking understand. Something in his tone makes me pause. I look at him, really look at him, and see the recognition in his eyes. This is exactly what I would do for Zoe. He continues, stepping closer. If someone took her, I'd burn the whole fucking city down. But going into the lion's den alone isn't the best fucking idea, Noah. I release the gate, turning to face him fully. I can handle myself. Against Ivan and how many of his men? 20? 30? Enzo interjects, his face grim. You're good, but you're not immortal. We will act fast, Damiano promises, his hand landing heavy on my shoulder. But we'll act smart. And for fuck's sake, not alone. My jaw clenches, every instinct screams at me to go now, to get to her before Ivan can hurt her. But the rational part of my brain, the part that's kept me alive this long, knows they're right. She went there to trade herself, I say, my voice rough. For her sister, for her friend. And you think Ivan will honor that? Enzo asks. You know better. I do know better. Ivan will take Evelyn and still kill Jessica and Michael. Then he'll kill Evelyn too, once he's done with her. The thought makes bile rise in my throat. I watch as Damiano pulls out his phone, his movements precise. He punches in a number, waiting only seconds before speaking. Alessio, red code, get everyone. His voice is ice cold, the tone of a man ready for war. 20 minutes. He hangs up, turning back to me. We move as soon as Alessio brings the men. I pace near the gate, unable to stand still. Every second feels like an eternity. Evelyn's face keeps flashing through my mind. Her smile when she played violin, her eyes when she looked at me this morning, the way she felt in my arms. The thought of Ivan touching her makes me want to rip through the iron with my bare hands. Noah. Enzo's voice cuts through my thoughts. We'll get her back. I don't respond. Words feel useless right now. The sound of an engine draws my attention. A black SUV speeds up the private road, skidding to a halt near us. Matteo jumps out, his face grim. I fucked up, he says, approaching me with his hands slightly raised. You can hit me if that helps. I deserve it. I stare at him, the anger I expected to feel strangely absent. It wouldn't change anything. She locked me in the bedroom, Matteo explains, glancing at Damiano and Enzo. By the time I broke the door down, she was gone. She must have memorized my door code, I say, the realization hitting me like a gut punch. I wasn't careful enough. She was watching when I entered it. Noah, Matteo starts, and I cut him off. No, this is on me. She was always going to find a way out. I just made it easier for her. The guilt settles heavy in my chest. I should have known better. Evelyn isn't just some woman I could keep locked away. She's smart, determined, and willing to sacrifice herself for the people she loves. She thinks trading herself will save her sister, I say, more to myself than the others. She doesn't understand what Ivan is. I pace along the gate, checking my watch for the 10th time. Every second we waste feels like a knife in my chest. We can't just storm the front door, I say, turning to Damiano and Enzo. Ivan will be expecting that. He'll have Evelyn hidden somewhere deep inside, and he'll kill her the moment we breach. Enzo nods, his face grim. So what's your play? I take a deep breath, forcing my racing thoughts to slow. Think strategically. Think like the phantom everyone fears.
Evelyn. The darkness in this basement is different from any I've known before. Cold, damp, thick with the scent of earth and fear. I've lost track of time since my last exchange with Jessica. The concrete walls press in, making even my whispered taps seem too loud. No one has come, no footsteps overhead, no shouting. Nothing to indicate what might be happening above us, if Noah has arrived, if Ivan has killed him, whether anyone is coming for us at all. I pull my arms close around my knees, trying to conserve warmth. The chill reminds me of the practice room in our basement growing up. Father had it soundproofed, the walls bare except for a single mirror so I could adjust my posture. 6 hours a day, sometimes more on weekends. I was 7 when he installed the lock on the outside. Until you get it right, he'd say, closing the door. I'd play until my fingers bled, until rosin dust coated my clothes, until I could perform Paganini's Caprice number. 24 without a single mistake. I play my fingers against the concrete now, muscle memory taking over. The sensation transports me back to that room, to the smell of wood polish and rosin, to the weight of my first full-size violin nestled in my collarbone. Jessica would sometimes sneak down when Father was away. She'd sit cross-legged on the floor, her eyes wide with wonder, not criticism. She'd bring me water, bandages for my fingers, sometimes a cookie stolen from the kitchen. "Play the pretty one," she'd whisper. She meant Vivaldi's Winter, the second movement, so different from the technical showpieces Father demanded. Once, when I was 12, I refused to practice Tchaikovsky for the 8th hour straight, so Father locked the door and turned out the lights, saying, When you're ready to be serious about your future, you can come out. Jessica found me there, curled up in the dark, my violin clutched to my chest like a shield. She couldn't unlock the door, but she sat on the other side all night, tapping messages to me via our code. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, just like now. The memory shifts to Moscow. The Bolshoi Theater's grand chandeliers, the smell of French perfume, the weight of expectations. As well as Ivan watching from the wings, his smile promising everything I thought I wanted. Freedom from father's control, international recognition, my own choices. I should have recognized one cage for another. I press my palms against my eyes until stars appear. What would that 12-year-old girl think of me, us, now? Trapped again, but this time walking into confinement by choice. I put Jessica in danger. I fell into bed with a man who kidnapped me, and now I'm worried about him, worried Ivan will kill him. The irony isn't lost on me. I've spent my life in beautiful cages, gilded prisons only with Stradivarius violins instead of bars, from father to Ivan to Noah. Yet here, in this concrete cell, I finally see the pattern clearly. My stomach growls, a sharp reminder that I haven't eaten since breakfast at Noah's apartment. The hollow ache spreads through me, but I press my lips together. I won't give Ivan the satisfaction of hearing me beg for food. I've learned to endure hunger before, during endless rehearsals, international flights, performances where nerves overrode appetite. I close my eyes and let my mind drift to better times. Sunday brunch with Michael at Sarah Beth's on the Upper East Side. The way he'd always order the lemon ricotta pancakes and insist I try a bite, while I ordered the same thing every time. Eggs Benedict with a side of homemade preserve. We'd linger for hours over coffee, talking about music theory and gossiping about orchestra politics. My mouth waters at the thought of those perfectly poached eggs, the hollandaise sauce rich and tangy. Then there were Thursday nights with Jessica at that tiny ramen place in the East Village, Menkoi Sato. The steam rising from bowls of tonkotsu broth, the noodles with just the right chew, the soft-boiled eggs soaking up flavor. We'd squeeze into the cramped counter seats, our shoulders touching as we slurped noodles and shared stories about our week. Jessica always insisted we get the pork buns, too. Life's too short to skip the pork buns, she'd say, already signaling the server. I'd give anything for one of those buns right now. Anything to know she's truly safe, not just communicating through taps on a wall. After a performance, David used to take me to employees only for their bone marrow poppers and perfect martinis with its speakeasy vibe. Bartenders in white coats. The way the cocktail shaker's rhythm would remind me of allegretto tempo. I never told him how much I looked forward to those nights, how they felt like liberation after hours of controlled perfection on stage. My favorite spot, though, was always Lincoln Ristorante, before performances at Lincoln Center. I'd sit alone at the window, watching people stream toward the Metropolitan Opera House while I savored tagliatelle with black truffle. Something about that ritual, the anticipation of music, the richness of the pasta, the solitude, centered me before I stepped on stage. The hunger pangs sharpen, pulling me back to this concrete and steel reality.
Chapter 25. Noah. I check my watch for the 5th time in as many minutes. 10 hours. 10 fucking hours since Mateo told me she escaped. 10 hours of planning, preparing, making calls, and barely keeping my shit together. The SUV cuts through the night, headlights off as we approach Ivan's neighborhood. My knuckles are white on the handle of my gun. I haven't spoken more than was essential since we left. What is there to say? She walked right into his hands. We're 3 minutes out, Alessio says from the driver's seat, his voice low and steady. Nothing rattles him. Not even this suicide mission. Mateo shifts beside me. You still think she's alive? I turn to him, my jaw clenched so tight it hurts. Don't. Just asking what we're walking into. We stick to the plan, I say, checking my weapon again. Nothing changes. The weight of my tactical vest feels like nothing compared to the weight inside my chest. Damiano's team is in position, Alessio reports, touching his earpiece. Enzo's ready on the east side. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. The image of Evelyn playing her violin keeps flashing through my mind. The way her body swayed, how her eyes closed when she hit those notes that seemed to cut right through me. Then I see her face when she learned about Jessica. The hatred in her eyes when she looked at me. She didn't understand what she was walking into, I say, more to myself than to them. Matteo gives me a sideways glance. You really think she believed Yvonne would just trade? She was desperate. I run my hand over my face, and I fucking let it happen. Alessio makes a final turn, killing the engine as we approach Ivan's townhouse. The street is quiet. Too quiet. No pedestrians, no cars moving. Ivan's men have cleared the area. You know, Matteo says as we prepare to exit, I've never seen you like this over anyone. I ignore him, checking my earpiece and the extra magazines in my pockets. If we get her out, Alessio starts. When? I correct him, my voice leaving no room for doubt. When we get her out. The three of us share a look in the darkness of the SUV. These men have been with me through countless operations, through blood and bullets and close calls. But this is different. This isn't business. I signal to Matteo and Alessio, and we slip out of the SUV like shadows. The night air is cold against my face, the only part of me not covered by tactical gear. Remember the layout, I whisper, tapping my temple. 3 minutes to get in position, no earlier, no later. 10 fucking hours we waited for this moment. 10 hours since I called in that favor from Senator Williams, the man whose wife I pulled from a burning car last year when his enemies wanted to send a message. His connections got us the complete architectural plans for Ivan's townhouse. Every entrance, every wall thickness, every goddamn air duct. I still think this is suicide, Matteo mutters, checking his weapon one last time. Yvonne's expecting you. That's the point, I say, my voice low and hard. He wants me to come through the front door. That's why I'm going in alone first. Like hell you are, Alessio cuts in. Damiano would skin us alive. I didn't ask for your fucking permission, I check my watch. 2 minutes. Matteo grabs my arm. We argued this already. You go in alone, you die. Evelyn dies. Everyone dies. Stick to the plan. I clench my jaw, wanting to argue but knowing he's right. The plan is solid. I just want Ivan's blood more than I want to admit. Fine, we move together, but when we find Ivan... He's yours, Alessio finishes my diktat. We know. I direct one last glance toward the second SUV parked half a block behind us. The silhouettes of Damiano and Enzo are barely visible in the darkness. I insisted they stay back. This is my mess to clean up, not theirs. They won't stay put if shit hits the fan, Matteo mutters, following my gaze. I know. I check my watch again. But I owe them everything. I can't drag them into my personal vendetta. The Ferettis gave me a life when I had nothing, a purpose when I was just a kid with blood on his hands. I won't repay that by getting them killed over a woman I took without permission. Damiano's not stupid, Alessio says, adjusting his earpiece. He knows what Yvonne could do to his business if this goes wrong. That's why they're backup only. I pull the mask down over my face. 1 minute. The truth is, I know they'll come in if they hear gunfire. Damiano Feretti protects his own, and for better or worse, I'm family. They've given me everything for this operation. Men, weapons, intelligence. All I asked was for them to stay back unless absolutely necessary. You ready? I ask, checking my watch one last time. Matteo nods. Let's get your girl. Move, I say, and we slip into the shadows, leaving behind the safety of distance and the knowledge that 2 of the most dangerous men in New York are watching our backs. I lead the way through the darkness, every step precise as we move toward the service entrance. My night vision goggles reveal the landscape in eerie green clarity. According to the blueprints, Ivan's townhouse isn't just a residence, it's a fortress with 2 underground levels. There, I say, pointing to what appears to be a normal section of brick wall near the service entrance. Matteo moves beside me. You sure? Senator Williams's intel is solid. The Russians built this place during the Cold War. The paranoid bastards installed escape routes everywhere. We approach the wall cautiously. What looks like ordinary brick to the naked eye has subtle differences only visible under close inspection. I run my fingers along the seam where the hidden door should be. Ivan might be expecting me through the front, but he doesn't know about this. I mutter, feeling for the mechanism. The plans were classified until Williams pulled strings. Alessio keeps watch while I work. How do we know Ivan doesn't have the same connections? We don't, I admit, but it's our best shot. My fingers find what I'm looking for. A small depression that shouldn't exist in normal brickwork. I press firmly, feeling something give way with a soft click. The section of wall shifts slightly. Got it, I whisper, pushing the hidden door inward. It moves silently on slick hinges. A narrow passage appears leading down. The air smells stale and metallic. I signal for Matteo and Alessio to follow as I step inside. Gun raised. Straight to the lower level, I murmur into my comm. That's where they'll keep prisoners. The passage slopes downward, taking us beneath the main foundation. If Ivan has Evelyn and the others locked up, they'll be in the second basement, the most secure area. Damiano, we're in, I report quietly. Proceeding to target. His voice comes through my earpiece. Copy. Front diversion, in 2 minutes. I feel a surge of adrenaline as we descend deeper. Somewhere in this concrete maze, Evelyn is waiting. I just hope to God we're not too late.
Chapter 26. Evelyn. I press my back against the cold concrete wall, trying to make myself smaller. Hours have passed since the silent guard shoved a metal tray with cold soup and stale bread through the slot in the door. I barely touched it, my stomach too knotted with fear to eat even though I was hungry some hours ago. Jessica, I say, tapping our childhood code against the wall again. Nothing. The silence from her cell terrifies me more than anything Ivan might do to me. Why isn't she answering? My eyelids grow heavy as exhaustion pulls at me. I slide lower down the wall. Maybe I can rest, just for a moment. A crash outside the door jolts me awake. Men's voices, angry, struggling. Something heavy slams against the wall. "Get him down," someone says, followed by the sound of a fist connecting with bone. My heart pounds against my ribs as I scramble to my feet. I scan the barren cell frantically. Concrete floor, concrete walls, a metal toilet bolted to the corner, exposed pipes running along the ceiling. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. "Check the other rooms," a voice commands, closer now. I back into the farthest corner, eyes fixed on the door. The lock rattles. I grab the metal tray from the floor, clutching it with white knuckles. It's flimsy, pathetic, but it's all I have. "She's in here somewhere," a man growls outside. More shuffling, a grunt of pain. The lock clicks. I raise the tray like a shield, my breathing shallow and quick. Who's coming through that door? Ivan's men, or worse, Ivan himself? The door swings open. Light floods the dark cell. I squint against the brightness, the tray shuddering in my hands. A silhouette appears in the doorway, tall and imposing. My eyes struggle to adjust to the sudden light, but there's something very familiar about the shape, the stance. Evelyn. His voice breaks through the haze. I blink rapidly, still clutching the pathetic metal tray. It can't be. My mind must be playing tricks, conjuring what I want to see after hours in this darkness. "Evelyn," he says again, stepping closer, his face coming into focus. "Noah." The tray slips from my fingers, clattering to the ground. I stare at him, frozen in disbelief. His shirt is torn at the shoulder, a streak of blood on his cheek. But it's him. Noah is here, standing in front of me, his dark eyes scanning my face with unmistakable relief. "Are you—" I start, my voice cracking from disuse and emotion. "Are you real?" He moves toward me and I flinch instinctively, still not trusting what I'm seeing. He stops, understanding flickering across his face. "I'm real," he says, his voice gentler. "I'm here." I reach out a trembling hand, needing to touch him to believe. My fingertips brush his chest, feeling the solid warmth beneath his shirt, the rapid beating of his heart. "Noah," I whisper, finally accepting what I'm seeing. "How did you—" "Oh." "Later," he cuts me off, glancing back towards the hallway. "We need to move. Now." The reality of our situation crashes back into me. "Jessica," I blurt out. "She's here, in the next cell, and Michael—" "Mateo's got your sister," Noah says, reaching for my hand. "Alessio is checking the other rooms." I take a step toward him, my legs unsteady after sitting so long. Noah's arm wraps around my waist, supporting me without hesitation. Noah's eyes lock with mine, something fierce and unguarded burning in them. He pulls me closer, his hand gripping my waist like he's afraid I might disappear. "Don't ever do that again," he says, his voice rough with emotion. "Do you understand me? Never again." I want to argue to remind him that Jessica is my sister, that I had no choice, but the raw pain in his expression stops me. I thought... His jaw clenches, and he looks away for a moment before meeting my eyes again. "I thought I'd lost you." "Why would that matter?" I say, needing to hear him say it. Noah's hand comes up to cup my face, his thumb brushing over my cheekbone with unexpected tenderness. "Because I would burn the entire world to find you if necessary, Evelyn. Every building, every street, every city. I'd reduce it all to ashes until you were back with me." My breath catches. The intensity in his eyes makes my knees weak. "You walked into the devil's house for your sister," he continues, his voice dropping lower. "And I walked into hell itself for you. Don't you understand yet? There's nowhere you could go that I wouldn't follow, no one who could take you that I wouldn't destroy." His words should terrify me. This possessive, all-consuming devotion should make me want to run. Instead, something inside me, something I've been fighting since the moment he took me, finally surrenders. I didn't think anyone would ever fight for me. I admit, my voice barely audible. "I'll fight for you until my last breath," Noah promises, his forehead touching mine. "You're mine to protect, mine to cherish, mine to keep safe, even from yourself." His words wrap around me like a cloak, making me feel safer than I have in years. Despite everything, the danger, the violence, the impossibility of our situation, I find myself leaning into him, drawing strength from his certainty. I'm pressed against Noah's chest, his arms wrapped around me like a fortress. For the first time since walking into Ivan's townhouse, I feel a flicker of hope. Noah came for me. He actually came. This is so sweet. Really, it warms my heart. The cold accented voice slices through our moment like a blade. Noah's body tenses against mine, his arm tightening around my waist as he turns us both to face the sound. Ivan Volkov stands in an opening where moments ago there was only a solid wall, a hidden door perfectly camouflaged in the concrete. His ice blue eyes gleam with amusement. His thin lips curve in that permanent, eerie smirk I've come to dread. He looks immaculate as always, not a hair out of place, his expensive suit unwrinkled despite the chaos happening in his home. "The feared Il Fantasma," Ivan says, stepping fully into the room, reduced to this sentimental display. How disappointing. Noah pushes me behind him, his body becoming a shield between Ivan and me. I grip the back of his shirt, peering around his bicep as the door to the cell slams shut with a metallic clang. The lock clicks into place. We're trapped. "I knew you would come for her," Ivan continues, his accent thickening with pleasure.
"Noah." I keep my body angled between Evelyn and Ivan, my mind calculating every possible move. The concrete cell suddenly feels like a coffin, except I'm not planning on dying today. Ivan's gun doesn't waver, his eyes locked on mine with that permanent fucking smirk. The hidden door he emerged from stands open behind him, a potential escape route if I can just get Evelyn through it. "You're so predictable, Rivera," Ivan says. "I knew exactly which path you'd take." "Then you should have known I'd kill you when I found you," I reply, voice steady despite the rage boiling inside me. I feel Evelyn's fingers dig into my back, her body trembling against mine. I need time. Time to assess the angles. Time for Matteo and Alessio to realize something's wrong. "You've gone through a lot of trouble for one girl," I say, deliberately keeping my tone conversational. "Is your ego really that fragile?" His eyes narrow slightly. Good. He's taking the bait. "This was never about ego or a contract," Ivan says, gesturing with his free hand while keeping the gun trained on us. "It was about respect, about boundaries." "Boundaries?" I laugh, the sound harsh in the small space. "You sent men to abduct her from her home. After you inserted yourself where you don't belong," Ivan counters. "The Ferettis have forgotten their place. And you're just a dog who doesn't know when to heel." I shift my weight slightly, testing how Ivan reacts. His finger tightens on the trigger. "Not yet." "If it's about territory, why not come after me directly?" I ask. "Why involve civilians?" "Because taking what matters to you hurts more than bullets," Ivan says, his gaze flicking briefly to Evelyn. "I didn't expect you to care quite so much, though." The infamous phantom, brought to his knees by a pretty face with a violin. I feel Evelyn's breath against my back, the warmth of her reminding me what I'm fighting for. "You've made a mistake," I tell him, watching for any opening. "You think you understand me." Ivan tilts his head. "Don't I?" "You're here, aren't you?" "Exactly where I wanted you." I need just a few more seconds, just enough time to spot the weakness in his stance and his plan. "Then what happens now?" I ask. "You shoot us both and start a war with the Ferettis?" I stare at Ivan. My fingers twitch, ready to reach for my weapon, but Ivan's gun remains steadily pointed at us. "The Ferettis will burn your entire operation to the ground for this," I say, voice low and controlled, despite the fury coursing through me. Ivan laughs, the sound echoing off the concrete. "The Ferettis? They won't start a war over one useless man." His smirk widens. "You're expendable, Rivera. Always have been. You think Damiano sees you as anything more than a tool? A weapon to be pointed and fired?" I keep my face blank, but I feel Evelyn's fingers grind deeper into my back. "Your delusion that you matter is almost touching," Ivan continues, his accent thickening with amusement. "Just like your mother's delusion that your father loved her." How did that end again? With her blood soaking into the floorboards, while her precious violin lay shattered beside her. My vision blurs red at the edges. How the fuck does he know about my mother? The rage threatens to consume me, but I force it down. That's what he wants, for me to lunge at him, to give him an excuse to pull the trigger. "You know what's pathetic, Volkov," I say, my voice deadly calm. "A man who needs to kidnap a woman to feel powerful. Is that how you compensate for your inadequacies? Taking what isn't yours because you're too fucking weak to earn anything on your own?" Ivan's face transforms, his cruel smirk melting into something unexpected. Laughter. Not the calculated chuckle he's been using, but genuine amusement that makes his shoulders shake. "You know what, Rivera?" he says, wiping his eye with his free hand while keeping the gun trained on us. "I admire that at least you have some balls. Most men would be begging for their lives by now." I don't respond, my muscles coiled tight, waiting for the perfect moment. Evelyn's breath comes in short gasps against my back. I need to get her out of this fucking cell alive. "It's almost a shame to kill you," Ivan continues. "We could have." The door behind us crashes open. Everything slows down, and I see Matteo in the doorway, gun raised. I see Ivan's eyes widen, his weapon swinging around towards the new threat. I see Matteo exposed, no cover, no time to react. My body moves before my mind can process, lunging forward and to the side, putting myself between Matteo and Ivan's gun. "No!" Evelyn screams behind me. Ivan's finger tightens on the trigger, mine does too. Two shots thunder in the concrete cell so close together they sound like one.
Chapter 27. Evelyn. The sound of gunshots is deafening, echoing off the cement walls like thunder trapped in a box. Before I can process what's happening, Noah's body jerks backward, a dark stain blooming across his shirt. Noah! My scream tears through my throat, raw and primal. He's falling, crumpling to the floor in that horrible slow-motion way that doesn't seem real. Noah took the bullet meant for Mateo. He just jumped in front of it without hesitation. Ivan falls too, hit by Noah's return fire, but he's not finished. Even wounded, he's raising his gun again, this time pointing it directly at me. His eyes lock with mine for a split second, cold, enthralled, devoid of humanity. A third shot cracks through the air. Mateo fires and Ivan's head snaps back. The light leaves his eyes as he collapses, finally still. I don't care. I don't care about Ivan or revenge or anything else. I'm already scrambling across the floor to Noah, my knees scraping against concrete. Noah, please. My hands hover over his body, afraid to touch him, afraid to make it worse. The blood is everywhere, soaking through his shirt, making it impossible to see where he's been hit. I press my hands against his chest, trying to find the source, trying to stop the bleeding. His blood is warm and slick between my fingers. Noah, look at me. Open your eyes. But he doesn't respond. His face is slack, eyes closed. The man who always seemed indestructible now looks fragile under my trembling hands. He needs a hospital, now. Mateo's voice comes from somewhere above me, but it sounds distant, underwater. Is Jessica safe? Did you get her out? I ask, not taking my eyes off Noah's face. She's with Alessio. They're already heading to the car. I nod, my tears falling onto Noah's chest. Don't you dare die on me, I whisper with a ferocity I could not have planned, leaning close to his ear. Not after everything. Mateo is pulling at my arm. We need to move him. Evelyn, we need to go. I can't let go. My hands are still pressed against Noah's wound, staunching the blood flow, as if I'm the only thing keeping his life from slipping away. I can't move. I can't breathe. My hands are still pressed against Noah's chest, his blood squelching warm between my fingers. Everything feels distant, like I'm watching myself from outside my body. Suddenly, Noah's weight disappears from beneath my hands as Mateo lifts him with a grunt. Noah's head lolls back, lifeless. My hands hang suspended in the air, stained crimson. I should follow. I know I should follow, but my legs won't work. Evelyn, move! Mateo shouts, already heading for the door with Noah in his arms. My body responds on autopilot. I'm walking, stumbling really, behind Mateo through gray stone corridors. The walls seem to pulse and contract around me. Is this what drowning feels like? I can't pull enough air into my lungs. Black spots dance across my vision. The corridor stretches impossibly long. Noah's blood is drying on my hands, turning sticky and dark. Breathe. A firm voice cuts through the fog. Strong hands grip my shoulders, steadying me. I blink, focusing on the face in front of me, not Mateo. Another man, Alessio. I recognize him from the Feretti mansion. Breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth, he instructs, his eyes locked on mine. That's it. I hadn't realized I was hyperventilating until he pointed it out. I try to follow his instructions, but my chest feels too tight. Jessica, I manage to gasp. She's safe, already in the car, but we need to move. He keeps one hand firmly on my shoulder as we walk, faster now. The world slowly comes back into focus when fresh air hits my face. We've reached outside. The night air fills my lungs, cold and sharp, cutting through the fog in my brain. He's going to die, I say, the reality of it shattering me. Not if we get him to the hospital on time, Alessio says, guiding me toward a black SUV where Mateo is loading Noah into the back seat. I don't remember getting into the car. One moment I'm outside the townhouse with Alessio's hand on my shoulder, and the next I'm sitting in the back seat of an SUV, my blood-stained hands trembling in my lap. But then I see her. Jessica. My sister's tear-streaked face comes into focus across from me. Evie. Jessica throws herself at me, her arms wrapping around my neck so tightly I can barely gasp. But I don't care. I hug her back just as fiercely, burying my face in her hair that smells of sweat and fear, but still somehow like home. Are you okay? Did he hurt you? I pull back, scanning her face, her arms looking for injuries. Her wrists are raw and red from restraints, and there's a bruise forming on her cheek. But she's alive. She's alive and breathing and in my arms. I'm okay, she sobs, clinging to me again. I thought I'd never see you again. When they took me, they said they were going to kill you after they got what they wanted. Shh, I'm here now. I stroke her hair, my own tears falling freely. Did they do anything to you? Jessica shakes her head against my shoulder. Just scared me, locked me up. But Michael? My heart lurches. Is he okay? I don't know. I heard him in another room, but then they moved him. I don't know where they took him. I hold her tighter, guilt washing over me in waves. This is my fault, all of it. Jessica, Michael, Noah bleeding out, all because I signed that contract with Ivan without understanding what I was getting into. I'm so sorry, Jess. This is all because of me. Jessica pulls back slightly, wiping tears from her face with shaky hands. Evie, you can't blame yourself for this. Ivan is a monster. This isn't your fault. Was, I correct her, my voice hollow. He was a monster. He's dead now. The words feel strange on my tongue. Ivan Volkov, the man who haunted my nightmares for months, who took my sister and my friend, is gone. Just like that. A bullet to the head and the boogeyman ceases to exist. Good, Jessica says, surprising me with her vehemence. I hope it hurt. I stare at my sweet sister, the one who used to cry when we found dead birds in our garden, now wishing pain on a dead man. But I understand. I feel it too. This dark satisfaction curling in my chest. And that's what terrifies me. When did I start wishing death on another human being? When did I become someone who could feel relief, even happiness, at the news of someone's murder? A week ago, I was just a normal woman. I played concerts, I practiced scales, I worried about tempo and intonation. Now I'm sitting in the back of an SUV with blood drying under my fingernails, grateful that a man is dead. What's happening to me? What's wrong with me? Evie? Jessica's voice pulls me from my thoughts. She's looking at me with concern, her eyes wide and red-rimmed. Where did you go just now? I shake my head, forcing a smile. Nowhere. I'm just processing. It's been a long day. That might be the understatement of the century. In the span of hours, I've been kidnapped, fallen for my captor, escaped, been recaptured, and witnessed a murder. And somewhere in all that chaos, I've changed into someone I don't recognize. I wipe the tears from my face as Jessica rests her head on my shoulder, our bodies swaying with the motion of the SUV. My mind keeps replaying Noah's body crumpling to the floor, the blood spreading across his shirt. Is he even still alive? The car slows at an intersection, and I notice Alessio in the front passenger seat with his phone pressed to his ear. His voice is low but urgent. Yes, Damiano, the doctor insisted on taking him to the clinic. The bleeding... He pauses, listening. Understood. So Matteo and Enzo are taking him to St. Vincent's? My breath catches. Noah must be alive if they're taking him to a clinic. The relief that floods through me is so intense it makes me dizzy. We're about 15 minutes out, Alessio continues. I have both girls with me, Evelyn and Jessica. Jessica squeezes my hand, her fingers cold against mine. Yes, I'm heading straight to the estate with them. Alessio nods at whatever Damiano is saying. Dr. Romano is already there. Good. The younger one seems physically okay, but they both need to be checked. I press my lips together, swallowing hard. Being discussed like this, like property to be inspected, makes my skin crawl, but I'm too exhausted to protest. Will you be joining us or staying at the clinic? Alessio asks, then nods again. Understood, we'll see you there. He ends the call and meets my eyes in the rearview mirror. Noah's being taken to St. Vincent's. Matteo and Enzo are with him. Is he... My voice breaks. Will he make it? Alessio's expression softens slightly. If anyone can survive a bullet, it's that stubborn bastard. It's not exactly reassurance, but I cling to it anyway. We're taking you both to the Feretti estate, he continues. Dr. Romano will be waiting to examine you. I don't need... Jessica begins. It's not optional. Alessio cuts her off, his tone leaving no room for argument. Damiano's orders. I turn to Jessica, who's staring at me with wide, confused eyes. Who's Damiano? She whispers. And why does he get to decide what happens to us? I glance at Alessio, hoping he'll ignore the question. Thankfully, he keeps his attention on the road, pretending not to hear. Jess, I say softly, squeezing her hand. For now, we need to do as they say. I'll explain everything later, I promise. Jessica looks like she wants to argue, but something in my expression must convince her to hold back. She nods reluctantly, then leans against the window, exhaustion evident in every line of her body. I lean forward in my seat, addressing Alessio directly. I need to go to the clinic to see Noah. Alessio's eyes flick to the rearview mirror, meeting mine briefly. I have orders to take you both to the mansion. I don't care about your orders, I say, my voice stronger than I expected. Noah took that bullet because of me. I need to be there. That's not how this works, Alessio replies, his tone firm but not unkind. Damiano's instructions were clear. Please, I say, hating the desperation in my voice. I need to know if he's okay. Alessio sighs, his broad shoulders rising and falling. Look, we go to the mansion first. Dr. Romano checks you both out. If he says you're okay, I'll take you to Noah myself. It's not what I want, but I recognize it's the best offer I'm going to get. I sit back, nodding my acceptance. Thank you, I whisper. Jessica looks between us, confusion written across her face, but she stays silent. I'll have to explain everything to her soon, about Noah, about Ivan, about the dangerous world I've dragged her into. But right now, all I can think about is Noah, lying in a hospital bed, fighting for his life because of me. The SUV pulls up to the Feretti mansion, and I feel Jessica tense beside me. I can't blame her. The sprawling estate with its imposing gates and armed guards must look like something from a nightmare to her. It's okay, I say, though nothing about this situation is remotely okay. As we approach the main entrance, I spot a slender figure waiting in the doorway. Lucrezia Feretti stands with her arms crossed, her dark hair pulled back in a loose ponytail. When she sees our car, she steps forward, her face etched with genuine concern. Alessio helps Jessica out first, then offers me his hand. My legs feel wobbly as I stand, the events of the past hours catching up with me. Are you okay? Lucretia asks, rushing toward us. Her eyes scan us both for visible injuries. Either of you hurt? The sincerity in her voice catches me off guard. This woman barely knows me, has never met Jessica, yet her concern seems completely genuine. We're not injured, I say, my voice hoarse, just shaken. Lucrezia nods, placing a gentle hand on my arm. Of course you are. Come inside. Dr. Romano is waiting, and I've had rooms prepared for both of you. Jessica looks at me questioningly, and I give her a small nod of reassurance. Thank you, I tell Lucrezia as she guides us inside. Women need to look out for each other in this world, she says simply, especially in our world. Something about her words and the protective way she ushers us inside makes my throat tighten. Growing up, I never experienced this kind of female solidarity. My father constantly pitted me against other young musicians, creating an environment where every girl was a competitor, never an ally. The other girls responded in kind, sabotaging practice sessions, spreading rumors, hiding my sheet music before performances. I learned early that I couldn't count on support from other women. My mother remained passive, watching from the sidelines as my father molded me into his perfect musical prodigy. Seeing Lucrezia's genuine concern for two women she barely knows stirs something in me. A sense of admiration for her solidarity, but also a wistfulness for what I never had. Chapter 28. Evelyn. I lie on a plush chaise as doctor. Romano examines me. His hands are cool and professional as he checks my vitals and inspects me for injuries. Any dizziness? Nausea? He asks, shining a light in my eyes. No, I reply, though my stomach feels hollow. I haven't eaten in, I don't even know how long. He nods, making a note on his tablet. Your blood pressure is a bit low, which is consistent with stress and lack of nutrition. Otherwise, physically, you're fine. He glances up at me. I'll have someone bring you something to eat. I recommend rest, fluids, and nutrition. Thank you, I say, already standing up. My mind is elsewhere, in a clinic room across town where Noah might be fighting for his life. Dr. Romano moves toward Jessica, who sits nervously on the bed. I touch her shoulder reassuringly before slipping out of the room. Alessio waits in the hallway, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. His posture might seem relaxed, but his eyes remain alert, scanning the corridor continuously. Dr. Romano says I'm fine, I tell him, my voice low and urgent. Just need food. Can you take me to Noah when he's done with Jessica? Alessio studies my face for a moment, then gives a single nod. I'll keep my word. Relief washes through me. Thank you. I return to the room just as Dr. Romano is finishing his examination of Jessica. My sister looks small and vulnerable sitting on the edge of the bed, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Your sister is physically unharmed, Dr. Romano tells me as he packs up his equipment. Like you, she needs proper nutrition and rest. I've prescribed a mild sedative in case she has trouble sleeping. He hands me a small bottle of pills. Thank you, doctor, I say, taking the medication. Dr. Romano gives us both a reassuring nod before leaving the room, closing the door softly behind him. When we're finally alone, Jessica looks up at me, her eyes filled with questions and fear. I sit next to her on the bed, taking her hands in mine. They're cold, so I rub them gently between my palms. You need to stay strong now, Jess, I say softly. I know this is all terrifying and confusing, but we're safe here. Jessica glances around the opulent room with its silk curtains and antique furniture. Safe with the Mafia, she says, raising an eyebrow. I sigh. They're complicated, but they've been kind to me, to us. They're protecting us now. Jessica's eyes suddenly light up with unexpected amusement. It's like that show I watched. 365 days? She leans closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. And Alessio is seriously hot, like movie star hot. I stare at her in disbelief before a laugh bubbles up from somewhere deep inside me. It feels strange, almost wrong to laugh after everything that's happened, but I can't help it. You're unbelievable, I say, shaking my head. We've been kidnapped, held prisoner, half-starved, and you're checking out the guys. Jessica shrugs, a hint of her usual spirit returning. What? Just because we're in danger doesn't mean I can't appreciate the view. I laugh again, feeling some of the tension drain from my shoulders. This is my sister, resilient, inappropriate, and somehow able to find lightness in the darkest situations. It's one of the things I've always loved about her. Only you, Jess, I say, squeezing her hand. Only you. A soft knock interrupts our moment of lightness. Jessica and I exchange glances, and I instinctively move slightly in front of her. Come in, I call out, my voice steadier than I feel. The door opens to reveal a plump, older woman with gray hair pulled back in a neat bun. She carries a large tray loaded with food, sandwiches, fruit, and what smells like homemade soup. "Pardon the intrusion, signorine," she says with a warm smile. "I'm Ginevra." She sets the tray down on a small table near the window. "Doctor said you might be hungry after your ordeal." The smell of the food makes my stomach growl embarrassingly loud. I haven't eaten since... I can't even remember. "Thank you, Ginevra," I say, genuinely grateful. "That's very kind." She fusses with the arrangement of the dishes. It's nothing special, just some simple food to get your strength back. The soup is cook's specialty, chicken with pastina. Very good for healing. "It smells wonderful," Jessica says, already eyeing the tray. Ginevra gives us a motherly nod. "If you need anything else, just ring the bell beside the bed. Someone will come right away." After she leaves, I take a sandwich and bite into it. The simple combination of bread, cheese, and ham tastes like the most exquisite meal I've ever had. I close my eyes for a moment, savoring it. "I need to go," I say suddenly, setting down the half-eaten sandwich. "I need to see Noah." Jessica looks up from her soup. "Evelyn, you barely ate anything, and you heard what the doctor said. I can't just sit here while he's..." I can't finish the sentence. The image of Noah bleeding on that concrete floor flashes through my mind. Jessica studies my face for a long moment. "You care about him, don't you? Even after everything?" I don't answer directly. "Alessio promised to take me to the clinic." My sister sighs, then reaches across to squeeze my hand. "Be careful, okay? I just got you back. I don't want to lose you again." I stand in the doorway, torn between staying with Jessica and rushing to Noah's side. That picture of his blood flowing from his body into the stone floor won't leave my mind. "I'll be back soon," I promise, kissing Jessica's forehead. "Try to rest." Alessio waits for me in the hallway, his expression grim but professional. He leads me through the mansion's winding corridors and out to a sleek black SUV parked in the circular driveway. Once we're inside the car, Alessio starts the engine and pulls away from the estate. The gates close behind us with an ominous clang. "What about Michael?" I ask, breaking the heavy silence. "Did you find him? Is he okay?" Alessio's grip tightens on the steering wheel, and he keeps his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "We haven't found him yet." My stomach drops. "What do you mean? Wasn't he there, in Ivan's house?" "No." Alessio shakes his head. "We searched every room. There was no sign of him." I press my hands against my face, trying to process this information. But Ivan had him. Jessica said they were both taken. "Your sister confirmed she saw him initially," Alessio says, his voice careful and measured, "but they were separated early on. We have men looking for him now." "This is my fault," I whisper, staring out the window at the passing streetlights. "All of this is because of me." "No," Alessio says firmly. "This is Ivan's doing, and Ivan is dead now." The words should comfort me, but they don't. Michael is still missing. Noah is fighting for his life. And Jessica. Jessica has been traumatized because of my choices. How bad is it? I ask, changing the subject. Noah's injury? Alessio's face remains impassive. The bullet hit him in the chest. That's all I know. I close my eyes, remembering the blood spreading across Noah's shirt, the way his body crumpled to the floor. I'd been so angry with him, blamed him for everything, and now he might die because he came to save me. The clinic's antiseptic smell hits me as soon as we walk through the automatic doors. Alessio leads me through the bustling ER toward a private waiting area. My heart hammers harder against my ribs with each step. Matteo sits alone in the corner, hunched forward with his elbows on his knees. His shirt is stained with what I know is Noah's blood. When he looks up, his eyes are hollow, haunted. "How is he?" I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. "In surgery." Matteo runs a hand through his disheveled hair. "The bullet. It entered close to his heart. They took him straight to the operating room. I sink into the chair beside him, my legs suddenly unable to support me. Is he going to make it? He has to, Matteo says, his voice cracking slightly. The stubborn bastard is too mean to die. Despite everything, a small, sad smile tugs at my lips. It fades quickly as guilt crashes over me in waves. Matteo, I'm so sorry. The words tumble out before I can stop them. This is all my fault. If I hadn't run. Stop. Matteo raises his hand. There's no anger in his expression, just exhaustion. You went to save your sister. I would have done the same thing. But he got shot because of me. Matteo shakes his head. No, he got shot because Ivan was a psychopath, and because Noah would rather take a bullet than see someone he cares about get hurt. He looks at me directly. Noah is like a brother to me. We've been through hell together, and I know him well enough to say he'd make the same choice again. I didn't think anyone would get hurt, I say. I thought if I just gave Ivan what he wanted. That's not how men like Ivan work, Matteo says quietly. They take what they want, then they take more. A doctor in scrubs approaches us, and we both stand immediately. He's still in surgery, she says before we can ask. It's going to be a while longer. The bullet caused significant damage, but we're doing everything we can. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to stop the trembling that won't seem to subside. The waiting room feels simultaneously too small and too vast, sterile walls closing in, while the space between me and any certainty stretches endlessly out of reach. You look like hell, Matteo says, his voice gentler than his words. Can I get you anything? Coffee, maybe? Coffee would be good. I nod, suddenly aware of how dry my throat feels. Thank you. Matteo stands, giving my shoulder a brief squeeze before disappearing down the corridor. Alessio mutters something about making calls and steps outside, phone already pressed to his ear. And just like that, I'm alone. The clock on the wall ticks loudly in the silence. Each second that passes is another second Noah spends on that operating table, fighting for his life because of me. I close my eyes, trying to focus on my breathing, but instead of darkness, I see Noah, not bleeding and broken on a concrete floor, but strong and powerful above me, pinning me. The memory comes unbidden, his body moving over mine, muscles tensing with each thrust. The way his tattoos seem to ripple across his skin in the dim light of his bedroom, how his eyes never left mine, dark and intense, as if he could see straight through to my soul. I remember the weight of him, solid and real, the safety I felt in his arms despite the situation, the heat of his skin scalding mine, the way his hands could be so gentle one moment and so commanding the next. A flush creeps up my neck as I recall how perfectly we fit together, how he seemed to know exactly what I needed before I did, how he made me feel things I'd never felt before, not just physically but emotionally, like I mattered, like I was seen. And now he might die, because he came for me. I press my palms against my eyes, willing the tears not to fall. How did everything get so tangled? How did I go from hating this man to feeling this vacancy at the thought of losing him?
Chapter 29. Noah. I don't know what the fuck this feeling is. Pain. Sharp, then dull, then sharp again. My chest feels like someone's pressing a hot poker into it with each breath I take. Light filters through my eyelids, too bright. I try to move, but my body won't cooperate. Something beeps nearby, steady and annoying. The smell hits me next. Antiseptic, bleach-like, death masked by chemicals. Hospital, I'm in a fucking hospital. Memory comes back in fragments. Ivan, the cell, the gun, Matteo. I took a bullet. For Matteo. My eyes crack open, vision blurry at first. White ceiling, white walls. The steady rhythm of machines tracking my heartbeat. I try to swallow, but my throat feels like sandpaper. I want to speak, but can't remember how. Then I see them, those eyes. The same ones that have haunted me for months. Evelyn's eyes. Dark, deep, watching me with an intensity that cuts through the fog in my brain. She's here. Not with Ivan. Not dead. Here. You're awake, she says, leaning forward in her chair. Her face is pale, dark circles under her eyes. Her hair falls in messy waves around her shoulders. She looks exhausted. Beautiful. I try to speak but only manage a grunt. My throat burns. Don't try to talk, she says, reaching for something. Here. Cool water touches my lips as she holds a cup with a straw. I drink, the liquid soothing my parched throat. How long? I rasp when I can finally form words. 2 days, she says. You've been unconscious for 2 days, 2 fucking days. The bullet must have done more damage than I thought. Ivan? I managed to ask. Dead, she says simply. Matteo shot him after you went down. Good. That's fucking good. I close my eyes briefly, relief washing over me. When I open them again, she's still watching me, something unreadable in her expression. You shouldn't have done that, she says quietly, taken that bullet. I try to laugh, but it comes out as a pained cough. Wasn't planning to. I try to sit up, but pain rips through my chest. Fucking bullet. Evelyn's hand presses gently against my shoulder, easing me back down. Jessica? I ask, my voice still rough. And Michael? Something flickers across Evelyn's face, relief mixed with something darker. Jessica's fine. She's staying at the Feretti mansion. Lucrezia's looking after her. Evelyn pauses, her fingers absently smoothing the edge of my blanket. They found Michael, too. My muscles tense despite the pain. And? His finger was missing, but besides that, he's okay. Her voice catches slightly. Physically okay, at least. The missing finger. Ivan's fucking message. I close my eyes briefly, processing this information. No more music, but at least the cellist is alive. One less death on my conscience. Where was he? I ask, opening my eyes to study her face. They found him in a warehouse in Red Hook, Evelyn says, her gaze dropping to her hands. Ivan had him moved there before we arrived at the townhouse. Apparently it was some kind of backup location. I nod slightly, making a mental note to have Matteo check if Ivan had other properties we don't know about. The Russian bastard might be dead, but his network isn't. We need to make sure there are no more surprises. I notice something shift in Evelyn's expression as she looks at me. Her eyes soften, and before I realize what's happening, she leans forward and presses her lips against mine. The kiss is gentle, almost hesitant, but I feel the warmth of her tears falling onto my face. When she pulls back, I see wet streaks glistening on her cheeks, her eyes red-rimmed and puffy. Something twists in my chest that has nothing to do with the bullet wound. You know, I rasp, trying to lighten the moment. There are easier ways to get me into bed than having me shot. Instead of laughing, more tears spill down her face. She shakes her head, her fingers trembling as they brush against my jawline. I'm so sorry, she says, her voice breaking. This is all my fault. You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't have been shot. Hey, I say, reaching for her hand despite the pain that shoots through my chest. I chose this, remember? No one forced me to go after Ivan. But if I hadn't left... You were trying to save your sister, I interrupt. And that friend of yours. I understand why you did it. She looks down at our joined hands. I didn't think about what would happen to you. I was so angry and I just wanted to fix everything, and now you're... Alive, I finish for her. I'm alive, Evelyn, and so are you and Jessica and even your friend with 9 fingers. A small, reluctant laugh escapes her, though it sounds more like a sob. She wipes at her tears with her free hand. I've never had anyone risk their life for me before, she admits quietly. I squeeze her hand, ignoring the fire in my chest. Get used to it, I'm not going anywhere. Her lips meet mine again, this time with more urgency. The pain in my chest feels distant compared to the fire her touch ignites. When she pulls away, her cheeks are flushed. And those eyes, those fucking eyes that have haunted me for months, are dark with something that has nothing to do with tears. Jesus, I want to fuck you so badly right now, I growl, my voice still rough from disuse. Evelyn's eyes widen and then she bursts into laughter. Real laughter. That makes her throw her head back. It's the first time I've heard that sound from her without restraint. You're unbelievable, she says, shaking her head. You've been shot. You almost died. And that's already what you're thinking about. I manage a weak smirk despite the pain. What can I say? Near-death experiences make a man appreciate life's pleasures. She laughs again and her fingers tighten around mine. The doctor said you need to rest for at least a week before any strenuous activity. A week? I groan, letting my head fall back against the pillow. That's fucking torture. Her smile fades slightly as she studies my face. I thought I'd lost you, she whispers, serious again. When you fell, there was so much blood. I lift my hand, ignoring the pull of the four, and brush a strand of hair from her face. Takes more than a Russian with a gun to get rid of me.
Evelyn. The last 2 days blur together in my mind, a nightmare of antiseptic aromas, harsh fluorescent lights, and the constant beeping of monitors. I barely left Noah's side, dozing in uncomfortable chairs and subsisting on vending machine snacks and terrible coffee. The doctors worked on him for nearly 7 hours. 7 hours of me pacing the waiting room, watching Matteo make hushed phone calls in the corner, and Alessio standing guard at the door like a sentinel. 7 hours of wondering if Noah would live or die because of me. You need to eat something, Matteo had said, pushing a sandwich toward me around hour 5. I just shook my head no, my stomach too knotted to accept food. When the surgeon finally emerged, his scrubs spattered with blood, Noah's blood, I nearly collapsed. He's stable, was all I needed to hear before the tears came. The most surreal part was watching Damiano handle the aftermath. He arrived at the clinic like a force of nature, speaking in low, commanding tones to administrators. Somehow, despite a man being shot near the heart, despite another man being killed, no police were called. How is this possible? I'd whispered to Matteo as Damiano spoke with the hospital director. Money, influence, fear. Matteo shrugged as if it were obvious. The Ferettis own half this city, including several board members of this clinic. I watched as paperwork disappeared, as security footage was erased, as the bullet removed from Noah's chest vanished into Enzo's pocket rather than police evidence. Now I watch as Noah drifts back to sleep, his chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. The tension in his face relaxes, making him look younger, almost vulnerable. It's strange to see him this way after knowing his dangerous side. This is normal, the doctor says, noticing my concerned expression. The first time a patient wakes after this kind of trauma, they often don't stay conscious long. His body is healing. I nod, my fingers still intertwined with Noah's. But he'll be okay? With proper rest and care, yes. The doctor makes a note on his chart. He's strong. Most men wouldn't have survived that bullet. After the doctor leaves, I sit alone with my thoughts, watching Noah sleep. Something has shifted inside me during these chaotic days. The woman who cowered under her father's demands, who signed away her freedom to Ivan, who initially feared Noah, she's fading away. In her place stands someone stronger, someone who walked into Ivan's house knowing the danger, someone who survived. My father. The thought comes unbidden but with surprising clarity. I need to see him, not because I miss him or desire his approval, but because I need him to see what he's done. How his controlling nature, his relentless pursuit of perfection through me, led me straight into Ivan's trap. How he made me the perfect victim, obedient, eager to please, unable to recognize predators. For years I've dreamed of standing up to him, of finding my voice. Now, with Noah fighting for his life because of a situation my father helped create, I finally have the strength to do it. When Noah recovers, I'll go to my father's house. Not as the dutiful daughter returning to the fold, but as a woman who has survived the worst consequences of his controlling behavior. I'll make him see what his ambition has wrought, not just on me, but on everyone caught in this bloody aftermath. For the first time in my life, I'm not afraid of Alexander Anderson. I check my phone again, a small smile forming as I see another text from Jessica. Mateo brought my phone 2 days ago, having recovered my car after everything went down at Ivan's. It's been my lifeline to Jessica ever since. Alessio showed me around the gardens today. Her latest message reads, "Did you know he speaks 4 languages? He's teaching me Italian phrases." I shake my head, amused at how quickly Jessica has adapted to life at the Feretti mansion. While I've been keeping vigil at Noah's bedside, my sister has apparently been thriving under the protection of the Feretti family. "That's the 3rd time you've mentioned Alessio today," I text back. "Should I be concerned?" Her response comes quickly. "He's just being nice. Besides, after everything that happened, it's good to have something normal to focus on." I understand what she means. After the trauma of being kidnapped, finding something or someone that makes you feel safe again is precious. For Jessica, that seems to be Alessio's steady presence. Weird, considering that he is as scary as any man in that huge house. "Lucrezia invited me to join her yoga class tomorrow," Jessica continues in another text. "And Zoe asked if I'd help her organize the baby's closet. They're being so kind. It's strange how quickly the Ferettis have folded Jessica into their world. The dangerous Mafia family I feared has shown my sister nothing but kindness and hospitality. Lucrezia especially has taken Jessica under her wing, treating her like another new sister. Alessio says they consider us under their protection now," Jessica's next message reads. He explained that's a big deal in their world. I glance at Noah's sleeping form. His chest rises and falls steadily, the bandages stark white against his olive skin. Because of him, because he chose to save me, we've been drawn into the Feretti orbit permanently. I'm not sure how I feel about that yet. "When are you coming back?" Jessica asks. "Alessio says he can drive me down to visit tomorrow if you're staying there." Alessio again. I smile despite myself, wondering if my fearless little sister has developed a crush on the stoic Feretti enforcer.
Chapter 30. Noah. I stare at the ceiling of my room for what feels like the millionth time. 3 days of this shit is enough to drive anyone insane. The same white tiles, the same beeping machines, the same fucking antiseptic smell that burns my nostrils. I'm done. Mr. Rivera, I strongly advise against this. The doctor's voice grates on my last nerve as I sit up, ignoring the pull of stitches in my chest. Noted. I grab the clipboard with the discharge papers and scrawl my signature across the bottom. Now get me my clothes. The doctor sighs, looking to Evelyn for support. She's been here every day, barely leaving my side except to check on her sister. Something shifts in my chest when I look at her. Something that has nothing to do with my wound. "Noah, you need to stay for the full week." Evelyn's voice is soft, but firm. "The bullet nearly hit your heart." I'm aware. I swing my legs over the side of the bed, gritting my teeth against the pain. I'm also aware that I'm leaving. The doctor makes a frustrated sound before dropping a plastic bag of my personal belongings on the bed. "I'll get your discharge paperwork ready, against medical advice." When he leaves, Evelyn crosses her arms over her chest. "You're acting like a baby who doesn't want to take his medicine." I pull my shirt from the bag, wincing as I try to get my arm through the sleeve. "A baby?" "Yes." She steps closer, helping me with the shirt despite her disapproval. "You can't follow simple orders for your own good?" I catch her wrist, pulling her between my legs as I sit on the edge of the bed. "For your own good, you should stop talking." "Oh?" Her eyebrow arches. "Because I'm about 5 seconds from fucking you right here, right now." A playful smirk spreads across her face as she leans in, her lips brushing my ear. No, you won't. I pull Evelyn closer, the stitches in my chest screaming in protest. I don't give a fuck. 3 days in this sterile hellhole without touching her has been worse than getting shot. You think I won't? I growl against her neck, feeling her pulse quicken under my lips. Noah, you're injured, she says, but her body betrays her. She melts against me, her hands carefully avoiding my bandaged chest, but gripping my shoulders. I bite her earlobe, relishing her sharp intake of breath. The second we're out of here, I'm going to bend you over the first flat surface I find. Noah. Her voice catches as I slide my hand up her thigh, under the simple dress she's wearing. I'm going to make you scream my name until your throat is raw. My fingers trace the edge of her panties, and I feel her tremble. You've been driving me fucking crazy, sitting there all innocent in that chair while I've been lying here, thinking about all the ways I want to take you. A soft moan escapes her lips as I kiss her and I swallow the sound. Her fingers tangle in my hair, pulling just enough to send a jolt of pleasure down my spine. The doctor could walk in, she protests weakly against my mouth. Let him. I slide my tongue against hers, claiming her mouth the way I plan to claim the rest of her. Maybe he'll learn something. Her laugh turns into another moan as my hand moves higher. I've missed the sounds you make, I murmur against her throat. I'm going to make you utter a lot more of them when we get home. The door swings open and the doctor walks in with his clipboard. In an instant, Evelyn transforms. She steps back from between my legs, smoothing her dress with hands that were just clinging to me. Her cheeks still flush with desire, but her posture shifts. Spine straightening, shoulders squaring. I watch her, fascinated by this transformation performance. This is the Evelyn Anderson the world sees, the perfect, polished violinist who plays for the elite. Hair falling in soft waves around her shoulders, that demure smile that gives nothing away. She's wearing a simple blue dress that somehow looks designer on her, making her eyes appear even more intense. The contrast between this proper woman and the one who was just moaning against my mouth makes my cock throb painfully. I want to rip away this facade to expose the wild creature underneath who scratches and bites and begs. Mr. Rivera will need to change his bandages twice daily, the doctor says, handing Evelyn a packet of instructions. She nods, attentive and responsible, while my mind replays how her breath hitched when my fingers traced her inner thigh. How fucking wet she was. I'll make sure he does, she promises, and I nearly laugh at how convincingly dutiful she sounds. The doctor hands me final paperwork to sign, which I do without reading. I don't give a shit what it says. All I care about is getting Evelyn alone, peeling off that proper mask along with all her clothes. A wheelchair will be brought, the doctor begins. I'll walk, I interrupt, already standing despite the pain lancing through my chest. Evelyn gives me a disapproving look that only makes me harder. I'm going to enjoy wiping that expression off her face, replacing it with something much less controlled.
Chapter 31. Evelyn. I hold the keys to Noah's car in my hand, dangling them like a prize. I'm driving. You've just been shot, for God's sake. Noah snatches them from my hand with surprising speed for someone who nearly died 3 days ago. No fucking way. You're being ridiculous. I cross my arms over my chest. The doctor said to avoid strain. Driving is a strain. I drive. End of discussion. Noah's jaw tightens, that muscle in his cheek twitching the way it does when he's made up his mind. You're being a stubborn child. I watch him slide into the driver's seat, wincing as the movement pulls at his stitches. What exactly do you think will happen if I drive? Your testicles will shrink. Noah gives me a dark look. Get in the car, Evelyn. I stand my ground on the sidewalk outside the clinic. I know how to drive. I've been driving since I was 16. I'm not questioning your ability to drive. He grips the steering wheel, knuckles white. I'm telling you I'm driving. Because you're what? Afraid to give up control for 5 seconds? I walk around to the passenger side, yanking the door open with more force than necessary. Heaven forbid the big bad enforcer lets someone take care of him. Are you getting in, or are we going to argue in the parking lot all day? I slide into the seat, slamming the door. This is absurd. You're being absurd. Noah starts the engine, his movements stiff and careful. I watch the way his face tightens with pain when he reaches for the gear shift, and something twists in my chest, anger and attraction warring for dominance. It's infuriating how his stubbornness makes me want to simultaneously strangle him and tear his clothes off. The way he refuses to show weakness even now sends a rush of heat through me that I immediately resent. If you tear your stitches, I won't feel remotely sorry for you, I mutter, staring out the window as we pull away. Noah's low chuckle only makes the heat inside me burn hotter. Yes, you will. I watch Noah's profile as he drives, the sharp line of his jaw clenched in concentration. His stubborn refusal to show weakness only makes me more determined to fight him on it. You realize this is ridiculous, right? You were shot 3 days ago. You shouldn't even be out of the hospital. I heal fast. His eyes remain fixed on the road. Is that what you tell yourself when you're bleeding internally? Noah's mouth quirks up at one corner. Your concern is touching. It's not concern. It's common sense. I shift in my seat, trying to ignore how good he looks even when in pain. Most people don't check themselves out of hospital after major surgery. I'm not most people. Clearly, most people have functioning brain cells. Noah glances at me, his dark eyes gleaming with something dangerous. You weren't complaining about my brain cells when I had you spread across my kitchen counter. My breath catches in my throat. The memory of his hands on my skin, his mouth between my legs has heat rushing through me instantly.
Chapter 32. Noah. I watch her fingers dance over the remote, flicking through Netflix options like she's scanning sheet music. Evelyn finally settles on some crime drama. Ironic, considering our lives. The show plays, but I'm not following the plot. My mind is elsewhere, trapped in concrete cells and hospital rooms. My chest throbs with every heartbeat. The bullet came too fucking close. 3 days of surgery in a hospital bed, and here I am, pretending I'm fine. I'm not. But weakness isn't an option in my world. Are you even watching? Evelyn asks, her head resting against my good shoulder. Yeah. The lie comes easy. She shifts beside me, careful not to jostle my wound. Liar. I almost smile. She's learning to read me too well. The living room is dim, afternoon light filtering through the blinds. We've finally moved from the bedroom where we've been all day, tangled in sheets, ordering food, pretending the world outside doesn't exist. It's a fantasy I've never allowed myself before. My thoughts drift to Ivan's face when I faced him in that cell. The satisfaction in his eyes when he thought he'd won. The sound of gunshots echoing off concrete walls. What are you thinking about? Evelyn's voice pulls me back. Nothing. Another lie. She props herself up on one elbow, studying me. Your jaw gets tight when you're lying. I reach up, touch her face. I'm thinking about how close I came to losing you. It's not the complete truth, but it's not a lie either. When I heard she'd left the apartment, something broke inside me. Something I didn't know could break. I shouldn't have gone there. She whispers. No, you shouldn't have. I keep my voice even, controlled. No point rehashing it now. But you're here. Your sister's safe. Ivan's dead. And you almost died. I shrug, immediately regretting it when pain shoots through my chest. Occupational hazard. She doesn't laugh. Her eyes drift to the bandage visible above the sheet. I'm fine, I tell her. You're not. Her fingers hover over the gauze. But I appreciate you staying in bed today. I don't tell her it's not entirely by choice. That standing for too long makes my vision blur. That I'm weaker than I've ever allowed myself to be. Instead, I pull her closer, careful not to wince when she settles against me. What happens now, she asks. What do you want to happen now? I respond, watching her face carefully. The question hangs between us, heavier than it should be. Evelyn's eyes drift away from mine, focusing on some point beyond my shoulder. She's quiet for a long moment, her fingers absently tracing patterns on the sheet. I need to see my father, she says, her voice hardening around the edges. There are things we need to discuss. I need to say. I raise an eyebrow. Your father? Yes. Her jaw tightens. Things that happened, things he made me suffer through for years. Something cold settles in my stomach. I've watched her for 10 months, tracked her movements, memorized her schedule, learned her favorite foods and the way she holds her violin. But this is something I don't know. What things, I ask, keeping my voice neutral. She shakes her head slightly. It doesn't matter. It matters to me. Evelyn sits up, pulling away from me. The sudden distance feels wrong. Why, because you think you own me now? Her words have an edge, although there's no real heat behind them. Because I want to know you, I say simply. Not just where you go or what you do, who you are. She looks at me then, really looks at me like she's trying to decide whether I'm telling the truth. You know everything about my life, but nothing about me, she says quietly. And she's right. I've been so focused on possessing her that I never bothered to understand her. I knew her body before I knew her past. Then tell me, I say.
Evelyn. It's not that simple, I say, looking down at my hands. They're steady now, despite everything. The same hands that have played violin since I was 3, that have touched Noah in ways I never imagined touching anyone. What's not simple? Noah asks, his voice gentle. It's strange how quickly he can shift from the man who commands me in bed to this softer version who wants to know me. Talking about my past, my family. I tuck my legs beneath me on the couch, putting distance between us. You say you've been watching me for 10 months, but you don't know the first thing about who I really am. So tell me. His eyes are intense, focused solely on me. It's that focus that unnerves me, how completely he can see me when he wants to. I take a deep breath. My father is what most people would call successful, wealthy businessman, respected in his community, generous donor to the arts. I laugh, but there's no humor in it. What they don't see is what happens behind closed doors. Noah waits, patient in a way I wouldn't have expected from him. I was 3 when he put a violin in my hands, not because I showed interest, because he decided that's what I would do. My mother was a concert pianist before she married him. She gave it all up to be his wife, to raise his children. He wouldn't let the same thing happen to me. The irony isn't lost on me. My father thought he was saving me from my mother's fate, but he just created a different kind of prison. Every day I practiced, 4 hours before school, 4 hours after. Weekends were 8 to 10 hours. If I made a mistake, I stop, remembering the metronome ticking, my father's face growing darker with each error. If I made a mistake, he would lock me in the practice room until I got it right. Sometimes that meant all night. Noah's jaw tightens, but he doesn't interrupt. My mother never stopped him. She would bring food, water, slip it through the doors sometimes, but she never stood up to him. Not once. The betrayal still stings, even now. Jessica was the only one who tried to help. She'd tap messages on the wall, bring me candy when I was allowed out. I curl my fingers through my hair, trying to organize thoughts I've spent years burying. By the time I was 10, I was playing in competitions against teenagers. By 15, I was touring internationally. Everyone called me a prodigy. I spit the word out like poison. What they didn't see was that I never had a choice. Not about the violin, not about the competitions, not about anything. "And your mother just watched?" Noah asks, his voice careful. "My mother is a ghost of a person. Whatever fire she had was extinguished long before I was born. She exists in his shadow, perfect posture, perfect smile, perfect emptiness." I shake my head. The only time I ever saw her come alive was when she played piano, but that was rare. He didn't like the competition. "Did he hit you?" Noah's question is direct, his eyes darkening. Not physically. My father is too sophisticated for that. I meet his gaze. His methods were more refined, psychological, emotional. He would tell me I was worthless if I couldn't play perfectly, that I was nothing without the violin, that no one would ever love me except for my music. I look down at my hands again, these hands that have been both my prison and my freedom. And I believed him. For a very long time, I believed every word. Noah's expression shifts, something fierce replacing the gentleness from moments before. "You're not worthless," he says, his voice low and absolute. "You never were." I look up, surprised by the conviction in his tone. "I love hearing you play. It's what drew me to you in the first place. But if it makes you sad, if it reminds you of him, then stop. Just stop playing." I shake my head, a small smile forming despite myself. "That's the thing, Noah. I love the violin. That's the cruel paradox of it all." I reach for my case where it sits nearby, running my fingers along its familiar contours. My father made it my cage, but inside that cage I found something that was truly mine. Noah watches me, saying nothing as I continue. "My violin was my captor when I was young, forcing me to bend to its will, demanding perfection. But over time, it became the only thing I could trust, the only constant." I meet his eyes directly. "I care about it the way I care about you." His eyebrows raise slightly. "You were my captor too for a while. You took me against my will, kept me here, controlled my movements." I take a breath. But somehow, in that captivity, I found something I wasn't expecting. "And what was that?" Noah asks, his voice barely audible. "Freedom," I say. "When I play for you, when I'm with you, I'm making the choice. For the first time, I'm choosing my cage instead of having it forced upon me." I laugh softly. "That probably sounds insane." "No," Noah says, reaching for my hand. "It makes perfect sense." I study Noah's face, the way his eyes hold mine, unflinching yet somehow vulnerable after hearing my story. Something shifts between us in this moment, a balance tipping. "Now it's your turn," I say softly. "I want to know about you, too." Noah's body stiffens immediately. The openness I glimpsed moments ago disappears behind a carefully constructed wall. His jaw clenches, shoulders squaring as if preparing for combat rather than conversation.
Noah. I stare at Evelyn, feeling the walls I've built around myself start to crack. Her story about her father, the practice room, the psychological torture disguised as discipline, it hits too close. The way she found freedom inside her cage. Fuck, I understand that more than she knows. Her eyes are on me now, waiting. Expectant. I've never talked about my past. Not to anyone. Not even Matteo knows the full story. "Noah?" Her voice is soft, patient. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to." That's the thing, I do want to. For the first time in my life, I want someone to know me. Really know me. I take a deep breath. Pain shooting through my chest where the bullet tore through. My mother played violin too. The words hang between us. I can't look at Evelyn as I continue. Every night after my father left, she'd play for me. Lullabies, classical pieces, whatever made me smile. I close my eyes, remembering. It was the only time our apartment felt like a home. I shift on the couch, the pain medication is wearing off. I was 10 when my father shot her. Evelyn's sharp intake of breath cuts through the silence. I woke up to the gunshot, found her on the floor, violin shattered beside her. My voice doesn't even sound like my own. My father just looked at me and said, "You don't cry. You don't feel. You learn." I finally look at Evelyn. Her eyes are wet, but she doesn't interrupt. At 14, he handed me a gun and made me kill a man. By 18, they called me Il Fantasma, the Phantom. I laugh, with more bitterness than humor. Evelyn reaches for my hand. I let her take it. I never wanted anything outside of power and control. Never thought I deserved it. I squeeze her fingers. Until I heard you play at Damiano's wedding. "Why me?" she asks. "Because you reminded me of something I thought was gone forever." I brush my thumb across her knuckles. Something beautiful. Something worth protecting. I've never been this fucking vulnerable in my life. It terrifies me more than any bullet. I'm not a good man, Evelyn. I've killed people. I'll kill again. The world I live in, our world now, it doesn't allow for weakness. I look directly into her eyes. But with you, I feel things I thought my father beat out of me years ago. The confession hangs between us. I've never spoken these words to anyone. Never admitted that beneath the monster everyone fears there might still be something human left. I wait for Evelyn's disgust, her judgment. I've just laid myself bare, told her I'm a killer, that I've spent my life becoming the monster my father created. But instead of pulling away, she moves closer. "I never imagined being part of a mafia world," she says quietly, her fingers still intertwined with mine. "Not once in my life did I think I'd end up here." I brace myself for what comes next, the fear, the rejection. "But you're a better human than anyone else I've met." The words hit me like another bullet. I stare at her, searching for the lie, the manipulation. There isn't any. "Better?" I let out a harsh laugh. "I kidnapped you. I killed people in front of you. You saved me," she interrupts. "From Ivan. From myself, maybe." She shifts closer, wincing slightly as she notices my pain. "My father controlled me through fear, even tried to own me through contracts and threats." Her eyes meet mine, unwavering. "You're the first person who saw me as something more than what I could do for them." "That's not true," I argue, needing her to understand what I am. "I watched you for months. I wanted you. I took you." "Yes," she nods. "But you also listened to me play. You gave me choices when you could have forced me. You risked your life to save my sister, someone you've never even met." Her hand reaches up to stroke my face, and I fight the urge to lean into it like some desperate, touch-starved animal. "I'm not saying you're a saint, Noah. I know what you are, what you do." Her thumb traces my jawline. "But in this world of monsters, you're the only one who's shown me any real humanity." I close my eyes, unable to look at the forgiveness I don't deserve. "Don't," I whisper, "don't make me something I'm not." "I'm not," she says firmly. "I'm seeing you exactly as you are. I can't fucking handle this." The way she looks at me, like I'm something worth saving. Like I'm not the monster I know I am. Her forgiveness is worse than any torture. My chest constricts, from the bullet wound or something deeper, I don't know. But I need to shut this down. This vulnerability. It's dangerous. Fatal in my world. I reach down, gripping her chin between my fingers, tilting her face up to mine. "Take off your clothes," I command, my voice rough. "Go back to the bedroom, lie on the bed with your legs spread open for me." Her eyes widen slightly, but I see something else there too. Understanding. She knows what I'm doing, trying to push away this moment of connection, retreating to the physical where I feel safe. For a moment I think she'll refuse, tell me to fuck off. But then she stands, her eyes never leaving mine. "Running away, Noah?" she asks softly, and the question hits harder than any bullet. I don't answer. Can't answer. She walks toward the bedroom, pulling her shirt over her head as she goes. I follow, watching as she sheds each piece of clothing, revealing the body I've memorized. The body that somehow matters more to me than any other ever has. When she lies back on the bed, legs parted just as I commanded, I feel a surge of power. This is what I know. This is where I'm in control. But as I look at her, I realize it's not working. The emotions don't fade. They intensify, twisting inside me until I can barely breathe. "Is this what you want?" she asks, her voice steady despite her vulnerable position. "Or is this just easier than talking?" I exhale slowly, my chest aching from more than just the bullet wound. "Fuck," I mutter, running a hand through my hair. "You're right." Her eyes widen slightly, like she didn't expect me to admit it. "This is easier," I continue, moving toward the bed. "Fucking you senseless is easier than talking about my mother, about my father, about all the shit I've done." I sit on the edge of the bed, my eyes traveling over her naked body. Even now, with my past laid bare between us, I want her more than my next breath. "But that doesn't mean I don't want this too," I say, my voice dropping lower as I place my hand on her thigh. "Because eating your pussy is always a better idea than talking about my feelings. Is better than doing anything else in this fucking world." A small smile plays at her lips. "Is that so?" "Absolutely." I move between her legs, careful of my stitches. I lower my head, pressing a kiss to her inner thigh. Her breath catches and I feel a surge of satisfaction. This, her pleasure, her response to my touch. This is something I understand, something I can control when everything else feels like it's slipping through my fingers. "We can talk more later," I murmur against her skin. "But right now, I need this. I need you."
Chapter 33. Evelyn, I smooth down the wrinkles in my dress as Noah pulls up to the Feretti estate. The massive iron gates swing open without prompting, like they're expecting us. Maybe they are. "You okay?" Noah asks, his eyes never leaving the winding driveway ahead. "I'm fine," I lie. After everything, Yvonne, the kidnapping, Noah getting shot, I should be falling apart. But something's changed in me. I'm harder now, stronger. The car stops in front of the mansion, and I spot Jessica waiting on the steps with Alessio hovering nearby. She looks different, still my sister, but with shadows under her eyes that weren't there before. I step out of the car and Jessica flies into my arms before I can even close the door. "Evie!" she cries, squeezing me so tight I can barely breathe. I clutch her back just as fiercely, burying my face in her hair. The scent of her familiar shampoo, vanilla and something floral, brings tears to my eyes. After all our texts and calls while Noah was in the clinic, nothing compares to holding her. "I was so scared," she says against my shoulder. "When they took me—" "I know," I say, my voice cracking. "I'm so sorry, Jess. This is all my fault." We both break then, tears flowing freely as we cling to each other. All the fear, all the horror of the past days crashes over us like a wave. I hear the car door close behind me and sense Noah stepping away, giving us space. "I'll be inside," he says quietly. I nod without looking at him, grateful for this moment alone with my sister. Jessica pulls back just enough to look at my face, her eyes red and puffy. "Are you really okay?" she asks, scanning me for injuries. "Your text said you were, but—" "I'm fine," I assure her, wiping tears from her cheeks. "What about you? Did they hurt you?" Jessica shakes her head. "Just scared me. Locked me up." Her voice drops to a whisper. "I kept thinking about what happened to Michael's finger and—" "Don't." I cut her off, pulling her close again. "It's over now. Ivan's dead." We stand there holding each other, two sisters crying on the driveway of a Mafia mansion. If someone had told me a month ago that this would be my life, I'd have thought they were insane. I hold Jessica at arm's length, studying her face. The shadows under her eyes tell stories she hasn't shared yet. We'll have time for that later. "I need to go home, Evie," she says suddenly, her voice small. "I need to see Mom and Dad." The mention of our parents sends a jolt through me. My first instinct is to argue, to remind her how controlling our father is, how our mother stands by and lets it happen. But the desperation in Jessica's eyes stops me. After everything that happened, she continues, her voice breaking, I just need something familiar, something normal. I need to feel home again. I understand, even if I don't agree. Home was never the sanctuary for me that it was for Jessica. She didn't face the same pressure, the same expectations, but right now she needs comfort, not my baggage. I'll go with you, I say, squeezing her hands. We'll go together. Relief floods her face. Really? You will? Of course. I'm not letting you out of my sight. I manage a small smile. Besides, I have a few things I need to say to Dad. Jessica's eyes widen slightly. She knows what that means, knows I've never stood up to Alexander Anderson before. Always the perfect daughter, the obedient prodigy. Are you sure? She asks. I nod, more certain than I've ever been about anything. It's time. Jessica hugs me again, this time with gratitude rather than desperation. When can we leave? Soon, I promise. Noah approaches us, his movement still stiff from his injury. Everything okay? Jessica wants to go home. I'm taking her. His jaw tightens. To your parents' house? In Connecticut? Yes. I'll drive you. No. The firmness in my voice surprises even me. This is something I need to do alone, Noah. He steps closer, lowering his voice. After everything that happened with Ivan. Ivan is dead, I remind him, and I need to do this. For me. We stare at each other, locked in silent battle. Finally, he nods once. Take my car, but you call me when you get there, and you call me before you leave. I will. Jessica looks between us, eyebrows raised. Should I give you 2 a minute? No, we say in unison. I turn to her. Pack your things. We'll leave in 30 minutes. As Jessica heads inside, Noah pulls me into his arms, his lips brushing my ear. Noah's arms tighten around me, his breath warm against my ear. I can't let you go alone, Evelyn. Not after everything that's happened. I pull back, meeting his gaze. I need space, Noah. I've spent my entire life being controlled, by my father, by Ivan, and now by you. His jaw clenches. This isn't about control. It's about keeping you safe. Is there a difference? The words come out sharper than I meant them to. Noah runs a hand through his hair, frustration evident in every movement. Ivan may be dead, but his organization isn't. There are still people who could target you. I understand that. I soften my tone. But I can't live in a cage, even a gilded one. I've done that my whole life. You will have 2 men on you, he says, his expression unyielding. They'll follow at a distance, but they'll be there if anything happens. I look at the mansion behind him, at the guards positioned around the perimeter, at Alessio standing alert by the entrance. This is my life now, constant surveillance, constant protection. The realization settles over me like a heavy cloak. Is this how it's always going to be? I ask quietly. Noah's eyes soften slightly. For now, until we're sure it's safe. I think about my sister, about my father, about the confrontation waiting for me. I need to do this on my own terms, but I'm not foolish enough to ignore the danger. Fine, I concede. 2 men, but they stay back. I don't want them hovering over me, especially not at my parents' house. They'll keep their distance, Noah promises. You won't even know they're there unless you need them. I'll call you when we arrive, I say, already turning toward the house to find Jessica. Noah catches my wrist. Evelyn. I look back at him, at the man who kidnapped me, protected me, took a bullet for someone else while I watched. The man I've somehow come to care for despite everything. Be careful, he says simply. I nod. I will. I head inside, leaving Noah to his arrangements. The Feretti mansion feels different in daylight, less intimidating, more like an actual home. Sunlight streams through tall windows, catching dust motes in golden beams. She's upstairs packing, Lucrezia says, appearing from a side hallway. She's wearing a simple sundress, her dark hair pulled back in a loose ponytail. Without her makeup and designer clothes, she looks younger, almost vulnerable. "Thank you," I say, hesitating at the foot of the grand staircase. "For everything. For keeping her safe." Lucrezia shrugs, but her eyes are kind. Family protects family. "We're not your family," I point out. "Noah seems to think you are." She gives me a knowing look. And in this world, that's enough. I shift uncomfortably under her gaze. Still, I appreciate it. Jessica's all I have. "She's been good company," Lucrezia says, leaning against the banister. "It's nice having another woman around who isn't afraid to speak her mind." I laugh softly. "That's Jessica. She's never had a filter." "She told me about your childhood," Lucrezia says, her voice gentler now. "About your father." My smile fades. Did she? Some of it. Enough to understand why you're going back there now. She crosses her arms. "Are you sure it's a good idea?" "No," I admit, "but it's necessary." Lucrezia nods, understanding in her eyes. Sometimes the hardest conversations are the most important ones. Exactly. We stand in comfortable silence for a moment. Despite our different backgrounds, there's something about Lucrezia that feels familiar, a shared experience of growing up in worlds controlled by powerful men. "Jessica mentioned you paint," I say. Her face brightens. "I do. It's my escape." She pauses, studying me. "Like your violin is for you." Was it hard? Finding something that was just yours in all of this? I gesture vaguely at our surroundings. "Yes," she says simply, "but necessary for survival." I hear footsteps on the stairs and look up to see Jessica descending with a small suitcase. "Ready?" she asks, her voice falsely bright. "Almost," I say, turning back to Lucrezia. "Thank you again for keeping her safe, for the clothes, for—" I struggle to find the right words, "for showing her kindness when I couldn't be there." Lucrezia steps forward and, to my surprise, hugs me briefly. "Take care of yourself, Evelyn, and remember, you always have a place here if you need it."
Noah. I watch Evelyn's car disappear down the driveway, a knot tightening in my chest that has nothing to do with the bullet wound. Fucking hell. This isn't right. She shouldn't be going alone. "You let her go?" Matteo appears beside me, disbelief in his voice. I don't answer. My jaw clenched so tight it might crack. Two of our men trail her at a distance. Not close enough. Not fucking close enough if something happens. Since when does Il Fantasma let someone walk into potential danger? Matteo presses. Shut up. The words come out like gravel. I turn and walk back inside, each step a reminder of the hole in my chest. The physical pain is nothing compared to this new sensation, this fucking weakness spreading through me like poison. For 15 years I've lived by simple rules: take what you want, eliminate threats, show no weakness, feel nothing. Now I'm standing here feeling everything, and it's making me fucking insane. You know what your problem is? Matteo follows me into the house. You're in love with her. I whip around, nearly tearing my stitches. I said, shut the fuck up. But the words hit too close. This isn't just possession anymore. It's not just about keeping something beautiful for myself. It's about her smile, her stubbornness, the way she challenges me when everyone else is afraid to. If you push her, she leaves for good, I mutter, more to myself than to Matteo. So the Phantom has a heart after all. Matteo shakes his head. Damiano won't believe this shit. I grab him by the collar, slamming him against the wall. One more word and I'll put a bullet in you myself. Matteo doesn't flinch, he knows me too well. You can threaten me all you want. Doesn't change what's happening to you. She needs to do this herself, I say, the words tasting strange in my mouth. Since when do I care what someone else needs? My father's voice echoes in my head. Caring makes you weak. Weak men die. But something fights against that voice now. Something that started the moment I heard Evelyn play. Something that grew when I saw her holding Damiano's baby. Something that nearly exploded when I took that bullet and thought I might never see her again. I've spent my life taking lives, taking power, taking Evelyn. But now, for the first time, I'm giving something. Space. Choice. And it's fucking terrifying. Damiano's waiting, Matteo says, mercifully dropping the previous conversation. I nod, straightening my shoulders despite the pain radiating from my chest. Let's go. Damiano's office door is open. He sits behind his massive desk, phone pressed to his ear, speaking rapid Italian. When he sees us, he waves us in, wrapping up his call. Noah. He stands, studying my face. You look like shit. I'm fine. Sit. It's not a request. I take the chair across from him, Matteo settling beside me. Damiano slides a folder across the desk. The Colombians are getting impatient. The Queen's shipment needs handling. I open the folder, forcing my mind to focus on the details. Shipping manifests, dock numbers, payment schedules. This is what I'm good at. This is what I understand. Security's been doubled since Ivan's men showed up, I say, scanning the documents. We'll need to change the route. That's why I need you on this, Damiano says. No one handles these situations better. I nod, trying to concentrate on the numbers, the logistics, the security protocols. But my mind keeps drifting to Evelyn. Is she safe? Noah. Damiano's sharp tone pulls me back. Are you with us? Yeah. I clear my throat. We'll need to bring in Russo's crew for additional coverage. Already arranged. Damiano leans forward. I need your head in this, Noah. The Volkov situation may be handled, but business continues. My head is in this, I snap, more harshly than intended. Damiano gives me a long look. Is it? Because I've known you since you were 14 and I've never seen you distracted. Not once. I clench my jaw, focusing on the pain to ground myself. The shipment will be handled. I'll oversee it personally. Good. Damiano nods. Work. This is what I need. Blood and business and danger. Things I understand. Not the twist in my gut when I think of Evelyn facing her father alone. Not the emptiness of my apartment knowing she might not return.
Chapter 34. Evelyn. I drive the busy highway with Jessica beside me. Periodically, I steal glances at her profile. She looks tired, but somehow lighter, as if a weight has been lifted from her shoulders. After everything that's happened, I still can't believe she's here, safe beside me. So, I begin, breaking the silence. How are they treating you at the mansion? The Ferettis, I mean. Jessica turns to me with a small smile. Honestly, better than our own parents ever did. She fiddles with the hem of her borrowed sweater. Lucrezia was so kind, bringing me books and checking on me every few hours, and Zoe let me hold the baby. And what about Alessio? I ask, unable to resist. I'd noticed how Jessica's eyes followed him whenever he was close by. Jessica's cheeks flush pink. God, Evie, he's hot as hell. I laugh, genuinely laugh for what feels like the first time in days. You've known him for what? A week? It's not like that, she protests, slapping my arm lightly. He's like, I don't know, a big brother or something. A hot big brother, I tease, feeling a moment of normalcy between us. Stop! She groans, but she's smiling. Seriously, though, there's something about all of them, the way they look out for each other. When Alessio came in to check security, Damiano would always ask if he'd eaten or slept, and Enzo brought coffee for everyone at like 5 in the morning before going out to look for Michael. I grip the steering wheel tighter. That sounds nice. It's more than nice, Evie. It's kind of sweet. They're protective of each other in a way our family never was. Jessica's voice drops. Dad never once asked if I was okay, just if I'd messed up. and Mom would just stand there with that plastic smile. I swallow hard. I know. With the Ferettis, it's different. Even when they're arguing, you can tell they care. Alessio told me stories about when they were kids, how Damiano would beat up anyone who picked on him or Enzo. I think about Noah taking a bullet meant for Matteo. The loyalty these men have for each other is something I never understood before. Must be nice, I say softly, having people who'd do anything to protect you. Jessica gives me a long look. You have that now too, don't you? With Noah. I don't answer right away, my mind flashing to Noah's face when he found me in that cell. The raw emotion there, the willingness to die for the people he cares about. Maybe I do, I finally admit. Jessica shifts in her seat, her expression growing serious. So what are you going to say to Dad? I tap my fingers against the steering wheel, the steady rhythm matching my heartbeat. I'm not really sure, I admit. Part of me just wants to tell him to go to hell. Evie. Jessica's eyes widen, though I can see the hint of a smile playing at her lips. What? It's true. I shrug, checking the rearview mirror. Noah's security detail is keeping their distance as promised, but I know they're there. After everything he put us through, all those years of being locked in practice rooms, of being told I was nothing without the violin, of having every minute of my life controlled. I just want to look him in the eye and tell him exactly what I think of him. Jessica is quiet for a moment. I never had it as bad as you did. Because you weren't the prodigy, I say, my voice softer now. He put all his expectations on me. And Mom just let him. She always did. I sigh, remembering our mother's blank stare whenever Dad dragged me back to practice. But that doesn't really matter right now, does it? I mean, telling him to go to hell won't change anything. It won't give me back those years. Jessica reaches over and squeezes my hand, but maybe it will help you move forward. I nod, feeling a strange mix of dread and anticipation building in my chest. Maybe, or maybe I just need to see him face to face to remind myself that I'm not that scared little girl anymore. We drive in silence for a few blocks, the familiar streets of our childhood neighborhood coming into view. I realize I'm gripping the steering wheel so tightly, my knuckles have turned ghostly. You know, Jessica says suddenly, you're different now. Different how? Stronger. She looks at me with something like admiration. The old Evelyn would never have gone to Ivan's by herself to save me, and she definitely wouldn't be driving back to face Dad like this. I think about Noah, about Ivan, about everything that's happened in the past weeks. I guess facing deathly danger a few times changes your perspective. It's more than that, Jessica insists. It's like you finally found your voice. I smile slightly, thinking how ironic it is that after spending my life letting my violin speak for me, I'm finally learning to use my own voice. I just hope I don't lose it when I see him. We pull into the familiar driveway and I cut the engine. The Anderson family home looks exactly as it always has. Pristine, white colonial, perfect landscaping. Not a blade of grass out of place. Just like the image my father has always wanted to project. We're here, I say unnecessarily. Jessica doesn't move. Neither do I. Are you ready? She asks. I stare at the front door, my heart hammering against my ribs. But I don't think I'll ever be ready. We sit in silence for another minute, gathering courage. Finally, I open my door. Let's get this over with. We walk side by side up the stone path. At the door, Jessica reaches for my hand and squeezes it. Whatever happens in there, she says, we're in this together, okay? I nod, suddenly overcome with emotion. I couldn't have done any of this without you, Jess. She pulls me into a tight hug, and I cling to her, drawing strength from my little sister, who somehow always knew how to be brave when I didn't. I love you, she murmurs against my shoulder. I love you too. We're still embracing when the door swings open. My mother stands there, one hand flying to her mouth. Girls, she gasps. I pull away from Jessica, straightening my shoulders as I face the woman who stood by and watched while my father broke me down piece by piece. Hi, Mom, Jessica says. Mom reaches out with trembling hands, pulling first Jessica and then me into an embrace. Her arms around me feel foreign. When was the last time she hugged me? Before Ivan, before David, before college even? We've been so worried, she says, her voice thick. Your father's been beside himself. I doubt that very much, but I say nothing as she ushers us inside. When she turns to close the door, I notice her eyes, red-rimmed and glassy with unshed tears. She's been crying or trying not to. It's such an unfamiliar sight that I'm momentarily stunned. In all my years of being punished, criticized, and pushed to my breaking point, I never once saw my mother cry over it. Are you both all right? She asks, her gaze darting between us. When we saw the news about that Russian businessman being killed, and then we couldn't reach either of you, so they know about Ivan's demise. I wonder how much else they know. We're fine, Jessica assures her. Mom's eyes linger on my face, taking in the faint bruise still visible on my cheekbone from Ivan's men. Her hand hovers near my face but doesn't quite touch me. Your father is in his study, she says quietly. He'll want to see you both. I bet he will. I follow my mother and Jessica down the hallway towards my father's study. The walls are lined with photographs of me at various competitions and performances, a gallery of achievements rather than childhood memories. My hand finds Jessica's again as we reach the heavy oak door. Mom knocks twice, then opens it without waiting for a response. Alexander, the girls are here, she announces, her voice suddenly smaller. My father sits behind his massive desk, reading glasses perched on his nose, not bothering to look up from whatever document commands his attention. He doesn't stand, doesn't rush to embrace his daughters who were missing, doesn't show any sign that he was worried at all. Come in, he says, still not looking up. Jessica and I step into the study. Mom hovers in the doorway for a moment before slipping away, closing the door behind her. The silence stretches as my father continues reading, making us wait. It's a power move I recognize from childhood, establishing who controls the room. Finally, he removes his glasses and looks at us. His eyes are shrewd, scheming. Sit, he commands, gesturing to the chairs across from his desk. We sit. I feel like I'm 12 again, waiting to be reprimanded for a missed note in practice. Jessica, he says, turning his attention to my sister. Do you have anything you'd like to tell me? Jessica shifts in her chair. I can feel nervousness radiating off her in waves. No, she says, her voice small but firm. My father's eyebrows rise slightly. Nothing at all? About where you've been? Who you've been with? Jessica glances at me, then back at him. No. Very well, he says, his tone clipped. You may leave. I need to speak with your sister alone. I squeeze Jessica's hand, silently telling her it's okay to go, but she doesn't move. No, she says. My father's head jerks back slightly, as if he's been slapped. His eyes narrow. Excuse me? I said no, Jessica repeats, her voice stronger now. I'm staying with Evelyn. A strange look crosses my father's face, confusion mixed with something else, disbelief perhaps, or the dawning realization that his carefully constructed world of absolute obedience is crumbling. I wasn't asking, Jessica, he says, his voice dangerously quiet. I was telling you to leave. And I'm telling you I won't, Jessica counters. Whatever you have to say to Evelyn, you can say to both of us. I feel a surge of pride watching Jessica stand up to our father. My little sister, who used to hide behind me when he raised his voice, is now refusing to leave my side. The transformation in her gives me strength. Fine, my father says through clenched teeth. Both of you can stay. His gaze shifts to me, cold and accusatory. Evelyn, do you have any involvement in what happened to Ivan Volkov? The question hangs in the air. I meet his eyes without flinching. Yes, I say simply. I do. My father's face contorts with rage. He slams his fist on the desk, making both Jessica and I jump. You stupid, stupid girl, he shouts. Do you have any idea what you've done? Yes, I survived, I reply, my voice steadier than I feel. I had an arrangement with the Russians. He's on his feet now, pacing behind his desk. Years in the making. Your contract with Ivan wasn't just about your performances. It was about building connections, establishing our family in their circles. Jessica gasps beside me. I feel her hand tighten around mine. You were working with Ivan? I ask, though the pieces are already falling into place. The way Ivan seemed to know so much about me from the beginning. How urgently my father had encouraged me to sign that contract. Of course I was, he spits. Everything I've done has been for you, for our name. Do you think your talent alone would have taken you where you needed to go? I made arrangements. I opened doors. You sold me, I say, the realization hitting me like a boxer's right-hander. I secured your future, he roars, and now you've ruined everything. Do you understand what happens now? Ivan had allies. Powerful allies who might think we had something to do with his death. They could come after us, after this family. After you, I correct him. They'll come after you, not us. We were Ivan's victims, not his business partners. My father's face pales. For the first time in my life, I see fear in his eyes. What have you done, Evelyn? He whispers. What have you done to this family? I stare at my father, trying to reconcile the man before me with the one who raised me. His face is ashen now, the anger giving way to something I've never seen in him before. Genuine fear. Since when? I ask, my voice quiet but firm. Since when have you been doing business with the Russian Mafia? He sinks back into his chair, suddenly looking older than his years. I haven't, he says, running a hand over his face. Not before Ivan. You expect me to believe that? I press. It's the truth, he insists. Ivan approached me after your performance at Carnegie Hall last year. He had connections, influence. He offered to elevate your career to international status. My father's eyes meet mine. I never knew what he really was until it was too late. And now you're scared, I say. Not a question, but an observation. Yes. The admission seems to pain him bodily. I'm terrified, Evelyn. These people, they don't forgive, they don't forget. I take a deep breath, feeling Jessica's supportive presence beside me. This fear, this vulnerability, it's exactly what I needed in order to say what I came here to say. I didn't come here for your excuses or your fear, I tell him. I came to tell you things I've wanted to say for years. My father's eyes widen slightly, but he doesn't interrupt. You broke me, I continue, my voice steady despite the emotion building in my chest. Every time you locked me in that practice room, every time you told me I was nothing without my music, every time you made me feel that my worth was measured only by perfection. I made you great, he counters, but the conviction in his voice falters. You made me vulnerable, I correct him. You taught me that my value came from pleasing others, from being what they wanted me to be. That's why Ivan could manipulate me so easily. That's why I signed that contract without questioning it. Jessica squeezes my hand, encouraging me to continue. I'm not your puppet anymore, I say. I'm not your prodigy or your investment or your legacy. I'm a person who deserved a father, not a manager. My father stares at me, speechless. For once in his life, Alexander Anderson has no ready response, no counter-argument. I don't hate you, I tell him, surprised to find it's true. But I don't need your approval anymore. I don't need you to be proud of me. I'm proud of myself for surviving, for finding my voice, for standing up to you right now.
Chapter 35. Noah. I stare at the wall of my apartment, still processing the fact that Evelyn confronted her father. The image of her walking away, shoulders squared and chin high, replays in my mind. Mateo's words echo in my head. You're in love with her. I'd never admit it to him, but fuck if he isn't right. My phone buzzes on the counter. Evelyn's name flashes on the screen. My heart rate kicks up, something that never happened before her. Evelyn. I keep my voice even, controlled. Noah. Her voice sounds different. Lighter somehow. I'm in my room, packing some things. Everything okay with your father? I grip the phone tighter, ready to drive over there if that bastard hurt her. Actually, he apologized. The surprise in her voice matches my own. I never would have imagined it. Not in a million years. I walk to the window, looking out over the city. An apology? From the man who locked you in a room until you played perfectly? I know, it's strange. I hear rustling in the background, clothes being folded, drawers opening. He seemed genuinely shocked by what happened with Ivan. Said he never meant for things to go this far. People say a lot of things when they're scared. There's more. Her voice drops. He told me something about Ivan. Apparently, Ivan has family connections back in Moscow, powerful ones. He said they might come looking for whoever killed him. My blood turns cold. What exactly did he say about these connections? That Ivan's uncle is high up in the Russian government, that his cousins run half the criminal enterprises in Eastern Europe. I close my eyes, my jaw clenching. Did your father have any direct contact with these people? He mentioned meetings, business arrangements. Evelyn pauses. Noah, what are you thinking? I'm thinking your father might have painted a target on his back. I grab my keys from the counter. And possibly on yours too. You think they'd come after him, after me? Russians don't forget, Evelyn. They don't forgive. I'm already moving toward the door. Do you need me to come over? Help you pack? No, I'm almost done here. Jessica's with me. I stop at the door. I don't like this. Your father knowing these peoples, it changes things. Noah, stay where you are. Don't leave until I arrive. You're overreacting. No, I'm not. My voice hardens. Ivan was just the beginning. If what your father says is true, we need to be ready. I hang up with Evelyn and immediately dial Franco's number. He's one of the men I assigned to watch her. Ex-military, deadly accurate with a pistol, and smart enough to stay invisible. Boss? Franco answers on the first ring. Listen carefully. I pace across the living room, adrenaline already pumping through my veins. There's new information. Ivan's family connections in Russia might be looking for payback. Understood. His voice is calm, professional. We've maintained distance as instructed. No one's approached the residence. That could change any minute. I grab my gun from the safe, checking the magazine. I need you and Vito to be extra vigilant. Anyone suspicious, anyone at all, I want to know immediately. Yes, sir. If something feels off, don't wait. Call me, then act. Understood? Crystal clear. Their safety is priority one. If there's even a hint of danger, get them out of there. Don't wait for my orders. And the destination if extraction is necessary? The safe house in Queens. I've already alerted Mateo to prepare it. I slide the gun into my holster. If you can't reach me, contact Mateo directly. Got it? Anything else? I pause, considering how much to say. Yeah, the girl, Evelyn, she's important. If it comes down to a choice, she's the priority. There's a brief silence on the line. Franco's been with me long enough to know I've never given that kind of instruction before. Understood, boss, we won't let you down. I end the call and grab my jacket. The thought of Russian operatives coming after Evelyn makes my chest tighten, right where the bullet wound is still healing. I need to move fast, Get to her before anything happens. I grab my leather jacket and gun, checking the magazine one more time before holstering it against my side. My chest aches badly, but I ignore it. Pain is just weakness leaving the body. That's what my father taught me before I put a bullet in his head. In the garage, I find my Ducati waiting. The sleek black machine has gotten me out of more dangerous situations than I can count. I swing my leg over the seat, feeling the familiar vibration as the engine roars to life. The sound echoes through the concrete parking structure, drowning out the voice in my head, telling me I'm overreacting. Maybe I am. Maybe Ivan's family connections won't come looking. Maybe Evelyn's father is just trying to make himself seem important. But I can't take that chance, not with her. I pull out of the garage, the cool night air hitting my face as I accelerate onto the street. Traffic is light, which means I can weave between cars, cutting my travel time in half. My mind races faster than the bike. If Ivan's uncle really is connected to the Russian government, we're looking at more than mere street thugs. We're talking about trained operatives, men who kill without hesitation or remorse. Men like me. I push the Ducati harder, the engine screaming as I fly down the streets of New York. Every minute I'm not with Evelyn feels like a minute something could go wrong. Matteo would laugh if he could see me now racing across the city for a woman. He'd never let me hear the end of it. But Matteo isn't here, and even if he was, I wouldn't give a fuck what he thinks. A car cuts in front of me, forcing me to swerve. The sudden movement pulls at my stitches, sending a sharp pain through my chest. I grit my teeth and keep going. I've never felt this way before, this constant need to protect someone, to be near them. Even when I know she's safe with Franco and Vito watching, it's not enough. I need to be there myself. My phone buzzes in my pocket. At the next red light, I pull it out. A text from Franco. All clear. No movement. I should feel relieved, but I don't. I need to see her with my own eyes. Need to touch her, make sure she's real and safe and still mine. The light turns green and I'm moving again, the bike responding instantly to my every command. The streets blur past me as I head out of town toward the Anderson house, toward Evelyn.
Evelyn. I'm standing in my old bedroom with Jessica, still processing the confrontation with our father. The walls are the same pale blue they've always been, the twin bed with its pristine white comforter unmoved since I left. This room never felt like mine, just another stage set for the perfect daughter performance. A soft knock interrupts my thoughts. The door opens slowly and Mom stands framed there. Her fingers tremble and she looks smaller somehow, her shoulders curved inward as if carrying an invisible weight. The perfect chignon she always wears has loose strands escaping around her face. "Can I come in?" she asks, her voice barely above a whisper. Jessica and I exchange glances. I nod. Mom steps inside, closing the door behind her. She doesn't sit, doesn't move toward us, just stands there looking lost in a room she's entered thousands of times. "I don't..." She starts, then stops. Her eyes dart between us, then fix on the floor. I don't know where to begin. The silence stretches between us. I've never seen her this uncertain, this human. "I love you both," she says, her voice breaking. "I love you so much." Tears spring to her eyes, and I feel something crack inside me. In 24 years, I've never heard those words from her without some qualifier attached. I know I've been a terrible mother. Her hands twist together. I let him. I let your father control everything. Your lives, your futures. A tear slides down her cheek. I thought I was protecting you by staying silent, by not fighting him, but I was wrong. Jessica moves first, crossing the room to take Mom's hand. I stay rooted in place, decades of disappointment holding me back. When I heard about what happened with Ivan, Mom continues, looking directly at me now. I realized I might have lost you both without ever telling you the truth, without you knowing that behind all this. She gestures vaguely around the pristine room. I've always loved you, not your achievements or your performances, just you. Then why? The words escape before I can stop them. Why did you let him lock me in practice rooms? Why did you watch him break me down over and over? Because I was a coward, she says simply. I was afraid of losing everything. Him, this life, you girls. So I convinced myself his way was right, that the success was worth the pain. She shakes her head. It wasn't. It never was. I don't know what to do with this confession, this too late truth. Part of me wants to embrace her. Another part wants to scream that love without action isn't love at all. I don't expect forgiveness, Mom says, reading my expression. I just needed you to know. I feel my chest twist as I look at my mother, really look at her for perhaps the first time. The perfect mask she's worn my entire life has finally cracked, revealing the frightened woman beneath. My anger still burns, but something else rises alongside it. Understanding. All my life, I say, my voice unsteady, all I wanted was for you to stand by my side, just once. The words catch in my throat. When he locked me in that practice room for missing a note in Paganini, when he told me I was worthless without the violin, when he pushed and pushed until I broke, I just needed you to say something. Anything. Mom's shoulders shake as she begins to cry in earnest. I used to watch other mothers at my recitals, I continue, the memories flooding back. The way they hugged their children afterward, win or lose. The pride in their eyes that had nothing to do with perfection. Jessica squeezes Mom's hand, her own eyes wet with tears. I practiced until my fingers bled, won competitions, played in concert halls across the world, not for him, not even for myself, for you. My voice breaks, because I thought if I was perfect enough, you'd finally protect me. Mom reaches for me, hesitant. Evelyn. But the thing is, I say, stepping forward, I can't hate you. I've tried. God knows I've tried. I take a shuddering breath. Because underneath all this pain and disappointment, I love you. I always have. The admission feels like releasing a weight I've carried for decades. I'm not sure where these words are coming from. Perhaps from the woman I'm becoming, the one who survived Ivan, who found her voice with Noah. I love you too, Mom says, her hand shaking as she reaches for mine. I take it, feeling the softness of her skin against my calloused fingertips. We stand there, connected by this fragile touch, the first honest moment between us in years. I don't know if we can fix this, I tell her truthfully. I don't know if some things can be undone. I don't deserve a second chance, she says. Maybe not, I agree, but I think I deserve the mother I always needed. It's not too late to try. I step forward, closing the distance between us. Mom opens her arms and suddenly Jessica is there too, the three of us collapsing into each other. Mom's perfume, the same Chanel she's worn my entire life, fills my senses as I press my face against her shoulder. Her arms tighten around us and I feel her body shudder with silent sobs. I'm so sorry, she says against my hair. I'm so sorry. For a moment, we're just three women holding each other up, years of silence and pain flowing between us like an electric current. It's not forgiveness, not yet, but it's a beginning. A sound from downstairs breaks the moment. We pull apart, suddenly alert. Heavy footsteps move across the marble foyer, followed by muffled voices. Did Dad call someone? Jessica asks. Mom's face goes pale. He's at the club until 7. My heart pounds as I recognize the cadence of those footsteps, too deliberate, too searching. Not the casual stride of someone who belongs here. The security system? I ask, already knowing the answer. Your father changed the code last week, Mom says, her voice tight with fear. I don't know the new one. The footsteps grow louder, moving up the grand staircase now. Multiple pairs, at least 3 people. I reach for my phone, fingers trembling as I pull up Noah's number. My mind races. Franco and his partner should be outside. Did they miss something? Were they compromised? We need to get out, I say, pressing the call button. Now. The phone rings once, twice. Noah's voicemail picks up. Noah, someone's in the house, I whisper urgently. I think it's... The bedroom door crashes open. A man stands in the doorway, his face hidden beneath a black ski mask. But I don't need to see his face to know who sent him. The gun in his hand points directly at my chest, unwavering. Evelyn Anderson, he says, his accent thick with Russian vowels. Ivan Volkov sends his regards from hell. The phone slips from my fingers, Noah's name still illuminated on the screen.
Chapter 36. Noah. I push the Ducati harder than I should, the engine screaming beneath me as I weave through traffic. My phone vibrates in my pocket. Without slowing down, I tap my earpiece. What? I bark. Boss, it's Franco. A black sedan just pulled up. 2 men getting out. They're not looking friendly. Fuck, I'm still 2 minutes away. Hold position. Don't engage unless they make a move on the house. Too late, they're approaching the front door. Looks like they're going in. My chest burns where the bullet tore through me days ago, but I ignore it. Pain is just information. Useless right now. Neutralize them. I'm almost there. I cut through an alley, nearly clipping a dumpster. The bike slides sideways as I take the corner too fast, but I manage to control it, accelerating again. Evelyn's face flashes in my mind. Not afraid. Not broken. Standing up to her father like she was born to do it. No one's taking her from me, no one. I screech to a halt in front of the Anderson house, leaving the bike running as I jump off. My gun is already in my hand. The front door hangs open. Inside, Franco stands over a man, blood dripping from his knuckles. One man went upstairs, Franco yells. A woman's scream tears through the house from the second floor. Evelyn. I don't think. I move. Taking the stairs 3 at a time, I disregard the fire in my chest. The stitches are probably tearing, but it doesn't matter. Nothing matters except getting to her. Another scream, closer now, down the hallway, 3rd door. I hear a man's voice, thick with a Russian accent. Ivan's brother sends his regards. Fuck waiting. Fuck planning. I kick the door open, gun raised. I burst into the room, adrenaline pumping through my veins. Time slows down as I take in the scene. Evelyn backed against the wall, Jessica huddled on the bed, and a masked man pointing a gun at them. My vision narrows, focusing on the threat. Without hesitation, I adjust my aim and fire. The shot is precise, hitting the intruder's right hand. His gun clatters to the floor as he howls in pain, blood spraying across the carpet. He clutches his mangled hand to his chest, his eyes widening as he registers my presence. You fucking... He starts, but I'm already closing the distance between us. I slam the butt of my gun against his temple with a sickening crack. He crumples to his knees, dazed, but still conscious. Not good enough. I bring the gun down again, harder this time. His body goes limp as he collapses to the floor. Blood pools beneath his hand, spreading across the pale carpet. I kick his dropped weapon away, never taking my eyes off him. My chest throbs with each breath, but the pain is distant, unimportant. Noah, Evelyn whispers, her voice trembling. I turn to her, scanning for injuries. She's pale, shaking, but unharmed. Jessica clings to her, eyes wide with terror. Are you hurt? I demand, still gripping my gun. Evelyn shakes her head. How did you... Franco called me. I press my boot against the unconscious man's chest, making sure he stays down. My focus shifts between him and Evelyn, making sure she's truly unharmed. There's another woman in the room I hadn't noticed before, older, with Evelyn's eyes, but not her strength. She stares at me, mouth open in shock. Who is this? She stammers, looking from me to the unconscious man on the floor. Before I can answer, Evelyn steps forward. Her voice is steady despite everything. Mom, this is Noah. I pull out my phone and dial Mateo. I need a cleanup team at the Anderson house now. I keep my voice low, controlled. 1 body downstairs, 1 alive up. And send someone for my bike out front. Shit, Noah, you okay? Mateo asks. Fine, just get here. I hang up and turn to Evelyn. Where's your father? She exchanges a look with Jessica. He left right after our confrontation. Said he needed to make some calls. Any idea where he'd go? His club, apparently, the Metropolitan on 5th. Jessica answers, her voice small. I nod, piecing it together. Alexander Anderson likely knew more about Ivan's connections than he let on, and now those connections are coming for his family. We need to find him, I say, finally taking my foot off the Russian's chest. If they came here, they'll go after him too. Her mother stares at us, at the gun in my hand, at the man on the floor. Her world is shattering, and I see the moment when she realizes her comfortable life was built on lies. What's happening, she asks. Who are these people? I don't have time to explain the sins of her husband or how her daughter ended up with someone like me. I motion to Franco, who appears in the doorway behind me. Stay with this piece of shit until Matteo gets here, I tell him, nodding at the unconscious Russian. If he wakes up, make him wish he hadn't. Franco nods, moving into position without question. His face is splattered with blood from the man he took downstairs, but his eyes are calm, professional. That's why I keep him on my team. Ladies, I say, turning to Evelyn, Jessica, and their mother. Pack what you need, 5 minutes. I head downstairs, gun still in hand. The body Franco dealt with lies sprawled near the front door, neck at an unnatural angle. I step over him, scanning the entryway. The Anderson house is exactly what I expected. A monument to respectability. Crystal chandelier hanging from a high ceiling, marble floor in the foyer. Antique furniture that looks like it's never been sat on. Family photos line the walls. Evelyn in formal dresses at various ages. Violin always in hand. Always performing. Always perfect. I move through to what must be Alexander's study. Dark wood paneling. Leather-bound books that look unread. A massive desk with a single photo. Evelyn at some competition, trophy in hand. Not a family photo, a trophy photo. The living room is just as cold. Everything matched and coordinated, like a museum display of how the wealthy should live. No wonder Evelyn grew up so controlled. This house offers no room for mistakes or mess. From upstairs I hear movement, drawers opening and closing, voices murmuring. At least they're following instructions.
Evelyn. I watch Noah disappear down the stairs, his movements fluid despite the bullet wound that nearly killed him days ago. The room feels colder without his presence. Though Franco stands guard by the unconscious Russian, my hands won't stop shaking. Evelyn, my mother says, her eyes wide with shock. Who is that man? What have you gotten yourself into? I grab a handful of clothes from my closet, stuffing them into a bag without caring what I take. He's Noah Rivera. He works for the Feretti family. The Ferettis? Her voice rises an octave. The Mafia family? Evelyn, what? Mom. I stop packing and look at her. Noah is the only one who's truly cared about me. Not for what I can do, not for who I know, but for me. Jessica zips up her own bag, nodding. It's true, Mom. He took a bullet protecting his friend. He came after Evelyn when she was taken. My mother sinks onto the edge of my childhood bed, the same bed where I used to cry myself to sleep after Father's punishing practice sessions. Are you sure about him? She asks quietly. This world he's in? It's dangerous. I close my eyes for a moment, seeing Noah's face when he burst into that concrete cell at Ivan's, the raw desperation in his eyes, the way he positioned himself between me and danger without hesitation. He risked his life for me, Mom, more than once. My voice catches. No one's ever done that before. But is that enough? She reaches for my hand. For a life together? The question hits me hard. A life together. Is that what I want with Noah? The man who kidnapped me, who's killed people, who's part of a world I never chose? I think. My throat tightens. I think I might be in love with him. The words hang in the air. I've never said them aloud before, never even fully admitted them to myself, but they feel right. I am in love with him, I say more firmly, and it terrifies me. Jessica stops packing and stares at me. Wow, Evie, that's big. My mother looks at me with tears in her eyes. Your father and I, we had love once, before ambition poisoned everything. If you truly love this man, I do. And it's true. Despite everything, how we met, what he's done, what I've become since knowing him, I love Noah Rivera. I just don't know if I can tell him yet, if I'm brave enough to be that vulnerable. Then we need to hurry, my mother says, suddenly practical. These men came. Others might follow. We hurry downstairs, bags in hand. Noah stands in the foyer, phone pressed to his ear, speaking in rapid Italian. His eyes never leave the front door, body coiled tight, ready for any threat. When he sees us, something in his expression softens. Matteo's 5 minutes out, he says, ending the call. We need to move. Franco will stay with our friend upstairs until cleanup arrives. Mom flinches at the clinical way he discusses what just happened. I squeeze her hand, trying to reassure her. This is Noah's world. Efficient, dangerous, direct. He opens the front door, scanning the street before ushering us towards a black SUV parked at the curb. Mrs. Anderson, Jessica, get in the back, Evelyn, passenger seat. Mom and Jessica climb in without question. I pause on the sidewalk, overcome by the weight of everything. The confrontation with my father, the Russian gunman, the realization that I love this dangerous man. Noah. He turns to me, alert for any sign of danger. I step forward and wrap my arms around him, pressing my face against his chest. His heart beats steady and strong beneath my cheek. Thank you, I murmur, for coming for me. Again. His arms encircle me, one hand cradling the back of my head. For a moment, we remain locked together. Then he tilts my chin up and kisses me, not desperate or demanding, just with a tenderness that makes my heart ache. When he pulls back, his eyes are dark with emotion. There is nothing in this world I wouldn't do for you, Evelyn. Nothing. The certainty in his voice should frighten me. Instead, it feels like coming home. I slide into the passenger seat next to Noah, my heart still racing from our brief intimacy together on the sidewalk. His profile is sharp as he scans the street one last time, starting the engine. The SUV purrs to life. Mrs. Anderson, Noah says, meeting my mother's eyes in the rearview mirror, I need you to call your husband. My mother clutches her purse tighter. Alexander! Why would you? He might be in danger as well, Noah cuts in, his voice firm but not unkind. Those men came for a reason. If they knew your daughters were at the house, they likely know where he is too. I turn in my seat to face her. Mom, please. Whatever Dad did, whatever his connection to Ivan was, he's still Dad. Her hands tremble as she pulls out her phone. He's at the Metropolitan Club. That's where he always goes after difficult situations. Noah nods, guiding the SUV smoothly into traffic. Call him. Tell him to stay where he is, somewhere public. We'll come get him. You want to help him? I ask, surprised by Noah's willingness to rescue my father after everything. Noah's eyes remain fixed on the road, but his jaw tightens. I want to keep you safe. That means making sure no one uses your father as leverage against you. My mother dials, her fingers hesitating over the screen. What do I tell him about what happened? About you? Just tell him to stay put, Noah instructs. Tell him it's not safe to come home. Nothing more. While my mother makes the call, I reach for Noah's hand resting on the gear shift. He turns his palm up, interlacing our fingers without taking his eyes off the road. Alexander? It's me, my mother says, her voice steadier than I expected. Are you at the club? Listen to me carefully. Don't come home. It's not safe. I realize from my mother's tone that Dad didn't pick up and she's speaking to voicemail. The girls are with me, she continues. We're safe, but there were men at the house. Russian men. Just stay there, my mother finishes. In public, we're coming to get you. She ends the call and meets my eyes. Let's hope he picks up the message. Noah squeezes my hand once before releasing it to make a turn.
Chapter 37. Noah. I grip the steering wheel tight as we speed toward the Metropolitan Club. How much longer? Evelyn asks from beside me, her voice tight with worry. 5 minutes. Jessica sits in the back with her mother, both of them pale and quiet. Mrs. Anderson clutches her phone, waiting for her husband to answer. She's called him multiple times. He hasn't picked up any of her calls. He always answers, she says, more to herself than to us. Always. I catch Evelyn's gaze. We're thinking the same thing. If the Russians found their house, they could have found Alexander too. As we turn onto the street where the Metropolitan Club sits, I immediately spot the flashing lights. Flashes of red and blue bounce off the buildings, illuminating the night. Police cruisers block the entrance and yellow tape cordons off the area. No, Mrs. Anderson gasps. Before I can stop her, she's fumbling with her seatbelt, throwing open the door. Mom, wait! Evelyn shouts, but it's too late. Mrs. Anderson bolts from the car, running towards the police barricade. I slam the SUV into park, cursing under my breath. Stay here, I tell Jessica, but Evelyn's already out the door, chasing after her mother. I follow, my hand instinctively reaching for my gun. The crowd of onlookers parts as I push through, keeping my eyes on Evelyn's back. Ahead, paramedics wheel a stretcher toward an ambulance. A white sheet covers the body, but I can see dark stains seeping through. Mrs. Anderson tries to break past an officer, screaming her husband's name. That's my husband, Alexander, let me see him. I reach Evelyn, gripping her arm. Stay back. I need to help my mother, she says, trying to pull away. Jessica appears beside us, ignoring my order to stay in the car. Her face is blank with shock as she watches her mother collapse against a police officer. I heard someone say he was shot. A woman next to us whispers to her companion. Right in the chest. Poor man didn't stand a chance. Another voice louder. The bartender said it was some Russian-looking guy. Walked right up to him at his table and the man makes a gun with his fingers. They're saying it's Alexander Anderson, someone else adds. The investment banker. Evelyn's body goes rigid against mine. I wrap my arm around her waist, holding her steady as the paramedics load the stretcher into the ambulance. A detective approaches Mrs. Anderson, speaking in low tones. Her wail cuts through the night air like a knife. He's dead, Jessica says. Dad's dead. I watch Evelyn's face transform into something I've never seen before. Her eyes go distant, staring at the ambulance as it pulls away with her father's body. No tears, no screams, just emptiness. Evelyn, I say, keeping my voice low. We need to leave. Now. She doesn't respond. Doesn't even blink. Evelyn, I try again, gripping her shoulders gently. Look at me. Nothing. It's like she's turned to stone in my hands. I glance around, scanning the crowd. If the Russians hit Alexander, they might still be watching, waiting for the rest of the family to show up. We're exposed here, standing in the open with police and witnesses everywhere. We need to go, I say more urgently. It's not safe. Her eyes remain fixed on the spot where the ambulance was. Her body is here, but her mind is somewhere else entirely. Fuck, I mutter. Jessica approaches us, tears streaming down her face. Mom's going with the police to identify him. I nod. Get back to the car, I'll bring Evelyn. Jessica hesitates, looking at her sister's frozen expression. Is she okay? No, I say honestly, but I'll take care of her. Go. As Jessica walks away, I turn back to Evelyn. Her skin is ice cold under my hands. I've seen this before, shock so deep it paralyzes. In my world, those who freeze like this don't survive long. Evelyn, I say more firmly this time, I'm going to pick you up now. I don't wait for permission. I slide one arm under her knees and the other around her torso, lifting her against my chest. The wound near my heart protests, but I ignore it. She's light in my arms, her body rigid. I carry her through the crowd, her head resting against my shoulder, but there's no give in her muscles. She's locked herself away somewhere I can't reach. I place her gently in the passenger seat of the SUV, buckling her in when she makes no move to do it herself. Her eyes stare straight ahead, seeing nothing. "What's wrong with her?" Jessica asks from the back seat, her voice small. "Shock," I say, starting the engine. "She'll come back to us when she's ready." But as I pull away from the Metropolitan Club, I'm not sure if that's true. I've seen men break from less. I've seen what happens when grief and guilt collide inside someone's mind. I reach over and take Evelyn's cold hand in mine. She doesn't grip back, just lets her fingers lie limply in my palm, like a doll's. "I'm here," I tell her, knowing she probably can't hear me. "I'm right here."
Evelyn. I stare out the window as the city blurs past, but I don't really see anything. My body feels hollow, like someone scooped out everything inside me and left only enough to keep breathing. Dad is dead. My father is dead. "Evelyn." Noah's voice sounds far away, though his hand grips mine tightly. "Evelyn, can you hear me?" I can hear him. I just can't form the words to respond. "What do you say when your father is murdered because of the choices you made?" Jessica sobs quietly in the back seat. I should comfort her, but I can't move, can't turn around, can't be the big sister she needs right now. "It's my fault," I say, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "He's dead because of me." "No." Noah's grip tightens. "This isn't on you." But it is. The Russians came for me, and when they couldn't get to me, they went after him. Simple as that. A life for a life. I remember the last words I said to him just hours ago. How I told him I didn't need his approval anymore. How I stood tall and walked away, finally free of his control. Now he's gone forever, and I'll never have the chance to what? Reconcile? Make peace? Did I even want that? I hated him, I say, tears finally spilling down my cheeks. I hated how he controlled me, how he made me feel worthless unless I was perfect, but I never wanted him dead. The worst part is the relief that mingles with my grief. Relief that I'll never again have to endure his disappointment, his criticism, his cold assessment of my worth based on how well I play. What kind of daughter feels relief when her father dies? He sold me to Ivan, I say, the realization hitting me anew. My own father. Noah's jaw tightens, but he says nothing. There's nothing to say. But he was still my dad. My voice breaks. And now he's gone, and I can never tell him that despite everything, I loved him anyway. That's what hurts the most. The tears come faster now, and Noah pulls the car over. He unbuckles my seatbelt and pulls me against his chest, careful of his wound. I sob into his shirt, letting out years of complicated feelings, anger, grief, guilt, relief, all tangled together into something I can't name. I should have protected him, I say between sobs. I should have warned him. You couldn't have known, Noah says against my hair. None of us could. My thoughts drift to my mother. Her face when she saw those paramedics, the way her body crumpled. She'll never be the same again. For all his faults, she loved him completely. A memory surfaces, one I haven't had in years. I was 16, home early from practice because my instructor had fallen ill. The house was quiet and I slipped in through the side door, planning to squeeze in extra practice time. I heard them in the kitchen. My mother laughing, a sound so rare it stopped me in my tracks. I peered around the corner and saw them dancing. No music was playing. Nevertheless, they moved in perfect sync, my father humming something classical. Beethoven, I think. Alexander. My mother whispered. We should check on Evelyn's progress with the Tchaikovsky. But my father just pulled her closer. Margaret, for once, let's just dance. Her face, I'll never forget it. pure adoration, like he was her sun, her moon, her entire universe. He spun her around and she followed his lead without hesitation, always following his lead. I slipped away unnoticed, confused by what I'd seen. It didn't fit with the cold, demanding father I knew. It didn't match the quiet, submissive mother who never contradicted him. But now I understand. She loved him with everything she had, even when he was impossible to love, even when he pushed me too hard, even when he turned our home into a training ground instead of a sanctuary. Now he's gone, and she'll have to find a way to exist in a world without her son. I stare at the window, tears streaming down my face. The pain is overwhelming, a physical ache that makes it hard to breathe. "Evelyn, please talk to me," Noah says, his hand still gripping mine. "I need to know you're okay." "I'm not okay," I say, pulling my hand away. "I'll never be okay again." Noah's dark eyes fill with concern. "Evelyn, please," I cut him off, my voice cracking. "I just need some peace. Just a moment of silence, please." He studies my face for a long moment, then nods. "Okay." The silence in the car is broken only by Jessica's quiet sobs from the back seat. Noah pulls out his phone and dials a number. I keep my eyes closed, but I can feel him watching me as the call connects. "Damiano," he says, his voice low and tense. "Alexander Anderson is dead. Russians got to him at the Metropolitan Club." He listens for a moment. "No, we weren't there. We arrived after it happened." Another pause. "Yes, I have Evelyn and Jessica with me. Margaret Anderson went with the police to identify the body." I open my eyes, watching as Noah's jaw tightens. "I understand. We'll be there in 20. He ends the call and puts the phone away. "What did he say?" Jessica asks, her voice small. Noah glances at me before answering. "We're going to the Feretti house. Damiano says it's the safest place for you both right now." "What about Mom?" I ask, finding my voice again. "Alessio will pick her up from the police station when she's done." Noah starts the car again. "Damiano is putting the entire family on high alert. No one goes anywhere alone until we figure out who sent those men and how deep this goes." I nod, too exhausted to argue. My father is dead. Nothing else seems to matter right now. "I'm sorry," Noah says softly as he pulls back onto the road. I know those words mean nothing, but I am. I don't respond. I just turn back to the window, watching the streetlights blur through my tears as we head to the Feretti house. Another place that isn't home, another situation I never asked for. But maybe right now it's exactly where we need to be.
Chapter 38. Noah. I pull into the Feretti mansion's circular driveway, my mind racing faster than my Ducati ever could. Evelyn sits beside me, her face pale and drawn. Jessica's quiet sobs from the back seat have finally subsided into silence. "We're here," I say, reaching for Evelyn's hand. It's cold, almost lifeless. Lucrezia meets us at the entrance, her eyes widening when she sees the state of the women. She doesn't ask questions. One of the things I've always appreciated about her. "Come," she says, extending her arms toward Evelyn and Jessica. "Let me take care of them." I nod, watching as she guides them inside. Evelyn turns back once, her eyes meeting mine. There's something in her gaze I can't quite place. Grief, yes, but something else too. Something that makes my chest tear open in a way that has nothing to do with my healing bullet wound. "I'll be back," I tell her. The walk to Damiano's office feels longer than usual. Each step reminds me of the bullet hole in my chest, but it's nothing compared to the weight of what just happened. Alexander Anderson is dead, murdered, and somehow I feel responsible. Damiano and Matteo are waiting for me, their faces grim. "How are they?" Damiano asks as I shut the door behind me. "Fucked up," I say honestly. "Their father was just murdered." Matteo shifts in his seat. "About that, our contacts say the Russians have already left the city." "Left?" I drop into a chair, wincing at the pull on my stitches. That makes no fucking sense. It does if Anderson was their only target, Damiano says, leaning forward. Matteo's been digging. Turns out Anderson owed Ivan money. A lot of it. So this was about cash? I laughed with absolutely zero humor. All this fucking bloodshed over money? Ivan was using Evelyn's contract as leverage, Matteo explains. But the real issue was the debt. When Ivan died, his family came to collect. I run a hand through my hair processing this, but how the fuck do they not know who killed Ivan? We weren't exactly subtle about storming his house. Damiano exchanges a look with Matteo. That's the interesting part, Matteo says. Ivan kept his operation compartmentalized. His men knew he was meeting with you, but not why. And his family in Russia only knows he's dead, not who pulled the trigger. So they think Anderson had something to do with it, I ask. They think Anderson owed money to a dead man, Damiano clarifies. And dead men can't collect, so they made an example of him. I shake my head, struggling to process what Damiano and Matteo are telling me. This shit doesn't add up. No, that's too fucking convenient, I say, standing despite the pain shooting through my chest. You're telling me Ivan Volkov, the butcher of Moscow, gets killed, and his family just... What? Doesn't bother to investigate who pulled the trigger? Matteo shifts uncomfortably. The Russians operate differently. Bullshit. I cut him off. I've dealt with these people. They don't just let shit go, especially not the death of someone as connected as Ivan. I pace the room, my mind racing. Someone's feeding us a line. Ivan's operation might have been compartmentalized, but his family would tear apart this entire fucking city to find who killed him. Damiano watches me carefully. What are you suggesting, Noah? I'm suggesting we're missing something. I press my fingers against my temples. Anderson's death isn't the end of this. It's a message. A message to whom? Matteo asks. To us, to me. I turn to face them both. They're letting us know they can get to anyone. Damiano leans back in his chair. If they knew it was you who killed Ivan, I didn't kill him. Matteo did. I glance at Matteo, whose face has gone pale. But they don't know that. They just know someone stormed Ivan's house and he ended up dead. So why not come directly for us, Matteo asks. Because they're playing a longer game. I feel the realization settling in my gut like lead. They're watching us, seeing how we react. Anderson was just the first move. Damiano nods slowly. That would be consistent with how the Volkovs operate. They're patient. And they're not done, I add. Not by a long shot. I move toward the door, suddenly needing to be near Evelyn, to make sure she's safe. Where are you going? Damiano calls after me. To protect what's mine, I answer without turning around. And to figure out what the fuck we're really dealing with here. I storm out, feeling the pieces click into place. All this time I thought I was protecting Evelyn from some grand power play. But it was just about money. Fucking money. I make my way through the Feretti mansion, the familiar hallways now feeling endless. My mind's racing with everything I've just learned. Anderson's debts, the Russians' strategy, the danger that's still lurking. But all I can think about is finding Evelyn. Lucretia catches me in the main corridor. Second floor, east wing, she says before I can ask. The blue room. I take the stairs two at a time, ignoring the protest from my chest wound. When I reach the door, I pause, taking a deep breath before knocking. Come in. Evelyn's voice calls out, small and fragile. She's sitting on the edge of the bed, still wearing the same clothes from earlier. Her eyes are red-rimmed but dry, like she's cried all the tears her body could produce. Hey, I say, closing the door behind me. Did you talk to Damiano? She looks up at me, her face a mask of exhaustion and grief. Do they know anything? I hesitate, weighing how much to tell her. Part of me wants to shield her from this shit. Let her grieve without the added weight of knowing the truth. Noah. Her voice sharpens. I need to know why my father is dead. It's complicated. I start sitting beside her on the bed. Maybe we should talk about this later when you've had some rest. No. She cuts me off, her eyes suddenly fierce. I don't want to be protected from the truth. Not anymore. My father is dead because of something connected to me, to Ivan, to all of this. I deserve to know. I study her face. She's different from the woman I kidnapped just days ago. Stronger. Harder. The grief hasn't broken her. It's forged her into something new. Your father owed Ivan money, I say. A lot of it. Her brow furrows. Money? This was about money? According to what Matteo found, yes, Ivan was using your contract as leverage, but the real issue was the debt. I watch her carefully as I continue. When Ivan died, his family came to collect. Evelyn stands abruptly, pacing the room. That makes no sense. My father is wealthy, but not Mafia wealthy. What kind of debt could he possibly have had with Ivan? I don't know the details yet, I admit. But there's more to this than we're seeing. The Russians are playing a longer game. She stops pacing, turning to face me. What do you mean? I mean, your father's death wasn't just about settling a debt, it was a message.
Evelyn. I paced the floor of the guest bedroom, my mind racing with the knowledge that my father's death wasn't random payback. The Russians didn't just kill him over a debt. There's something Noah isn't telling me. Noah rises from the bed, moving toward me with that predator grace that somehow no longer frightens me. Evelyn, look at me. I can't. I stare at the floor, feeling tears build behind my eyes. Look at me, he repeats, his voice gentler now. When I finally meet his gaze, I see something I never expected, sensitivity beneath the hardness. You need to stop blaming yourself, he says. Ivan started this, not you, but no. He reaches for me, his hands cupping my face. This isn't on you, and you don't need to be afraid. How can I not be? I say. They killed my father. They'll come for my mother, for Jessica. They won't get near either of them. His thumbs brush away tears I didn't realize had fallen. The Ferettis are protecting your family now, and I'm protecting you. I shake my head. You can't promise that. You don't know what they'll do next. You're right. I don't. His honesty surprises me, but I know we'll handle whatever comes. Everything will be settled, sooner or later. You can't know that. I do. He steps closer, the heat of his body somehow calming the storm inside me. There's no need for you to fret over things that aren't certain yet. His lips brush my forehead, so gently it makes my heart ache. What is certain? I ask, my voice barely audible. This. Noah's mouth finds mine, soft at first, then deeper. Us. I shouldn't believe him. I shouldn't trust the comfort he offers. But when his arms wrap around me, I lean into him anyway, letting his kisses chase away the fear, if only for a moment. I won't let them hurt you, he says against my lips. That's the only certainty that matters. I feel something shift inside me as Noah's lips touch mine. All the grief, fear, and confusion suddenly transforms into a desperate hunger. I need to escape the thoughts spinning in my head, my father's murder, the Russians, the constant danger. I need to feel something else, anything else. I press my body against Noah's, kissing him harder, more desperately. My fingers dig into his shoulders, pulling him closer. I need this. I need him. Evelyn, he says against my mouth, his voice rough. Are you sure about this? After everything that's happened today? I don't let him finish. I push him backward until his legs hit the edge of the bed and he sits down hard. His eyes widen slightly, surprised by my forcefulness. I don't want to think anymore, I tell him, my voice steady despite the trembling in my hands. I just want to feel something that isn't pain or fear. Noah gazes at me, his dark eyes intense. I don't want you to regret this tomorrow. The only thing I'll regret is wasting time talking. I reach for the hem of my shirt and pull it over my head in one fluid motion. The cool air hits my skin, raising goosebumps across my chest and arms. Noah's breath catches. His gaze travels slowly over me, heating my skin wherever it touches. Chapter 39. Evelyn. I wrap my arms tighter around Noah's waist as he accelerates his Ducati through the streets of Manhattan. 4 months have passed since my father's murder, and somehow life has found a new rhythm. The wind whips through my hair despite the helmet. I've grown to love these motorcycle rides. The speed, the closeness to Noah, the feeling of freedom. Before Noah, I never would have imagined myself on the back of a motorcycle, my thighs pressed against a man who kills for a living. But here I am, holding on to him like he's my anchor in a storm. We turn onto my mother's street. The new apartment is located on the parlor floor of a brownstone, less imposing, less like a prison. My mother has been decorating with new furnishings, slowly erasing my father's presence while preserving just enough to honor his memory. Noah slows the bike, coming to a stop in front of the house. He helps me off first before dismounting himself, his movement still careful around his chest, where the bullet scar remains a permanent reminder of how close I came to losing him. "You okay?" he asks, removing his helmet and running a hand through his dark hair. I nod, taking off my own helmet, just thinking about how strange this all is. "The Sunday dinners?" He raises an eyebrow. "Everything." I gesture vaguely at the world around us. 4 months ago, I was kidnapped by you. Now we're going to have dinner with my mother like a normal couple. Noah's lips quirk up in that half smile I've come to love. Normal isn't a word I'd use for us, babe. He takes my hand as we walk up the steps. This gesture still surprises me sometimes. How gentle he can be despite everything. The man who threatened to break my fingers the first day now traces them reverently when I play. I ring the doorbell, hearing Jessica's quick footsteps approaching. She throws open the door, her face bright with a smile that's become more common these days. "Finally, Mom's been pacing the kitchen for 20 minutes. Jessica hugs me tight, then surprises Noah with a quick embrace. He's still getting used to my sister's affection, but I notice he no longer stiffens when she touches him. The smell of my mother's roast chicken fills the house, a recipe she's perfected over these Sunday dinners. It's become our tradition now. Every week we gather here, pretending we're just a regular family, ignoring the security detail Noah has stationed outside, pretending the Russians aren't still a threat lurking in the shadows. But for a few hours each Sunday, we almost believe it. We follow Jessica into the dining room where she's set the table with the best china, the set that used to only come out for my father's business associates. Now it's just for us, for family. "Evelyn, could you help me bring out the vegetables?" Mom asks, already heading back to the kitchen. I squeeze Noah's hand before letting go. "Be nice," I say. He gives me that dangerous smile. "Always am." In the kitchen, my mother fusses over the roasted carrots, arranging them just so on a serving platter. She's different now, softer around the edges, less concerned with perfection. Grief changed her, but so did freedom. We return to the dining room where Noah and Jessica are already deep in conversation. Noah has his phone out, showing her something that makes her laugh. "No phones at the table," my mother chides gently as she sets down the platter. Noah pockets his phone immediately. "Sorry, Mrs. Anderson." "Margaret," she corrects him, as she does every Sunday. We settle in around the table, passing dishes back and forth. The conversation flows easily now, unlike those first awkward dinners when no one knew what to say. "Did you hear Zoe is pregnant again?" Jessica says, helping herself to potatoes. "Lucrezia mentioned it when I was at the mansion yesterday." Noah nods. "Damiano told me last week. He's hoping for a boy this time." "That's wonderful," my mother says, her eyes lighting up. She glances between Noah and me with a smile that makes my stomach flip. I do hope I get to be a grandmother someday. Nothing would make me happier than holding my grandchild. I'm in the middle of taking a sip of water when she says this, and I choke, coughing and sputtering. Noah immediately pats my back, but I can feel him shaking with laughter beside me. "Mom!" Jessica exclaims, though she's fighting a smile too. "What?" My mother looks innocently between us. Is it so wrong to want grandchildren? Noah's laughter breaks free now, deep and rich. "Your timing is impeccable, Margaret," he says, his hand still on my back. I finally catch my breath, my face burning. "We haven't even discussed, we're not—" "Relax, Evelyn," my mother says, cutting a piece of chicken with precision. "I'm just saying, whenever you two decide the time is right."
Noah. I can't take my eyes off Evelyn as we step inside my apartment. The way she moves, always with a dancer's grace, even when she's just shrugging off her jacket, still gets to me. 4 months together, and I'm still not used to having her in my space, making it feel like somewhere worth coming back to. "Your face when your mom mentioned grandchildren," I say, unable to hold back my laugh as I lock the door behind us. "I thought you were going to pass out right there at the table." Evelyn's cheeks flush that perfect shade of pink. "God, don't remind me." She kicks off her heels by the door, a habit she's developed since moving in. I can't believe she just threw that out there like we were discussing the weather. I follow her to the kitchen, watching as she fills a glass with water. The simple domesticity of it hits me in the chest sometimes. This woman, who once fought me at every turn, now moves through my home like she belongs here. Because she does. "Your mom's got plans for us," I tease, leaning against the counter. "Better start practicing." "Noah." She nearly chokes again, which only makes me laugh harder. I pull her against me, feeling her warmth through the thin fabric of her dress. "I'm just saying we could get some practice in. For your mom's sake, of course." She rolls her eyes but doesn't pull away. My mother has changed so much since Dad died. It's like she's finally allowing herself to want things. Evelyn's voice softens. She never would have talked about grandchildren when he was alive. She never really talked at all. I brush a strand of hair from her face, tucking it behind her ear. "You've changed too." "Have I?" Her eyes meet mine, curious. You smile more. I trace my thumb across her bottom lip. "You don't flinch when I touch you unexpectedly, and you play differently now." She raises an eyebrow. "How so?" "Like you're playing for yourself, not for anyone else." It's true. I've watched her transform these past months. The woman who once played to please others now plays because the music lives inside her. I guess we've all changed. She leans into me, her head resting against my chest where the bullet scar still aches sometimes. My mother's planning her first trip to Europe next month. Jessica's talking about applying to Columbia. And She looks up at me with those blue eyes that still knock the wind out of me. I'm living with a man who kills people for a living, and I've never felt safer. I can't help but laugh at that. Only Evelyn could make that sound romantic. "Your mom might have to wait on those grandkids, though," I say, kissing the top of her head. "Oh? Why's that?" "Because I'm not done having you all to myself yet." I can't help but grin at the way she's looking at me, a mix of challenge and desire that's become so familiar. Without warning, I bend down and grab her by the waist, hoisting her over my shoulder in one smooth motion. "Put me down, you caveman," she demands, but there's no real heat behind it. "Not a chance, violinist." I tighten my grip as she playfully struggles. Her hair cascades down my back as I walk us toward the bedroom. "I can't believe I'm in love with someone who thinks this is romantic," she says, still laughing. I kick the bedroom door open and move toward the bed. Who said anything about romance? I toss her onto the mattress, watching as she bounces slightly, her hair fanning out around her. She props herself up on her elbows, looking up at me with those blue eyes that still drive me crazy. "You're impossible." "Get naked," I command, my voice dropping lower. Now. Her eyes darken at my tone, that familiar flush spreading across her cheeks. She holds my gaze as she slowly sits up, reaching behind to unzip her dress.
Chapter 40, Epilogue 1. Evelyn. I adjust my sunglasses as Lucrezia and I step into Art House Designs, the bell above the door chiming softly. The furniture showroom stretches before us, all clean lines, warm woods, and muted colors. My mind's already racing with possibilities for the bookstore cafe I'm planning to open next month. What about something like this for the reading nooks? Lucrezia points to a deep leather armchair tucked beside a minimalist bookshelf. I run my hand along the smooth leather. I like it. Comfortable, but not too casual. The exposed brick in that space you leased will look amazing with these warmer tones, she says, pulling out her phone to snap photos of a coffee table made from reclaimed wood. I nod, picturing the space, the corner location with tall windows and history in its walls, a place where I can serve good coffee, sell books I love, and maybe host small acoustic performances in the evenings, something that belongs to me alone. So, Lucrezia says casually as we move toward a display of industrial lighting fixtures, did Noah tell you what Alessio is tasked with tomorrow? I shake my head. I never ask much about work stuff. What's going to happen? Lucrezia gives me a sideways glance, her dark eyes sparkling with mischief. Alessio is going to ruin a wedding by kidnapping the bride. What? I stop short, nearly knocking over a small end table. Relax, she laughs. It's not what you think. This is just motivation for payment. I stare at her, trying to process this information. Even after months with Noah, certain aspects of his world still shock me. I would make Alessio's life a living hell if he went kidnapping me on my wedding day, I say finally, imagining the scene. Damiano would have to find someone else to be his right hand because Alessio wouldn't have hands anymore. Lucrezia bursts out laughing, drawing curious glances from a nearby salesperson. I would help you, she agrees, linking her arm through mine as we continue walking. Though I'd pay good money to see the look on some priest's face when Alessio comes bursting through the church doors. Want to read more about Alessio? Some decisions change your life. This one might end mine. Find out what happens in Ruined by Capture. Available on ebook, audiobook, and paperback now.
Chapter 41, Epilogue 2. Alessio. I check my watch again. 5 minutes until the Lombardi princess is supposed to appear. The bridesmaids have already filed out in their matching champagne-colored dresses, giggling and adjusting each other's hair as they climbed into the first car. Now I wait beside the second vehicle, a sleek black Mercedes with darkened windows. Perfect for what comes next. The wedding planner, some nervous woman with a clipboard and an earpiece, climbs into the front passenger seat, muttering about schedules and timing. She doesn't even glance at me. I'm just another security goon to her, another black suit blending into the background. Little does she know. Damiano's orders from 2 days ago still ring in my ears. The Lombardis have betrayed us, Alessio. We have proof. And this wedding, this fucking alliance with the Fortins, will destroy everything my father built. I'd seen the evidence myself. Bank statements, recorded conversations, photos of Antonio Lombardi meeting with our enemies. The Lombardis weren't just making a political marriage. They were forming a coalition to wipe the Ferettis off the map. Take the daughter, Damiano had said, his voice deadly calm in that way that always means trouble. Before the ceremony, no blood, no mess. Just make her disappear. A hostage, a bargaining chip, maybe more depending on what she knows about her father's business. The massive doors of the Lombardi estate open, and there she is. Melania Lombardi, draped in white silk and lace. I've seen photos, but they didn't capture the reality of her. The curves, barely contained by the structured bodice. The way she moves, careful but not timid. Something in her eyes I didn't expect. Calculation. This isn't some weeping bride overwhelmed by her big day. This woman is thinking, planning. Interesting. She descends the steps alone. I step forward, opening the car door with a slight bow. Signorina Lombardi. Her eyes meet mine, and for a second I see something flash across her face. Not recognition. We've never met. Something else. Relief? That can't be right. You're not the usual driver, she says, her voice steady. I smile, the practiced smile that reveals nothing. Change of plans, Signorina. Your father insisted on additional security today. She hesitates, clutching a portfolio tight against her side. My instincts sharpen. Whatever's in there matters to her. After you. I gesture to the open door, keeping my voice respectful but firm. She takes a deep breath and slides into the back seat. I close the door behind her and walk around to the driver's side. Time to make a bride disappear.
Want to read more about Alessio? Some decisions change your life. This one might end mine. Find out what happens in Ruined by Capture.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read or listen the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video, and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.